650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
We had action with bases loaded, nobody out, and we couldn't push any runs across, and we had a couple of opportunities, and we had some, we needed 2 out hit, and our bullpen did an outstanding job. And we just couldn't push across that tying and winning run.
Yep, that was Dusty Baker following yesterday's 5-4 loss to the Texas Rangers. 5-4 loss where they fell behind 4-0 and 5-1, and now they find themselves, Seth, the Astros do, as we welcome you in on a Tuesday here, Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. They find themselves in a spot, the Astros do, down 2-0, that they've only been in one time since the start of this dominant run they've had in 2017. They've never been down 2-0 other than the COVID year. They fell behind. People remember they fell behind 3-0 to the Rays, came back, tied that series at 3, and wound up losing Game 7. But this is new territory for the Astros. Down 2-0. The good news is they're heading on the road, where they seem to be far more comfortable than playing in Minute Maid Park right now.
Yeah, there are a few things that happened with this so far in these last 2 games that I'm trying to be stat nerd Seth as much as possible, because that's what you have to rely on at this point. At the same time, as a stat nerd, you have to recognize that 86% of the teams that go up 2-0 end up winning the series. It becomes even more daunting when it is the road team that's gone up 2-0. When the road team goes up 2-0 in a 7-game series, it gets it's pretty drastic.
Pretty much curtains, yeah.
Yeah, it's like 2 teams this century have come back from 2-0, and so. And one of those was the COVID year, too, which doesn't count. Right. The Dodgers did it in the COVID year, but it wasn't like they were true road games. They were played in the bubble. So the question is, okay, what from the last 2 games can you say it's not as bad as it looks? Like when the Astros got swept in the World Series, it was like it wasn't nearly as bad as it looked. Those were close games. I think the last 2 days, the biggest thing I could say is in Game 1, there was a lot of soft contact by the Rangers that punished the Astros, but then also with the Astros had a bunch of hard hits that just went right to a defender. Mm-hmm. Just bad luck. I think if you look at yesterday, the Astros were the second best team in the league with runners in scoring position. And last night they were just abysmal with runners in scoring position. Most particularly in the 5th inning when they had the bases loaded with 0 outs and couldn't do a damn thing.
Right. Bases loaded, nobody out, and the next 3 guys up, one was the fan base all getting their wish, Yainer Diaz pinch hitting for Martin Maldonado midway through a game, and Yainer Diaz strikes out. Then Jose Altuve's up. Jose Altuve strikes out. And then Alex Bregman hits a weak ground ball, and the inning's over. To answer your question, in my opinion, what can we take out of these first 2 games where we feel like, okay, they can get this thing sort of back on track here and retake this series? I think, to me, there's 2 things. There's 2 things. One is that Yordan Alvarez is hitting the cover off the ball. If you can just get a guy on base in front of him, I feel good that Yordan Alvarez is going to bring runs home. He's the biggest game wrecker in baseball because he's on a team where guys actually get on base, and he has prolific swings of the bat that he's able to change games with one swing for 2 or 3 runs. Nobody's getting on base in front of him. Dude hits 2 solo home runs yesterday. The 3 guys in front of him are a disaster right now. Jose Altuve, Alex Bregman, and especially Kyle Tucker collectively are a 3-man walking disaster right now in the postseason so far. Yeah. So if you can get somebody on base in front of Yordan, and I'll throw Jose Abreu into this mix too. If they can just get some guys on base in front of these 2 guys, they're both swinging the bat really well right now, especially Yordan Alvarez. So I feel, and Michael Brantley too. Michael Brantley needs to be in the lineup until his arm falls off. That's the bottom line with that. That's number 1. Number 2, the bullpen is pitching really, really well right now. Nobody is asking these starters to give you 7 innings. Nobody's asking these starters to give you what Javier gave you in Game 4 of the World Series last year. We're just asking you, give us 5 good innings, man. Give us 5 innings of 1 run. because you can hand this over to this bullpen right now. Those are the two things for me, Seth. If the starting rotation can just be better than average, and Altuve, Bregman, and Tucker can just be themselves, they can retake control of this series.
One of my biggest fears and concerns is Framber and what the hell you do with him. Honestly, again, he gave up a lot of soft contact in that first inning. They ended up getting 4 runs on 5 just bloops and
nubbers
and soft rollers.
Yep.
It was the most impotent 4 runs I've ever seen. And yet, he also makes that fielding error. In classic Framber form, he makes an idiotic fielding error.
He had 2-on-1 play. He bobbled it. He bobbled. No, Seth. He bobbled it.
I know. That's what he does.
It's what he does. No, I'm surprised more people didn't point this out. He did it in the ALCS last year, too. The exact same thing against the Yankees. Exact same thing. He bobbles the ball and then throws it away. And you're right. That's I have a hard time. With the whole soft contact blooper thing. You're absolutely right about it. I have a hard time with it when he himself is making multiple errors on one play as the gateway to a big inning.
This comes up with Framber more than anybody else too. This notion that somehow it's an unearned run because it was an error when it was the pitcher himself who made the error.
That's just baseball.
Come on,
it's a weird baseball rule. I know.
It's a stupid baseball rule. There's 2 rules that are dumb in sports. Well, there's more than that, but that one, honestly, if a pitcher makes a fielding error, that should be an earned run against him. If it's his, it's just absurd.
Yeah.
2 is if intentional grounding should be at least credited as a sack to the defensive player who forced the intentional grounding.
I like that too. Yeah. The other thing I don't like is in college football, when a quarterback gets sacked, it counts against his rushing statistics.
College football has
the dumbest
stupid,
one of all.
Yeah, it's really
so stupid. Got sacked. That's not a rush. It's not one rush for minus 10 yards. Anyways,
that's a holdover from before the forward pass was actually created.
Yes, change it. Change it. The Framber thing is. Framber may almost be a separate topic because this is something that affects 2024 and 2025. What Framber's become this year. I mean, it's a big picture topic.
Yeah, this is some of the offseason topics for this team. A lot of them, I would say 2/3 of them revolve around. Okay, how can we get these guys pitching like they were in 2022 again?
What happened?
If all we had was the pitching staff, if you could change one thing about this team, it would simply be that, if 4 or 5 pitchers pitched the way they did a year ago, could we get that, please?
Man,
that's crazy. My one thing, is 4 or 5 different pitchers either being healthy or pitching like they did last year.
Dude, I hope it's a topic that we're talking about because it's going to need to be now. What do you brought it up just now. What do you do with Framber? If they're able to win a couple games, he's going to have to pitch again in this series, and I don't know what you're going to put him out there probably, right?
Yeah. You can send him to the sports psychologist. I'd say send him to a 3-day retreat with the sports psychologist before his next start. Just get him back on track.
Yeah.
I love to say, look, he's given up. What is he giving up? 9 runs in 7 innings pitched so far.
9 runs in the playoffs so far.
So I'd love to say, regression to the mean or something like that, but he hasn't been all that great as of late.
No, and here's the thing with Framber, is that when he's on, he's dominant. That's the thing. That's the tease with Framber Valdez, is that when he has that, last year it was every start. He was Mr. Quality Start last year. This year, he's up and down, he's inconsistent. But then when he has a Framber start, you're like, oh, yeah, that's right. 8 innings, 96 pitches, 12 strikeouts, stuff like that.
The frustrating thing is that, it seems like Javier and Urquidy and, last night in a relief role, JP France, it seems like some of these guys they've had the playoff effect in a positive way. Yeah. They've got it, whether it's an adrenaline burst or whatever it might be, they've swung it back around, where Framber just does not have that same jolt right now.
Framber's a problem because Dusty is going to put him out there. If this thing gets to a Game 6, he's going to pitch Game 6. I have very little doubt about that. And a little factoid, Chandler Rome posted this. I mean, just to illustrate, in their postseason history as a franchise, Seth, and the Astros have been to the postseason more than a lot of teams. In their history, they've had 16 postseason starts of 3 innings pitched or less. Okay, in the history of the franchise, Framber has 4 of them. Think about the playoff history of this franchise goes back to Joe Niekro and Nolan Ryan and Mike Scott. You know, then in the 90s, you know, Darryl Kyle and Mike Hampton and Jose Lima, all those guys. The Astros have been to the playoffs a bunch of times. 16 times, 3 innings pitcher last by a starting pitcher. Framber has 25% of those. That's wild.
You know, and look, again, he had some bad luck in the first inning, but you also pulled him at 66 pitches or so in the third inning. Lots of pitchers have bad luck in the first inning, and you know when they reel it back in, they get their 100 pitches in. It wasn't as simple as some bad luck. It was some bad luck, but also with a lot of contact and like a brewing disaster after that. Well, credit to the bats for getting it going, though. You know, and versus a very good pitching staff, what do? You take advantage of the relievers, which are not nearly as strong for the Rangers. So that's the ray of hope and sunshine last night was they did get the bats going, even though they failed with runners in scoring position. They did start looking more like what you're hoping you need, and they're headed off into their second home, which is actually better than their first home this year, that barn up in Arlington.
Yeah, if they lose this series, I think more people are going to go back. If we're doing an autopsy on the series afterwards, if they lose it and they go back and look at game 2, I think more people are going to look at them just flunking out with bases loaded, nobody out in the 5th, and look at Framber's performance. That was the moment. That was the key moment in the game. Uvalde able to get out of that jam right there was the key moment in the game.
That's where, if you're going to talk about complimentary baseball, you know, okay, yeah, Framber had a rough night, but you guys were right there. You had it in your hands to make up for a poor pitch. After, look, the bats let down Justin Verlander the night before.
Yep.
So, like, here's the perfect opportunity. The bats can lift up a struggling pitcher, and you just didn't do it.
Bingo. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So the Astros trail the Rangers 2-0. Hey, man, let's go make history. They're down 2-0. They're headed on the road. We'll see what happens. They're back at it tomorrow night, Wednesday night, Game 3. Christian Javier will be on the mound for the Astros. All right, up next, D'Amico Ryans. Kind of a State of the Union yesterday, press conference heading into the bye week. Where does he think his team is at right now? What if I told you before the season that 6 weeks in, the Texans would rank near the bottom of the league in these 3 things? Did you think that they would be 3-3 if they were at or near the bottom of the league in these 3 things? We'll have that next.
#1 Generac dealer, GeneratorSuperCenter.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Feeling good about our team, where we are. We're learning who we are, as a team, as we continue to grow and work together. We're learning who we are, our strengths, weaknesses, what we do well, right? Things we need to lean into more, right? Opportunities we need to give more guys some opportunities. Guys earn their right. So we'll continue to work through that and see where we are. But I like where our team is, headed into the bye, 500. We've done some things really well, but proud of the way the guys played yesterday, proud of the win, but there's also still a lot of things that we can clean up, a lot of things that we can improve on, but I'm encouraged with where we are as a team.
That was D'Amico Ryans yesterday. He should be. They've won 3 out of 4. They've won 3 out of 4, and I don't think any of their 3 wins, Seth, were of the variety where you're like, oh, well, okay. I mean, they beat so-and-so, or they beat this team or that team. I mean, they beat the Jags on the road. The Jags, since that win, are 3-0. Like, the Texans seem to have given the Jags a wake-up call of some sort. The Steelers, I don't think, are a great team, but the Texans blew them out wire to wire at home. And then I think they won a hard-fought game against a pretty good Saints team on Sunday. So nothing cheap about these 3 wins, and they've won 3 out of 4. D'Amico should feel good about where they are right now, I think.
Yeah, they should feel good. I mean, obviously, you never want to feel too good. I get the admonishments sometimes. When I make the mistake of getting excited about a win, 3 hours after, there's at least like 3 people on social media. They're like, hey, they're not the best team in the league. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Thanks, Coach. I'll be sure to keep my head on a swivel. So there's a lot to fix and clean up. And I think where people feel good about it is that look, you've got credibility and respectability in a lot of respects. And I have been eminently confident in D'Amico Ryans, but I just didn't know how quickly things might be able to turn. And especially on defense, where if you look at some of the either scouting reports and or just the actual playing history of a lot of the players on that defense, I didn't know if they could get to be much better than maybe, right below the 50% mark or so. And they still have a lot of blemishes, but they are in a lot of respects right now a top 3rd defense. And I know it doesn't always feel like that or look like that because they've been a bit bend but don't break. Yeah. But they're figuring out ways to keep teams out of the end zone, and they're doing it without getting an incredible pass rush or anything like that. So it's like it makes me that much more confident in D'Amico.
Yeah. Look, if I had told you during training camp, if we were doing a segment on this show during training camp, and I'd said, look, 6 weeks in, when the bye week gets here, here's where they're going to rank in these 3 key areas. They're going to be 26th in red zone efficiency. They're 8 for 21 right now. Probably would have said, wow, that's a lot of trips to the red zone for the Houston Texans. They are 26th in red zone efficiency, percentage of touchdowns converted in the red zone. They are 30th in yards per carry, so they did not fix the run game, which we've said for years now they need to fix. And they are 30th in sacks per game. If I had told you that in the preseason, that's where they are in those stats, I would have said, all right, well,
sorry, sacks per game as a defense?
As a defense, yes, I'm sorry.
Okay,
yeah, sacks per game defensively, yeah. That they're 30th. They've only generated 9 sacks in 6 games.
Yeah, that's and I know the first thing I would tell you and agree with you is that sacks don't tell the story when it comes to pass rush, unless there's an extreme disparity. So there's lots of guys. You can have a really good game rush in the passer and not have that many sacks. Over the course of a season and over the course of 8 or 9 or 10 different pass rushers, if you're a good pass rushing team, you're going to accumulate sacks. So you might not be there might be things that keep you from being the best, but as of now, the Texans have not been doing a great job rushing the passer. There's certain things they do better than the sack numbers and the statistics would show. The offenses they've played tend to be ones that get rid of the ball quickly, but they still don't have enough sacks.
Yeah.
They don't have enough quarterback hits. They don't have enough quarterback pressures. They got to improve on that front.
The big one is the yards per carry, 3.2 yards per carry. That would be the one that would stick out like a sore thumb, and I would be like, okay, they still can't run the football with a rookie quarterback. And again, I'm saying if somebody told me this at the beginning of training camp, C.J. Stroud at the beginning of training camp did not look like the C.J. Stroud that we've been getting for the last month or so, where he's been, forget about rookie quarterbacks, he's been among the better, if not best quarterbacks in the NFL over the last several weeks. I would have said, okay, well, this is still a bad football team. If they can't run the football and they've got a rookie quarterback, they are probably pretty bad offensively. And they're not. They're not great offensively because they can't run, but they're decent offensively. They can score points. I feel like they can convert, adverse down and distance situations. Of those three things, Seth, red zone, running game, pass rush, which is the most fixable? Like, how would you stack rank those in terms of fixability for DeMeco Ryans?
I think running game is the big one, and we saw it this last week. I mean, part of it is just simply running back selection. You're limited in certain ways with Dameon Pierce, and there's certain plays that he's good at. There's certain plays that he's not. Without getting overly technical about it, he's good at the old school running game. The zone running schemes, not so much. And you've got other guys on your team like Devin Singletary who are more versatile in that regard. So I think splitting those carries up and doing it creatively like they did last week, to where you don't have huge tendencies. Like, it doesn't help you to put Dameon Pierce in there if everybody knows exactly which run plays are coming. Correct. When he's in there. Mm-hmm. It helps that Dameon Pierce can offset some of those tendencies because he can be a receiver now too. But I think getting Boone and getting Singletary involved helps a lot. The other thing is the offensive line coming together, having Titus Howard, Laramie Tunsil. It's not perfect by any means right now, but the first and foremost thing I think they need to do in the run game, there's times where they just need to be sure they're giving the running back a defined look, like, so he can make his decision and get going. It's not a matter about obliterating people physically. It's just know your role and be defined and crisp with it. I thought that looked better on Sunday. So there is improvement there. I think Bobby Slowick is going to be kind of like Kyle Shanahan, where, look, I don't care what happens. We are going to figure this out, and we are going to run the football. Like, maybe, and we're going to have games where it doesn't work out that well, but we're going to figure out a way to physically punish you, which I like and respect and admire as a philosophy and a way of moving forward. It's just, it can be frustrating if it's not working in one particular game. Yeah,
DeMeco was asked about the running game, and he talked about what the expectation should be in terms of volume for each of the running backs.
Yeah, our running game was better, especially in the first half. I think we ran for like 97 yards in the first half. And I think it's just that complementary back and forth between DP and Motor. Right, both guys had really good runs. The way DP finished a couple runs, it had some elite finishes, exactly how he wanted. Motor had some nice runs as well. So we'll continue to give Motor more carries. We'll continue to, just balance those two guys out. I think both guys are really good backs. Both guys can help us in the run game the way our offensive line blocks it.
I think that's how it's got to be, the split between those two.
The other thing, too, as far as the offense goes, because, you read the most depressing of the offensive stats. And I had somebody ask me yesterday, like, after I did a video in which I said a lot of really nice things about C.J. Stroud on my YouTube. Somebody said, well, look, are you going to address his inaccuracy, his horrible accuracy?
Completion percentage,
I'm like, what are you talking about? Well, he's dead last in completion percentage, what have you. Like, all right, listen. He was playing with four backup offensive linemen, a couple of whom were third stringers, one of them a rookie, and he had to chuck the ball away a lot.
Yeah.
That's just the flat out fact of the matter. Not to mention the fact that he's a rookie, but his 58 or 59% completion percentage just does not tell the whole story.
Is that what he is right now? He's like it's high 50s.
That's what the person cited yesterday. I didn't even bother checking because, the fact, if you watch the games, you know that accuracy is not an issue.
Dude, 100%.
It just flat out isn't.
Yeah, 100%. That's why
it's not. It's his calling card still. He has errant throws here and there for sure, but his accuracy has very much been a strength. And they're right now So you read the red zone stats, which were awful. They're the 14th scoring offense.
Right.
Which obviously you don't think you're a finished product or anything, but compared to what you had last year, it's a lot of progress. In terms of yards per game, they're in the top 10 right now.
Yeah.
They are moving the ball and putting the ball in the end zone way more than people expected. Remember, this was a consensus worst team in the league. Remember how stupid the Texans were because they were going to be the worst team in the league? And obviously, the Panthers are going to be better. Yeah.
And part of the reason I don't know C.J. Stroud's completion percentage is I don't care. To your point, I don't care about. If you're somebody bringing this up, you nailed it, Seth. If you're somebody bringing up C.J. Stroud's completion percentage, you're either not watching the games or you don't know how to watch a football game. There's so many times where he's throwing the football where he's doing it so he's not in 2nd and 18. he'd rather be in 2nd and 10 and take an incompletion than be in 2nd and 18. And yeah, right. You're right, Seth. Look, he hasn't been perfect. He sailed a few balls on Sunday, no question. The ball placement.
He's a rookie.
He's a rookie. No, dude, 100%. But I can't even start a conversation with you if you're going to come at me about his 59.6% completion percentage, because he's averaging almost 8 yards an attempt. Anybody with a brain in 2023 looks more at yards per attempt than they do completion percent. I watched C.J. Stroud throw a football. Accuracy is not an issue for C.J. Stroud. Use your eyes.
It's funny. You're getting as angry as I did. And as I was getting angry, I'm like, okay, like clearly there's a person who didn't watch the video I had just done because I had actually already addressed all these things.
Yeah.
And it was the fact that he brought up one stat, completion percentage, and then asked why C.J. isn't performing as well as Tua Tagovailoa and Brock Purdy, who are in the same offense, Sean.
Are we really doing this? It's the same offense.
I know.
The playbook's the same, so the completion percentage should be exactly the same.
But that's where I got in. Then I went offline after that. I'm like, all right, what am I doing? I'm getting in an argument with somebody who's just like obviously like just flying by. But the problem is too, like obviously there's a bit of a talent disparity. Remember, according to outside, presumably more objective observers, the Texans roster was so abysmal. Their receiving core was so disgustingly bad that they would obviously be the worst team in the league. And now you're going to sit here and tell me, like, well, if C.J. Stroud were really any good, he'd be putting up the same numbers Tua Tagovailoa is right now.
These two teams are running the same offense, and they're both 5-1. What the hell are we doing, D'Amico?
Yeah.
Step your game up, okay? Hey, did you read the Tyler Dunne long-form article about the rookie quarterbacks?
I read his headlines about it.
You did?
Yes.
I didn't
read the article.
I read the article yesterday. Tyler Dunne used to write for Bleacher Report, does a really good job. He's got his own website now, golongtd.com. He actually flew to Houston and sat down with Bobby Slowick to talk about
an airplane.
I believe he flew. I don't think he put on a hang glider and floated here.
It just sounded. It sounded like it was like 1927. He's like, he flew in an airplane. He did.
Got on an airplane, I tells you, Mackie. I sat down with Slowick.
He braved the elements. He put on those funny goggles and a scarf, and off he went in the back seat of a biplane.
With his dog in the back wearing goggles as well. And he landed.
Dropped the mail off in Topeka and then headed to Houston.
Landed in the blue lot, and Slowick came out and threw a shawl around him and walked him into the stadium so they could brave the elements, I tells you, Mackie.
Shawl on like he's Charles Lindbergh.
Right.
It was a 29th hour of flying.
Protect
with no
him
sleep.
from the elements. Let's sit down and talk about C.J. Stroud there, buddy. It's a really good article. It's a paywall, so you have to pay to read it. But look, he does a deep dive on all three quarterbacks, all three of the rookie quarterbacks. I tell you, I can't, you come away feeling really good about C.J. Stroud. I came away feeling really good about Bobby Slowick more than anybody else, just to listen to some of the picture that Tyler Dunne paints in this article is that Mike McDaniel, Kyle Shanahan, and Bobby Slowick are all operating on this separate plane offensively from the rest of the league.
From even the other Kyle Shanahan.
He specifically cites those three offenses with Purdy, Tua, and now C.J. Stroud. Is it just based on the things that they're doing? Again, he sat down with Slowick, so I don't think Slowick's going to sit here and tell him what a dummy he is. But if I was a Texan fan,
if he sat down and just trashed LaFleur?
Seth?
Both LaFleurs. Let me tell you something about the LaFleur boys. That's one aeroplane that can't fly.
That's right. As you know, I'm easily sold too. So I read the article and I was just spooning it up. I love the whole thing. But I came away feeling equally good about Slowick as I did C.J. Stroud.
Well, that was another one, too, remember, that not only did the Texans have the worst receiving core in the league, and not only were they obviously going to be the worst team in the league, it's just so obvious, but it's also obvious that C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick will never get along. It's very, very obvious. Like all these obvious things that people kept telling me in the offseason, it's astounding how wrong they were about these obvious things.
Remember when the C.J. Stroud isn't coachable rumor came out?
I know. Boy, man.
I'm glad he felt it too. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Let's get to headlines. Let's circle back to the Astros. And at the top of the hour, we'll try to generate some optimism. Reasons we think that the Astros might be able to pull their airplane out of a nosedive here. Headlines, Astros, we'll get to Texans. D'Amico Ryans had an update on a couple of the injured Houston Texans. We had a Monday Night Football game last night as well. We'll get to all of that in headlines next. YellowRoseDistilling.com, the Yellow Rose Distillery. Make a note, October 26th, which is a week from Thursday, we're going to be doing our next whiskey talk out at the Yellow Rose Distillery. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to, you got to be invited.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines. The Astros lose 5-4 to the Texas Rangers yesterday. So the Astros down 0-2 now in the ALCS. They have Rangers have broken serve twice now on the Astros at home. So now they head up to Arlington. When last we saw the Astros, they were hanging 39 runs in 3 games on the Rangers. So that's good. That was a month and a half ago. But Framber Valdez, this has become a problem. He's had 2 starts in the postseason. Neither have been good. Didn't give up a ton of hard contact yesterday, but a double error, a fielding error and a throwing error on one play opened the gateway to a 4-run first inning for the Texas Rangers. Here was Dusty Baker after the game on his starting pitcher. There
was a ball up the middle that went off Jeremy's glove. That was, a near out, and then the jam shot by Sager, and then the base hit to right, and then the play that, he has a lot of soft contact, which he did, which Grossman, was, hit that ball back to him, and he looked to third. He was going to go to third and bobbled it, and then, threw wildly to first.
Yeah, I mean, didn't give up a ton of hard contact, Seth, but his mistakes in the field is what really that's what opened the gateway, because then the Rangers did hit a few hard hit balls with guys on base and drove some runs in after that.
That's the problem. I mean, the bad luck, yes, that was real, but okay, lots of pitchers have bad luck and then go on to pitch 6 or 7 innings.
Runs. Yeah, right.
Framber used to be one of them.
Yes.
Remember those days?
I do.
Do you remember? I don't know if you're harking back to the time that the Astros won a World Series.
Faint memories of it, yes, I do.
And, Framber had set a record that very few people ever had paid attention to before, but all of a sudden quality starts became something we genuinely
became our
really
anthem.
cared about. Yes. So, Framber's a different guy right now, and he's got a 10-plus ERA in the postseason over 2 games. I'd love to say, hey, look, the pendulum will swing back and regression of the mean, yada, yada, yada. The problem is his average, his mean, isn't all that great as of late.
Right.
So I'll credit the Bats with getting it back, like getting the Astros back into it. They let Justin Verlander down the night before. They were there. They were ready to do it. They were on the brink of it. The second best team in the league with runners in scoring position had the bases loaded with 0 outs, Sean.
Yeah.
You had Jose Altuve. You had Yainer Diaz, who in the answer to every Astro fan's prayer was replacing Maldonado as a pinch hitter. Nothing.
No, the Rangers did to the Astros yesterday what the Astros have done to so many teams in the postseason. The Astros have had a lot of innings like that in the postseason where they haven't hit the ball very hard, but they're just making things happen because they're making contact, and they're just a savvy baseball team. The Rangers, through these first 2 games, the Rangers have looked like what the Astros have done to other teams in the postseason, with really solid pitching, good bullpen, and being super opportunistic, and pouncing early in games, and that's where we are right now.
So the numbers are daunting. Only 14 of 89 teams to trail 2-0 in a best-of-7 series have come back to win. Teams that went up 2-0 in true road games, so not including the COVID year, have won 24 of 27 times. So teams in the Rangers situation have won 24 of 27 times in 7-game series. But that does not faze me, Sean.
No.
It does not scare me one bit. I feel like this is the Astros dojo right here, especially as they head on up to really a place that's been much better for them than Minute Maid Park this year in terms of producing offense, the barn up in Arlington.
Seth, is one of the great crisis managers in the history of the galaxy, Han Solo once said, "Never tell me the odds." Remember when he flew into the asteroid field in Empire Strikes Back?
Yeah.
And C-3PO said the odds of navigating an asteroid field are 3,720 to 1. And Han Solo just looked at him and said, "Hey, listen, robot face, never tell me the odds." And then what did he proceed to do? Navigated the asteroid field. He navigated.
He did, yeah.
He did.
Plus, he did that that turkey run in 5 fartleks or whatever it was.
The Kessel run in 12 parsecs.
Oh, yeah.
It was the Kessel run in 12. But he had to land. Now, he did have to land on one of the asteroids to gas up or fix the Millennium Falcon. Nevertheless.
Is that where that monster was?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
See, you know.
I remember that.
You know. Anyways.
I know my trivia.
You do. Do you ever? All right, back to baseball.
That scene where the monster was in Star Wars.
Remember that? Remember the scene in outer space in Star Wars? Yes, I do. Chas McCormick cursed after the game yesterday, as he well should. As he well should. He came up with opportunities in this game to do something and did nothing. Here is Chas McCormick.
It sucks. It sucks. Personally, I had 2 chances tonight to help the team win. And I'm swinging at balls. So I got to figure out, not to swing at everything. And, especially in that situation that you think, I need, I'm up there always ready to swing. I need to take pitches there. A little bit out of the zone, and those weren't balls that I could drive, and I'm swinging them. So I shouldn't be doing that.
What are the odds we see Dubon in center field in the next game in place of Chas?
Yeah, I think that's a level of tinkering that is, that's
I don't
right
have a big issue with it, honestly.
That's right within Dusty's wheelhouse there. And, I don't think anything that anybody would complain about. Other than, Chas is a proven playoff performer, all that great, hero of the past, so be it. But it's not like anybody. There are no sacred cows right now, other than the actual sacred cows, the guys at the very top.
Right.
Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker is the guy who most at this moment is a guy that's like, okay, no matter how bad he's going to be, he's like Altuve's slump at the beginning of last postseason.
Yeah.
You're just waiting for Kyle Tucker to turn around. Really, the prime number one example is George Springer in 2017.
Yep.
You're gonna stick with him, and just at some point, likely, if you just keep making it through these series somehow, it'll turn for him.
Led the league in RBIs. We'll get back to the Astros top of the hour. 3 reasons the Astros can come back in this series. Top of the hour. Let's get to the Texans. Quick one here from the Texans, and we'll get to Monday Night Football. D'Amico Ryans met with the media yesterday. Texans, of course, on a bye this week, and then a week from Sunday they'll play the Carolina Panthers, the winless Carolina Panthers, who will still be winless going into that game.
Disgusting.
They're on a bye week. They're on a bye week as well. D'Amico Ryans with an update on 2 rookies, Juice Scruggs and Tank Dell.
Yeah, we'll see where Juice is when we come back from the bye. He's had a good week last week, so we'll see, if he continues to progress in the right direction. And Tank should be back and ready to go after the bye as well.
Okay, I'm interested with Juice Scruggs. Is this the gateway for them to allow Titus Howard to move back to his natural position of right tackle?
Right. If they move, because now you got 2 rookies, but one of whom has been playing center for 6 games now.
Mm-hmm.
Juice Scruggs, he's a solid dude. And I say that, I don't mean hey, he's an awesome guy. He's kind of immovable, and he's not as athletic as your ideal center, perhaps, especially maybe in a zone scheme. I wonder if there's a chance they experiment with Juice Scruggs at left guard and keep Patterson at center to try to have some continuity. It's not like Patterson's playing at an all rookie caliber pace or anything, but they might experiment with that a little bit. I personally am wide open to whatever they want to do, as long as they can find a solution where Titus Howard goes back out to right tackle.
Yeah, that's the big thing. I'm with you on that. That's the big thing. Monday Night Football last night, the Dallas Cowboys beat the Los Angeles Chargers in L.A. 20-17. So the Cowboys bounced back from the embarrassment that they suffered at the hands of the 49ers. Just goes to show you, man, the NFL. The 49ers 42, Cowboys 10. What happens the next week? The Niners lose to P.J. Walker, and the Cowboys go out to L.A. and beat Justin Herbert and the Chargers.
Yeah. The Cowboys are one at this point. You just know, okay, that's the kind of team they are. Nobody knows exactly what Dak Prescott is. But their defense can inflict a bunch of harm upon you. Yep. I think the Browns defense versus, since you brought that up, just real quick. Yeah. I watched that game yesterday. I kind of flew through it. Mm-hmm. And I'll tell you, honestly, the Browns defense is such a real thing. They really like Myles Garrett. They flat out they said, no, you know what? No, we're not going to move Myles Garrett around trying to find the best position or anything. We're just going to keep him on Trent Williams the whole time. You can screw your old school football, or you screw your new age football. We're just putting mano a mano, our best guy versus your best guy.
Yeah, you know who's getting a lot of love right now? Like you, Seth. On Mondays after football weekends, I read, Peter King and Albert Breer and Mike Sando all have their summary columns for takeaways from the weekend and whatnot.
Yeah.
Every single one giving massive flowers to Jim Schwartz, the defensive coordinator for the Browns. Like every single column had at least a few paragraphs on how Jim Schwartz, forget about a player in free agency, Jim Schwartz is the greatest acquisition of the 2023 offseason.
He might find himself in that sweet spot of like a Dick LeBeau where, okay, listen, do you really need your ego stroked that much to be a head coach ever again? Maybe you're just not a head coach guy. Just allow yourself to be, a defensive coordinating guru and coach until you're 87 or 88 years old, however Dick LeBeau was when he retired.
Yeah, it pays pretty good, and you don't have that head coach lightning rod effect either, Make sure that defense is playing to the level of its talent, and you're, just go do your job every day.
It's so much more fun to be a defensive coach in the NFL if you're a good one than an offensive coach. There's fewer moving parts. You just see like I mean, you can make it as complicated as you need it to be, but so much of it is like you need guys to execute fast, and you got to be careful with just how much of a brilliant piece of architecture you try to make it. So it's a lot more blood and guts.
You don't get blamed for the failure of a really important asset. Like if a quarterback fails, the offensive coordinator has blood on his hands, even if it's really not his fault. You know what I mean?
You know what? I think that is what it is, actually. Yeah. That's why I'm thinking about it. That's what it's appealing. I feel like defensive coordinators, I think, have more control over their fate.
Yeah.
Because you're right. It's not hinging. Obviously, the talent is the most important thing, but it's not hinging on one single guy.
Absolutely. All right, the Astros, they're down 0-2 right now. These are not good times, but they can be. 3 reasons the Astros can make an historic comeback in this series. Next.
Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we're gonna do the thing in this segment where we take a look at, okay, what do we got here? The Astros are down 0-2, but what do we got here? You know, we're dumping everything on the table like they did in Apollo 13, and we're going to try to construct a team that can win the ALCS here. We got a lot of pieces.
I remember that scene.
Yeah, remember they had to make a device that took the carbon monoxide out of the cockpit.
You know what I liked about that scene? That was instructive for real life, too. They're like, okay, wait a second. These are the tools we have, and this is what we got to do. And you actually literally lay it out on the table.
Yeah.
It's a good – so I guess the original metaphor, lay it out on the table, was already a good metaphor for that.
Yeah, maybe.
You know that scene where they laid everything out on the table?
Right.
Turns out that's a good metaphor.
It works. It works. I would say the Astros are operating with much better objects than the folks at NASA were back in the day.
Okay, yeah, let's lay it out on the table. Let's throw some humans on the table and see what we can carve up. Like we're a benevolent Hannibal Lecter.
Let's first lay out the carbon monoxide situation that the Astros are in. All right.
Framber was on some last night.
Yep.
Might have been huffing. He was huffing something in the dugout. Put him over there. You see him with a mask and some turpentine or something.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Wasn't good. Here are the daunting stats. Here's the carbon monoxide level we're dealing with right now. Only 14 of 89 teams to trail 2-0 in a best-of-7 series have come back to win. And the last one was one that was kind of an Apollo 13 situation. It was during COVID. The 2020 Dodgers. So that one doesn't even really count. Before that, no
big
team.
Asterisk there.
Huge asterisk. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, Dodger fans, that you need a pandemic to win a championship. Not our fault. Before that, no team had accomplished it since the 2004 Red Sox, who actually came back from down 0-3. First team to ever do that against the Yankees.
Remember they tried to use that as a pep talk for the Yankees a couple years ago.
Last year. It was last year.
I think it got a mental skills coach fired. Yeah.
Last year they did. Teams that went up 2-0 in true road games, again, non-COVID, have won 24 of 27 times. So we're talking about 90%. The Astros' history of being down 2-0 in a 7-game series, not just the ALCS, but in a 7-game series period, does not have a good outcome. Now, 2 of them are back during the National League days. The NLCS in 2004, the 2005 World Series. They went on to lose both of those series. Cardinals in 7 in 2004, and then, of course, they were swept by the White Sox in 2005. These Astros, this run of dominance, the American League version, they fell behind 2-0 to the Nationals in the World Series in 2019. Then they went on the road and actually took a 3-2 lead in the series and then came back home and lost in 7.
That's the one we should weirdly be invoking if you want to keep hope alive. Except even better, you've got a better track record of recent success up in Arlington than you had in Washington. But it's very, very achievable to win 3 in a row up
Absolutely.
there.
And I would invoke this one, too. Even though it was during a COVID year, 2020 ALCS, the Astros fell behind 3-0 to the Rays.
Yeah,
and they end up losing in 7. And I get it, like the environment, it was COVID. So I'm not talking about the environment. I'm just talking about the makeup of this team. There's still a lot of guys, more than you'd think, left over from the 2020 team. Obviously, the core guys that were on that team are still here. So the fact of the matter is, when this version of the Astros have fallen behind 2-0, as they have when they've fallen behind 1-0 in some series, the Astros ain't getting swept. They're not rolling over for the Rangers.
Well, and in three of those 4 instances, they took it to Game 7.
Right.
Which at home it's better than a coin flip. So I don't. Given what we've seen the Astros go through, obviously it's a little bit of irrational cockiness. But given what we've seen them go through, and given the fact that now Framber won't be pitching for at least 3 more turns, that I feel really good about. I feel really good about them up in Arlington over these next several games.
Let's talk about the 3 reasons then. 3 reasons why they can come back from this thing. So.
Okay. 1, Sean, is just simple, and nobody wants to hear it. I don't even like saying it, but yet you have to concede that there's been a little bit of bad luck these first 2 games, which all credit to the Rangers. I'm not trying to take credit away from them or act like, well, we would have won, but there was some bad luck versus 2 very good teams. That's going to tip the scale sometimes. So in the first game especially, Astros had a ton of hard hit balls that just went directly to defensive players. Bregman's hit to the outfield with Altuve. I'm not going to say it was bad luck that Altuve made a base running error.
Right.
I'm not that naive. Altuve going to Altuve every now and then.
Yes.
But bad luck, like that was one of the hard hit balls that, that 1 or 2 degrees to the left, and it's a whole different story. So that was a thing. Last night, I think there was a lot of bad luck by Framber early on. That doesn't excuse Framber not even making it 3 innings in the game. He still would leave early, but there was bad luck. Like, it was soft contact on 5 hits that led to 4 runs. Mm-hmm. And, again, the error for Framber, I'm not going to excuse that. Framber going to Framber when it comes to fielding baseballs.
Yep.
But it was definitely there was some bad luck involved in those first 2 games, and that has a way of swinging back to an extreme degree sometimes.
Well, and the Astros have shown they can hit in this ballpark they're going to here. They're comfortable in that environment.
Yeah, there's zero about it right now where I'm looking at this and saying, like, oh, my gosh, look at this. Their pitching is so dominating. I don't know how they could possibly do it. They had Evaldi on the ropes, and they let him off the ropes. So, all credit to Evaldi. Tip of the cap to him. But it's not like there haven't been missed opportunities here in the first couple of games.
So that's number 1. Just bad luck. The Astros have had a lot of hard hit balls. That stuff tends to even out. What's number 2?
Number 2, I've noticed this, Sean. There are a few things in sports where every single fan base feels like their team is the worst at it, but runners in scoring position. There's not a day that goes by in an Astros game when somebody doesn't say, how are they so bad with runners in scoring? Why do they leave so many stranded? I'm going to tell you, the cruel irony of it is the teams that have really good offenses tend to complain about it more because they have guys on base more often.
That's true.
So you end up losing. The Astros were actually the second best hitting team in the league in terms of OPS plus and batting average, a lot of respects when it comes to runners in scoring position. So, like, last night was incredibly unfortunate that versus Evaldi, you had bases loaded with 0 outs and you couldn't do a damn thing. But that's going to turn too. I think over the course, that's the beauty of a 7-game series is like, okay, you get your first couple games to get it out of your system. They'll have some key and clutch moments here as especially Kyle Tucker starts hitting.
Well, the thing that hurt in that bases loaded nobody out situation where they came away with no runs is you had Yainer Diaz pinch hitting for Maldi. Yainer gets down the line pretty fast for a catcher. Like he's got some scoots. And so does Jose Altuve when he's trying to get down the line fast. I'm not begrudging Altuve. I like that at this stage in his career, Altuve is being judicious about how often he sprints full bore down the first base line. My guess is he would have with the bases loaded yesterday. What hurt is neither of those guys made contact. It's I'm okay with them getting out if it's a sacrifice fly or if it's a ground out where they're beating out a fielder's choice because it keeps the inning moving along and it scores a run. But when you've got when the first 2 guys to come up after you load the bases with nobody out don't make contact, that's the real killer in the whole thing. Like just to, in terms of just getting something out of the rally, getting some momentum, because there's just such a whiplash effect of getting nothing out of that. Like it's not just that you got 0, it's that juices the Rangers. Like they feel like they got away with one almost. All right, so they're just going to hit better with runners in scoring position. Over the course of a 7-game series, the hope is, after 6 previous years of postseason success, that we have faith that the Astros will find their water level when it comes to runners in scoring position. All right, so that's number 2. What's number 3, Seth?
Number 3 is, I'll actually do a combo here.
Okay.
And we saw part of this last night, but going up to Arlington where the Astros have not shown one bit of discomfort. If anything, they're way more comfortable up there. I don't know how much the batter's eye thing was real or wasn't real at Minute Maid Park. I don't know if maybe kind of the circus-like atmosphere that they have before home games with all those people out there getting autographs and photo ops. I don't know how much of that has to do with it, but they've been a different team on the road. Mm-hmm. As we just talked about, like the Astros have recent history of going on the road in the World Series, no less, and sweeping a home opponent or an away opponent in their home stadium. So I feel very, very good about them, combined with the fact that we saw last night, okay, the Astros versus the relief staff of the Rangers. Yeah. Like, the relief staff for the Rangers, you can have awesome starting pitching all you want. Over the course of a 7-game series, you just continue to tax and challenge and, most importantly, see these relief pitchers. Mm-hmm. I feel really good about the Astros bats coming along. I think, like honestly, the experience the experience, the know-how, the just unflinching character of this team versus a bunch of relievers that they're going to get multiple whiffs at or looks at over the course of the next 5 games. I feel really good about that.
Yeah, we haven't really mentioned it much. I mean, they've got to get the Christian Javier and Jose Urquidy from the last couple games that they've each had as well. We haven't mentioned it much because I think we're still kind of dealing with the aftermath of yesterday. It'll probably feel more acute, the need for Christian Javier to at least be good tomorrow. Doesn't need to be great, but probably needs to be good. I think, too, Seth, that road environment, I don't know if this is good or bad, considering how poorly they played at Minute Maid Park. But as far as road environments go, it'll be among the more Astro-friendly road environments. There's going to be a bleep ton of Astro fans there.
I think there's a combination. There's a good thing, too. Like, energy is energy when it comes to – it's kind of like with, like famous people. Some of them just have this gene where they need attention, whether it's positive or negative. Like a Colin Cowherd type. He's fueled by energy, whether it's negative or positive. I think most athletes, and certainly this baseball team, the Astros, ever since the being better than everybody else scandal, has shown that, look, energy is energy. And you might be booing cavalcades of or cascading boos upon Jose Altuve, and it actually helps them produce better. So you have that. You're going to have the negative energy. But then you also have the diehards who are going up to Arlington who are Astros fans that frankly maybe make it feel a little less morgue-like than maybe perhaps it does at times in playoff baseball.
Good adjective, Seth.
As of late, this board, like the Astros show a few signs. The Astros fan base feels a little bit the way the Patriots fan base started to feel after a while, where it's a bourgeois ennui, where you're just, I've had so many good things, I can't even steak dinner every night. Where's the real joy in life anyway? I don't know.
Ennui is a fantastic word, by the way.
I feel disgusting
it's
for
boredom.
having used
it means boredom, for those who don't know.
But it's especially good to use with like upper crust annoying people who just need to whine about something.
Yes,
because they can't just be bored. It has to be ennui.
Ennui.
Yeah.
Ennui. Hey, where are you on the ump cam?
I hate it.
I do too.
I despise the ump cam, and this is the only route. I like it for replays.
Yes.
I love it for replays.
Stop doing it live.
It's the same way. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna get my blood pressure just spiked. The same way they use the sky cam behind the punter on live punts.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden when there's a fake or a blocked punt, you're completely lost.
Yeah.
You've got no frame of reference. You can't tell, did he just run for 5 yards or 50?
Dude.
It's impossible to tell from that angle.
During the NCAA basketball tournament a few years ago, CBS decided to break out this camera, this angle that's literally, it's like the cameraman placed the camera on the floor. So you're the angle you're getting is literally at the ankles of players looking up. I'm like, nobody wants this angle. Nobody wants this. Just back up and let me watch the regular. I don't even think that's not even a get off my lawn take. I think that's just a natural human being. No, we would like the view where we get the best view of something going on. So I'm with you. Replays are cool to see okay, what happened there, dissect it a little bit, but live I want to see how it's playing out. Okay, I may need to Pender poll this thing. I think it's going to be a landslide about the ump cam, but I may poll this thing and see what the people think. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Astros down 2-0 in their series. Good question on the text page yesterday, and I heard it getting chopped up on the station here throughout the day. We feel really good about C.J. Stroud, right? I think we all do. Good question on the text page. Which teams in the NFL would not trade their QB to the Texans for C.J. Stroud? All things considered, including the fact that C.J. is on a rookie contract. It's a very, very small list, in my opinion. We will get to that next. But first, very small list of doctors.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good question on the text page yesterday. I like stuff like this because at the end of it, you feel good about where the Texans are quarterback-wise. But here we are 6 weeks in to C.J. Stroud's career, and he's been doing things that very few other rookie quarterbacks certainly have done. Hell, he's doing some things that veteran quarterbacks haven't done in terms of protecting the football and sacks taken and yardage totals and whatnot. It's a good question. What?
Go ahead and ask the question.
Okay.
I'm laughing at myself because I know I might be a little too cocky about this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead and ask the question.
No, I'm totally. Yeah. Wait till we get through this one. The question that was asked on the text page was, which teams in the NFL would not trade their quarterbacks with the Texans, all things considered, including the contract? So now you're factoring in that you've got C.J. Stroud on a relatively cheap deal for the next 4 years.
Yeah, which is and I'm glad the guy framed it that way, because there's a psychological there's a value you assign to something you already own that's irrational, but it goes as soon as you own something, you tend to value it a lot higher. You won't sell it for as much as you would have paid for it.
Yep.
It's especially if you really, really like it. So if you were to ask people, if you were to ask me the question, would you trade C.J. Stroud for these various quarterbacks? I would say almost nobody. I'd be like, no, I don't want to bring some new guy in and see if he knows this scheme or not or anything like that. But when you frame it this way, I like it. It makes it a little bit more realistic. Because I think there's a lot of teams out there where even if I feel, and maybe they feel like C.J. Stroud might have more upside, they might still not. They're not going to want to part with already what they have in a good thing.
Yeah, I do think there's some teams deep down, I think that they have better quarterbacks than the Texans, but they're $45-50 million a year, where the GM would at least think about it a little bit. All right, well, let's put it up on the whiteboard here and see what we got. I think there's two teams that, let's pretend Nick Caserio calls them up and says, hey, you guys want to trade quarterbacks with me? I've got C.J. Stroud, really good rookie, on a rookie contract for the next 4 years.
Yeah.
If he were to call up these other teams, I think there's two that would hang up on him, and I think it's the two teams that made the Super Bowl last year. I think Kansas City with Patrick Mahomes, and I think Philly with Jalen Hurts would hang up on Nick Caserio.
Okay.
Those are my two.
I wonder if with Jalen Hurts, because he has developed a lot as a passer, but I wonder if they long term, if you're looking at, if I want a guy that ultimately the guys who last the longest, who could maybe turn me into a GM of the century or something, are the guys who do it with their arms first and foremost.
Yeah.
So with Jalen Hurts, I wonder if, but there's no way they would let go of him.
No. But part of my calculus with Jalen Hurts is, I think stylistically, just from a personality standpoint, I think Philly really likes kind of the makeup of Jalen Hurts.
Right.
He's like a guy that the fan base kind of really connect. The toughness and the leadership and things like that. I think there's two teams that likely would say no, and there's probably several more that would likely say no, but I think these two in particular, Miami and Jacksonville, both have quarterbacks that are still themselves on their rookie deals. I know Tua is close to an extension here, but that offense is running at a clip where it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of thing. And then Jacksonville still has Trevor Lawrence relatively cheap for a couple of years.
Mike McDaniel would trade Tua Tagovailoa in a heartbeat. He wouldn't even let you finish the question. Yeah.
Okay.
Because honestly, I like Tua. I've grown to really, really like Tua and appreciate his physical skills and traits. But one of his physical skills and traits is getting injured quite frequently.
Fair.
And I know he's gone to jiu-jitsu or taekwondo, whichever one it was, to learn how to fall, and it actually looks like it's paid dividends. But I mean, it's not just the head injuries; it's a whole bunch of other stuff. And I do think that I would think if Mike McDaniel were to sit back and think about it objectively, there's a bunch of quarterbacks out there that with that assortment of weapons on offense could be doing really well right now.
Yeah,
it's not a shot at Tua. I'm just saying that it's not driven by Tua.
Yeah, I've gotten so sold on Tua these first 6 weeks, and I can't believe it because I used to be one of his biggest detractors. I may have a blind spot for Tua right now. I think you're right about that. I think you're right about
just
that.
The injuries. It's not even even if he were a clear-cut better player, he's just, and it's not just injuries. It's some pretty gruesome ones, like a dislocated hip socket.
And he is about to get paid. He's still cheap right now, but he's very close to having to get paid. I mean, they're going to make a decision on him and factoring in all those injuries. I think there's 4 teams, Seth, that would at least entertain. They wouldn't do it because they've got what are perceived to be elite quarterbacks right now, but based on what they're paying for those quarterbacks, I think they would at least like have a conversation about it, talk about it internally and then say no. They'd tell Nick, hang on a second. We're just about to sit down for lunch. Let me call you right back, and act like they weren't going to do it. And then over lunch, they would talk about it for an hour and then decide not to. And those 4 teams are Buffalo with Josh Allen, the Chargers with Justin Herbert, Baltimore with Lamar Jackson, and Cincinnati with Joe Burrow. These are all teams that are either at the very beginning or still only a year or two into massively expensive contracts on their quarterbacks.
Buffalo, boy, and being I don't know. Buffalo is they're in psychological pain right now. They're having just very grave concerns about what exactly they are as a football team. I think Buffalo might not do it just in the same way that you shouldn't get married. You shouldn't get married to save a relationship. I think that they don't know how to put together an offense even when they do already have a good quarterback. So bringing in another, or I guess if you're a guy who's about to marry your 5th wife and you haven't really done any work on yourself, I got news for you. 5th wife's probably you're gonna have the same complaints about your 5th wife that you had about your first 4 wives. So I think that's where Buffalo is right now. They might swap out a Josh Allen, but then all of a sudden they're gonna be like, huh, I just, I don't maybe ultimately this just isn't the guy in CJ Stroud. So I would say no.
Okay, yeah, and I don't think any of those teams would do it, but I think the price that they're paying for their quarterbacks right now, they would go, okay, well, let's see. This kid looks pretty good 6 games in. Can we get 4 cheap years and we've got a roster that's built up pretty good? I don't think they would do it either. I think the illustration that comes out of this exercise is the fact that literally 3/4 of the league, you have a better quarterback situation than. You have a better quarterback than a big chunk of the league. You have a better quarterback situation, talent plus contract, than 23 or 24 teams right now.
You know what? The one that looms large and that people do always bring up as a cautionary tale is Mac Jones. Because if you were to do this exercise 6 games into Mac Jones' career, I think if two Jamoke radio hosts up there in Boston were doing the same exercise, I think with Mac Jones, the rookie, after 6 games, I think they might have had the exact same conversation. And the question really becomes, all right, what is the difference then? If C.J. Stroud is not going to become a Mac Jones, what is really the difference? I think for me, because Mac Jones also, remember, wasn't working with a great complement of offensive weapons either.
True.
That was one of the more impressive things about it.
Yep.
I do think that Josh McDaniels did a really good job of basically playing some remedial offense with Mac Jones when he was a rookie and slowly building on it, but still not really running the full-bore offense. With CJ, I think it's been more of just an actual NFL quarterback running NFL concepts and being more of a veteran NFL quarterback. It hasn't been spoon-fed to him as much as Mac Jones. But it is it's a very valid cautionary tale because Mac Jones wasn't getting it done with his legs. Much like CJ. CJ's doing some really good things with his legs, but his calling card is going to be that he's more of a pure passing NFL quarterback.
Yeah, I think CJ's just a more talented player would be my answer. I think your point is a fair one. It's only 6 games. This, let's see how this plays out. I think, and Mac Jones is a really good example because of that, because he was doing it as a rookie. He had the team playing above the level they thought they would be playing at. Granted, he was doing it with the greatest head coach of all time, people thought. And, D'Amico Ryans, I think, is a really good coach, but he's a rookie coach, too. Maybe that's even more of a reason why C.J. Stroud, C.J.'s also doing it with a first-year OC and a first-year head coach, too. Everybody's doing their job for the first time.
To kind of just, to make it, to really simplify it, I think, especially if you went back through Mac Jones' first half of the season, it was a lot of what do you do with a young quarterback? Give him a lot of short, easily digestible routes, get the ball out of his hand quickly, all of that stuff. And it was just, it was impressive. It was still, he did a really good job. It just wasn't what was going to be sustainable. I would say that what the Texans have been doing over the last few weeks is sustainable in and of itself. I mean, other than not running the ball effectively. They got to start running the ball effectively at some point. But in terms of the actual the actual plays they're running, the concepts, all of that, like that's a sustainable NFL offense, and they'll continue to build on it. It's a different set of challenges for a rookie quarterback than what Mac Jones had.
Like of those other teams, we kind of took the top like 7 or 8 quarterback situations, and would they think about it? I think most of them would just sit tight. They might think about it a little bit just based on price tag. Of the rest of the league, Seth, the other 23 or 24 teams that have quarterbacks that you might say are better, like on October 17th or whatever this is, 2023, are better quarterbacks than C.J. Stroud. Like, I think, like, Jared Goff might be a better quarterback than C.J. Stroud right now. There's no chance in hell I would trade with the Lions for Jared Goff. Like some people might think that, I don't know. Boy, it's really hard to find guys who I feel strongly are better than C.J. Stroud in this group. I don't know. San Francisco with Brock Purdy. Like Brock Purdy,
right,
who's 4th on the MVP odds, and he, too, is on a cheaper rookie deal than C.J. Stroud because he's a 7th-round pick. They would trade for C.J. Stroud in a second in San Francisco for Brock Purdy.
You think so?
Yes.
It's easier for them because they can look and see, like, okay, they're running the same offense in a lot of respects.
That's exactly why I say
this
yes.
for that, the other, right?
Yeah. They would do it.
I don't know. Again, I guess I don't know. I'm falling into that school, that rapidly dividing chasm of people that want to give Brock Purdy credit instead of just saying he's a system quarterback. I'd like to say that the guy that just supplanted a number 3 overall pick actually has some physical skills.
That's fair.
So.
It's totally fair. His body of work is not that much bigger than C.J. Stroud's. I mean, he's played 12 games. C.J.'s played 6. So I think they do it in a second. I'm having a hard time finding in the rest of this group ones that I would even entertain. Like that I feel like are. I mean, maybe I'm swept up in CJ mania right now, but like Matt Stafford might be better than CJ Stroud right now. He probably is. There's no way I'm Matt Stafford's probably a year away from retirement. You know what I mean? Like,
there's no way you're not trading, right?
Yeah, I'm not trading.
If you're San Francisco, I mean, if you're the Ram, you're saying, you're definitely trading C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Remember, the question isn't whether you would, Sean. The question is whether they would. So, that's what I'm saying. Like in San Francisco, are you so sure that they would say, well, look, we really like Brock Purdy, and it's going well for us this last weekend notwithstanding. Would they say, that's a challenge. It's easy to say we wouldn't trade our own guy. It's whether they would trade their own guy.
No, you're right. Like in week 6 when they're on a run to a Super Bowl possibly.
Yeah, there's no way in hell I'm trading. There's no way in hell I'm letting go of C.J. Stroud, but are the 49ers going to let go of Brock Purdy?
Yeah. I think if you, no, you're right. It's more of a talking point.
Our listener was brilliant in the way he framed the question.
He was.
It's easy to not let go of your own.
Putting the decision on the other team. Yeah, for sure. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. I guess the overall takeaway here is we're in a good spot finally with the quarterbacks after 2 years of purgatory and then a bad season with Deshaun Watson piling up yardage. We're in a really good spot as a city. All right. Some things happened in the NFL this week. We're going to get to the top 8 stories at 8 o'clock. In the 8 o'clock hour after that, Bill Hancock, who's the executive director of the College Football Playoff, he's in the building. He's going to jump on with us for a few minutes, and we'll talk about the College Football Playoff championship games in Houston this season in January. But we're expanding to 12 teams here pretty soon. We got realignment effect on the playoffs, so he's going to spend a few minutes with us in studio a little later on the 8 o'clock hour. Some things happened in the NFL this weekend that some people were pretty impressed with. I want to see if Seth Payne is impressed with any of these things.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll do that next.
You know what I'm impressed with? Trice Ham, the general manager at Bayway Chevrolet, is doing some incredible things during
Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll get to the top 8 stories at 8 o'clock. Get you going for your day here.
Hey, quick correction, Sean.
Yeah.
In the Bayway, my Bayway ad, live read, I said that you could get no payments until 2023.
Okay.
Is apparently what I said.
Yeah.
Which obviously it's supposed to be no payments until 2024. Although I haven't checked with them on this yet, but I'm going to offer it right now. They'll also give you no payments until 2023. So
that's
the
kind of relationship you have with the dealership, is they empower you to do these things.
If you go in and you say, listen, Trice Ham is the general manager. You say, listen, Trice, I'm going to buy that Silverado, but only if I don't have to make any payments until 2023. He'll go back and he'll call the president and he'll be sure, and then he'll come back on and be like sweating and be like, oh, okay, you drive a hard bargain, my friend, but we'll give it to you.
You're putting me in a tough spot.
Yeah.
All right. So there were a few things that happened this weekend, Seth, that people were very, very impressed with, and actually none of them have to do with an on-field feat like scored a touchdown, scored 3 touchdowns, rushed for 150 yards. None of them. The first one is this. I want to see if you're as impressed, because I think you're tougher to impress than most. Are you impressed that Aaron Rodgers was throwing a football 5 weeks after Achilles surgery? This seemed to be a very big deal to a lot of people, that he was standing in place and tossing a football.
I am impressed. I don't know if I'm as impressed with him individually or just medical technology in general. The whole thing is that Dr. Alatrache, I don't know. Alatrache. He has this procedure, which a lot of guys who have come back quickly from Achilles tendon surgeries now do, where he basically builds like a support system into the Achilles, like surrounding. I think I saw it described as a scaffolding around the Achilles tendon, so it allows you to start moving more quickly and after the surgery. It used to be like 8 weeks of inactivity. So I think I see a lot of people describing it as superhuman and everything, where I think this is just all part of the newer procedures they're using. Yeah. So I'm impressed with medical technology, is what I'm impressed with.
I'm with you on that one. My big takeaway from looking at the video of him throwing, I'm like, God, he's not even in a walking boot. Like he looks like he's inactive for the game. He looks like one of those guys. You know what I mean, Seth? They're not in uniform. You know, they traveled with the team, but they're in street clothes because they're not active for the game. That's what he looked like. He's in sneakers and shorts, and he's throwing a ball like Aaron Rodgers throws a football.
Yeah, yeah. Plus, now I would imagine, too, he might, like, whatever they're doing with growth factors and all that other stuff these days, you know, there's that, too.
Yep.
I'm impressed. I'll say I'm impressed. I'm not trying to be a jerk to Aaron Rodgers specifically or anything. I think, he's doing all the right stuff with all these new medical procedures, that it's just, it's more feasible these days.
On Sunday, after a touchdown, see if you're impressed by this, Seth, Tyreek Hill did a backflip after the touchdown, obviously in full pads, but he did it while taking a selfie video at the same time. He had a phone in his hand, and he did a selfie video right after a touchdown in full pads. Are you impressed with Tyreek Hill's ability to do the backflip while taking a selfie video?
I mean, I'm impressed with anybody who can do that. I guess it doesn't surprise me. I'm not impressed with – did he get a 15-yard penalty for it or just a fine?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Like, honestly, I don't – Look, we just saw the University of Houston win a game partly because the opponent got a 15-yard penalty celebrating or taunting after they had just scored. So whenever I see people take up for the athlete like he's fighting the man or something, all right, look, you might not like the rule, but in that moment he's hurting his team if you're getting a 15-yard penalty. So I would say just even in risking the penalty, whether he got it or not, I am unimpressed.
Okay, unimpressed. Seth is impressed maybe by the physical feat, but unimpressed overall.
It's not like you're standing up to genuine oppression or anything. It's not like he didn't do that backflip to help out the homelessness situation or anything like that. He did it just to do it. So no, I am doubly unimpressed now the more I talk and think about it.
Good. I like this. This is fun. All right, next one. Albert Breer, in his 10 takeaways column, had a paragraph about how big a surprise the Houston Texans have been this year. Albert Breer really likes the Texans. He's mentioned them positively a few times on Mondays so far this year. It seems like with each of those mentions of the Texans that he is somehow able to include a link or remember to include a link to the blockbuster Jack Easterby expose that was written by Jenny Vrentas and Greg Bishop back in 2020 on that very website, SI.com. Seth, are you impressed that every time Albert Breer gives flowers to the Texans, he's able to somehow subtly mix in with hyperlink the story of Jack Easterby?
I am impressed. And look, and honestly, like the whole Jack Easterby ordeal, and for the guy that's going to inevitably text in and say, why do you guys always talk about Jack Easterby? Sean and I might mention his name once every 3 months, but it's come up. So I would say when I was trying to figure out what the hell, it was the one time in my life I tried to be pretend investigative journalist, and I will never, ever, ever do it again. Because my God, I didn't know. I was finding stuff I didn't want to know out, and I couldn't remember what was supposed to be secret and what wasn't. Mm-hmm. So when I would call and talk to people in New England about Jack Easterby and what the hell was going on, it sounded a lot like, people were here when Jack Easterby showed up, which is a lot of people would just heap effusive praise on him. But then almost be like, but there's, I guess some people just maybe they might say things like, just be careful what you say around them. Stuff like that,
That's funny right there. I laugh at that all the time.
Yeah. A lot of the whole, like when Easterby got here and I would start talking to people about him and everything, there's a part of me that's like, well, there's something about this that just does not seem right. But you don't want to be the guy necessarily that's pushing it out there. I think that, I would say, and I think Breer, who covers Boston heavily, and maybe Breer might have been duped at one point by some of Easterby's charm at some point. I was good at detecting it early on that it was BS because I'd been duped previously in my life. So it wasn't like everybody's capable of getting duped by somebody that you might suspect is a sociopath. Until it happens to you once or twice, you might be kind of naive to it. I had been duped before, so I had my daubers up. I think that maybe Breer's the same way.
I do remember the day after Bill O'Brien was fired, within 30 seconds of us giving our initial takes on it, you said Jack Easterby needs to go too. Like you were on that like 30 seconds after we were on the air the day after they fired Bill O'Brien. So you were on it early. It
was the biggest thing that I was so amazed at was like the campaign, how effective the propaganda campaign was, both amongst media and fans, that supposedly Jack Easterby wasn't actually all that involved in stuff, which was like it was so far from the truth. But yeah, it was some weird stuff.
Last one, Deshaun Watson. He was inactive this week because of a shoulder injury. But according to Peter King, P.J. Walker told Peter King post-game that in the Browns' upset of the San Francisco 49ers, Deshaun Watson was an extra coach on the field for him during the game. Quote, he talked me through what he saw on the mistake I made on that interception by Demidor Lenoir. Lenoir.
Oh, that's now you're messing me up.
No, it's Lenoir. Yeah. It's the kid who kind of had he played for D'Amico in that I remember talking about him. Lenoir. PJ Walker, said that Deshaun Watson was like an extra coach on the field for him. He said that Watson encouraged him to make sure he throws a pass in that situation, quote, to give our guy a chance. Are you impressed that Deshaun Watson was an extra coach on the field for PJ Walker in one of the biggest upsets of the year?
I'm impressed that Deshaun Watson was dressed like he was in the Klondike as he was giving that advice. He may have had 3 ski masks on, plus his hood, his parka with the hood over completely. I thought he was Antifa for a minute. It was, and it was like 55 degrees, I think. It was an interesting choice of apparel for Deshaun. It looked like he was trying to remain completely and totally anonymous.
I was surprised that on the broadcast of the end of that game, because that game was still going when the Texans game ended. So we stayed up in the press box and we were watching it because they cut over to that game up in the press box. And I was surprised that when that field goal went wide and the Browns won the game, they didn't show Deshaun at all at any point in them showing the sideline celebration. Because that to me was the biggest story of that game, was not just the upset, but it was with the backup quarterback with the starting quarterback bailing because of an injury that I think a lot of people in Cleveland are doing a little bit of a side eye about right now. That was the story of the game. So I was surprised. Like they didn't show him. Like to the point where I was wondering, like, okay, is Deshaun at the game? Because they're not showing him at all.
There were a few good little clips. I guess they weren't highlighting him, and maybe he was like I could obviously tell that it was Deshaun. Maybe they didn't highlight him on the broadcast at all because maybe they weren't sure it was Deshaun. But he's got distinctive eyes if you look closely enough.
Distinctive, yes.
If you look into his eye, you can tell that he's like it was Deshaun for sure.
Right. His eye, yeah. He posted some rap lyrics on Instagram yesterday.
Which one? What were they? Were they Future?
You want to hear? No, they were a song called Gravity by Youngboy Never Broke Again. I have so much Youngboy Never Broke Again on my iPhone, it's ridiculous. I detected this lyric right away. I'm like, oh yeah, that's Gravity by Youngboy Never Broke Again. Here was the lyric, Seth. You ready?
Yes.
Gotta stay down and get it. I know that it's going to be all right. Can't get knocked off my pivot. I got to play my cards right. End quote.
Okay. Can't get knocked off my pivot. I got to play my cards right. So yeah, he's keeping his he's staying on task, and everything's going to be fine. And okay,
yeah.
Cool. There's not a whole lot to interpret there.
No,
that's about as straightforward as it gets.
The pictures that he had about 6 pictures on the post. Like a little scroll. They kind of flip back and forth between Deshaun wearing probably $5,000 worth of clothing and $10,000 sunglasses to him playing football. And then another one of him doing something that definitely costs a lot of money and him playing football. And then him walking into the stadium with shades and probably like nice headphones and a really expensive suit on, and then one of him playing football. So it really captured the essence of Deshaun Watson right now, which is he seems to be half Instagram influencer and half football player. I thought it was the perfect microcosm.
Is his girlfriend or is his girlfriend in his Instagram?
She was in none of the pictures that I saw. Interestingly enough, yeah. I don't think so.
I don't have my phone right now. I'm trying to keep my phone away from me, and I don't know if I'm not capable of using Instagram on my computer. I've decided that's my old guy thing. I can't seem to make it. I don't know. It doesn't work. I don't know if it's like the settings on my computer or something. Oh, there it goes. It's working now.
Okay. Yeah.
I hadn't turned my computer off in about 3 years. I think it was screwing some things up. So I restarted it this morning, and now actually everything seems to be functioning properly.
Yeah, she's in none of the pictures. The pictures are all of him like in the stadium doing stuff. So he's either walking through the concourse, like down in the tunnels, or he's at a press conference, or he's on the sidelines, or he's playing football.
What about his feed as of late? Are there, I'm looking through his posts, and I don't see his girlfriend in any until I go back to quite a while ago.
Yeah. I see some recent ones of him with Quincy Avery doing a podcast. So.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So it appears their relationship is strong right now.
So I guess this is what I'm going to tell you, Sean. This is what I can't figure out on Instagram when I'm on my computer. I can't tell what the dates are when these posts are.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's just not as functional. It's meant to be used on your phone, right?
It's in a tiny, when you click on a post, it's in a very tiny font below where it says liked by, where it lists the number of likes. It's the date is in a very tiny.
Oh, this was July. The last time in the posts. Now I don't know about his stories, obviously, but in his posts, the last time there's one of his girlfriend was July 18th.
Okay, well that's a good little.
So
while
I just
there.
People. I think some people had wondered whether how strong their relationship.
Where are they at right now? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Which might be a good thing or a bad thing for Deshaun. Who knows? Sometimes a relationship. Look at Belichick. Belichick's wife or his girlfriend dumped him, or he dumped her. Who knows? They broke up, and look at him. He's a mess.
He is.
He's probably falling asleep with Doritos all over his chest every night.
Dude, he was doing that anyways. Just had her laying next to him.
It's just him, a bag of not even Doritos. He's stooping to generic brand potato chips and generic French onion dip.
Yeah.
And he's just falling asleep with the French onion dip on his on the shelf of his belly and some on drooling off the side as he falls asleep watching Frasier every night.
Yes, like those chips that are at the bottom shelf of a really dirty convenience store, and they've got like a cartoon character you've never seen before on it before. These look like fun chips. It's got a cartoon lizard on the front of it. Let's go.
You just see Belichick in the grocery store at 11 p.m. with a rotisserie chicken and like just standing blankly looking at the potato chips, wondering. That's the middle-aged breakup dude right there. You know the look.
Which one?
There, Sean?
Which one? I have. Which one is the funnest cartoon character? Okay.
We'll go with the lizard. Fine.
Huh.
I have been there.
Yeah, so
maybe
some people they break up and it ends up being the best thing for them.
That's
maybe
true.
Sean will be all right.
Yep, that's it. Belichick, you mean? I'm not breaking up with anybody.
No, but I said Deshaun too.
Oh,
right,
Deshaun.
Right,
I think you said
yeah.
Sean. I thought you said Sean.
No, I'm sorry. Deshaun.
Got you. Yeah, which is French for of Sean, just for those who don't know. All right, let's get to our 8 at 8 o'clock here. By the way, you're listening to KILT and KILT HD too, an Odyssey station. Let's start with the Astros. They lose last night.
One.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, one. I'm a little out of practice. We don't do these on Mondays. Hit that again, Ben. I disrespected the one. I disrespected the sounder. Astros lose last night to the Texas Rangers, or yesterday afternoon. Sorry, 5-4. The final score. The big stories in this game, and I would say the big stories through the first two games, Seth, with the Astros, because they're down 0-2 now in this series. Fromber did not look good again. Didn't give up a ton of hard contact, but an error, a double error on the same play by him, opened the gate to a 4-run first inning, which the Astros never really recovered from. The bats did get going a little later in the game. Jordan is hitting in this series, so that's good. But I think that's a big theme, and I think the guys who aren't hitting right now. I know Bregman had a home run, but he's not been good in the postseason by and large so far. Maybe he snaps out of it here. Kyle Tucker and Jose Altuve, Tucker especially, that's the big one. Tucker's hitting under 100 right now, and he's in a spot in the lineup that's – I mean, this is kind of what Jose Abreu was doing to the team through the months of April through July. He was just this gigantic grenade in the middle of the lineup that wasn't getting on base at all.
Well, I mean, yeah, you know what? Very, very valid point. And obviously, like, Abreu has rectified the situation to an extreme degree compared to about what it felt like at the time. I guess the big difference is, like, A, Kyle Tucker's been here before. B, he's young. Where the Abreu, it was like, oh, crap, old guy on a new team. We've seen this before. With Kyle Tucker, my first thought is always, okay, yeah, George Springer, whatever.
He'll snap out
you can be absolutely awful and abysmal, and then end up being a series MVP. So I'm sitting here with each passing game, Sean. And by that, I mean after these two games, not after this third one. But with each passing game, I'm just waiting for Kyle Tucker to magnificently explode.
He's not high on my list of concerns. He's high on I think he's high on the list of culprits for them being down 0-2. Like, you can't ignore the fact. But he's not high on my list of concerns. I'm with you on that. I think he's going to hit. My biggest concern right now is are Christian Javier and presumably Jose Urquidy in Game 4? Are they going to give you what they gave you in the Minnesota series?
Right.
If they don't, they might get swept if they're bad.
Yeah, no, they don't have any room for both Framber and one of those guys to be their 2023 versions of themselves.
That's right.
They've got to just flat out be the guys they've been. And I do think I feel confident about that just because of the adrenaline surge and being this close to the World Series. Framber, I don't know, man. With Framber, who knows? The adrenaline might be a bad thing with Framber at this point in whatever the hell is going on with him. Those two guys, I feel like they're just dialed in and ready.
2. Texans,
D'Amico Ryans met with the media yesterday. It's a bye week coming up, so this is a chance to reflect on where we are right now. 3-3. I think most people would have signed up for 3-3 for the Texans heading into the bye. Here's where D'Amico Ryans feels like his team is at right now.
Feeling good about our team, where we are. We're learning who we are, as a team, as we continue to grow and work together. We're learning who we are, our strengths, weaknesses, what we do well, right? Things we need to lean into more, right? Opportunities, we need to give more guys some opportunities. Guys earn their right. So we'll continue to work through that and see where we are. But I like where our team is, headed into the bye, 500. We've done some things really well, but proud of the way the guys played yesterday, proud of the win, but there's also still a lot of things that we can clean up, a lot of things that we can improve on, but I'm encouraged with where we are as a team.
All right, I'm encouraged by where they are as a team too. Seth, it's the bye week, so the coaches are still presumably going to be working here? If D'Amico's putting the list of prioritizing the list of things they need to be working on here or need to fix during the bye week, where are we at? What's the biggest thing?
Because there's some things with the Texans right now that, ultimately probably are just going to be solved with personnel. There's other things that are very much more just about repetition and honing things. I think the run game, first and foremost, is like the thing that you can go down, you can dissect. What have your biggest problems been? Because you can go through and figure out 1,900 different things that are wrong with the run game right now, but you're only going to be able to fix a few things. And I think, one, on the coaching side of things and on Bobby Sloak's side, it's simply going to be about play selection. I think they've done some really good things with some of the play calling. I think when it's worked out, they've been very creative. When the creativity doesn't work out, we accuse them of being too clever. That's just the way it goes. Mm-hmm. But there have been a lot of instances where they've been both clever and good. So using and figuring out what's working there, but then also the play selection and the player selection. When are you using Singletary? When are you using Damian Pierce? And how do you keep from forming too many tendencies based on which guy is in the game? One thing they did last week that I liked a lot was just having two running backs on the field.
I like that formation too, where they were next to CJ in kind of a shotgun position.
And it creates some weaknesses, but if you're using it sparingly and everything, you can bust a lot of tendencies. So I think the run game, first and foremost, is like the most fixable thing. And by fixable, I don't need all of a sudden Damian Pierce to be Adrian Peterson.
Right.
I need the combination of those three running backs when you throw Boone into the mix to be credible, like to offset and to complement C.J. Stroud instead of being a weight around his ankles.
They need to be good enough to where you're not having to throw the football in the last 3 minutes of the game in order to move it, because what happened then was they threw 2 incomplete passes and left the Saints with 2 extra timeouts. It needs to be something you can lean on to get a few first downs at the end of a game.
Which, and to be fair, they made progress in that last game. They were a lot better in a lot of regards. They averaged over 4 yards per carry, so that part was good. But, the true test, just as it is with the Texans' run defense, it's, okay, can you run the ball when you need to run the ball, and can you stop the run when you need to stop the run? The Texans finally, blessedly, came up big with a couple of huge stuffs in the run game at the end of the game, but it's still not good enough. So those two things, the run offense and the run defense, both some very fixable things they can get to be at least competent at it.
3.
Quick one here. Here's D'Amico Ryans with an update on rookie offensive lineman Juice Scruggs and rookie wide receiver Tank Dell.
Yeah, we'll see where Juice is when we come back from the bye. He's had a good week last week, so we'll see, if he continues to progress in the right direction, and Tank should be back and ready to go after the bye as well.
We haven't celebrated enough that last part. Tank Dell's going to be back, man. Tank Dell's coming back for Carolina. That's big.
Well, and I guess, what is it? I feel like with concussions, is it just me, or have we all reached a stage where you're it feels weird to try to root for a guy to come back as fast as he can from concussion injuries? I kind of go into a mode when somebody goes into the concussion protocol. I'm like, listen, I don't want to be the guy that's acts like I don't give a damn about brain injuries or anything. So I'm just going to be patient, and Tank comes back when he comes back. I do wonder, since it sounds like there was a chance he could have played on Sunday, and maybe they were just being extra careful with him. Also, when considering the fact that, okay, not only will he not play this week, but we have the bye week next week too. So if you just really want to, try to, as much as possible, get rid of the chance of reconcussing him, then we'll be extra safe in this instance.
Bye week on the back end of it may have had something to do with that decision. You're absolutely right, because you're getting an extra week out of it here.
If there's anything we learned, especially from Miami last year, it's not nearly as scientific or precise as we'd love it to be. That's just the nature of concussions.
4.
Monday Night Football last night, the Dallas Cowboys, they recover nicely from their thrashing at the hands of the 49ers. They go to L.A. and they beat the Chargers 20-17 last night. The final score of that game. Seth, the Chargers, they're not 2-3 on the season. Put them on the list of teams that aren't as good as the Houston Texans right now. They The Chargers fall to 2-3. I was really hoping the Chargers would win though, because I wanted to have the same record as the Cowboys heading into the bye week. That would have been a nice consolation prize, considering the Astros are down 0-2 to the Rangers right now.
We've grown tired of having the same playoff record since our existence began, as Dallas does.
Yep.
But or at least generally thereabouts. But for one, I keep feeling like I want to just become kind of a Chargers fan as my backup team just because I feel bad for them. But then I don't want to sign on for being a Chargers fan. Sean, even though we put hexes on people on the reg, I feel like that's more of a psychological ploy that works than anything else. People find out they have the hex on them and they behave in hex-like ways.
Yep.
I'm not superstitious one tiny bit. The Chargers test me. I feel like they are vexed somehow. I feel like they did something mean in a previous life. I don't know what it is or what happened, but why? Yeah. Why do they find so many different ways to lose?
It's incredible.
It's a cliche to say people find ways to lose. The Chargers, they just do it in all manner of I don't get it. I don't get it.
It doesn't matter who the coach is or who the quarterback is. It's the uniform. It just is. You're absolutely right.
5.
Anthony Richardson, probably done for the season. Seth, this had become a topic over the weekend that I think Schefter and Rappaport and the national guys were reporting that the Colts rookie quarterback could be getting shoulder surgery, done for the year. Jim Irsay confirmed that to Stephen Holder, who covers the Colts for The Athletic, that Anthony Richardson is probably done for the season, and it'll be the Gardner Minshew show in Indianapolis. How concerned would you be as a Colts fan that this is going to become the norm, that Anthony Richardson is just never going to be a guy who you can trust to take the field every Sunday?
I'd be super concerned. I also think I'd be super concerned, too, just if I were Chris Ballard, the general manager, because this is another one where I don't know how much Anthony Richardson was his choice, but it's yet another year now where, for whatever reason, that you didn't find the quarterback, like for this year. Like obviously they're going to roll forward with the draft pick next year. But like it's yet another year in a steady procession of the same exact problem of, we don't have the right quarterback this year. Unless Gardner Minshew somehow, like Gardner Minshew kind of fell back to earth like Gardner Minshew tends to do last week.
Yeah, he was bad last week. I still think they're going to win some games with Gardner Minshew, but yeah, he was bad last week.
6.
A quick NBA bullet point. Rockets played the Spurs last night in a preseason game, and they won 99-89. And you might be saying, wow, that's awesome. Albeit a preseason taste against Victor Wembanyama, and they beat him by 10. Yeah, Wemby didn't play last night, but the Rockets won a game, and 99-89 preseason, and the NBA season will be here before we know it.
Dude, as I consume the NBA preseason in the only acceptable way, which is through short clips on the internet and television. I'm joking, obviously, if you're a diehard in your, but honestly, when I'm talking about non-Rocket teams, Wembanyama, oh wow, like it doesn't look right. It doesn't look human. He defends an entire basketball team by himself.
He's amazing.
Like he keeps 5 guys out of the paint. It's so weird.
It's crazy. It's crazy. And quick note too, Jeff Van Gundy, which as long as we'll combine our NBA into one note, Jeff Van Gundy has been hired to be part of the Celtics coaching staff, senior consultant for basketball operations. That was one of the stranger purges by ESPN when they were firing a bunch of people earlier this year.
Yeah.
Jeff Van Gundy, I feel like Jeff Van Gundy is really, really good at his job. I don't know what he was making money-wise. I know the cuts were made for financial reasons. But Van Gundy is somebody I'll watch an NBA game to listen to Jeff Van Gundy on the commentary because I think he's really, really good.
I wonder, you never know. It could have come down to something like, we want you to tweet more or something. And I don't know if I know his brother has a Twitter account. I don't know if Van Gundy does. I could see Van Gundy basically just being like, nah, not worth it to me. For something like that, not even a financial consideration. It's just, obviously with the acquisition of Pat McAfee and everything else, ESPN's trying to modernize. They're trying to become, to monetize their internet side more. And if I could totally see Van Gundy just not being into that. I have zero clue. I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't necessarily about money. It's like something something other than money.
He still had a flip phone like 8 years into the iPhone era. He may still have one now, so you're absolutely, you may be right about that.
7.
Flag football, Seth, is going to be an Olympic sport in 2028. Are you going to head to the gym today and start working out so you can be part of the United States flag football team in 2028?
Olympics, man. I don't know. Like, I understand. It turned to. I don't think this is even like an old dude take or anything. It felt like it just 20 years ago or so. It turned kind of into like, hey, what's the latest fad? Can we do Zumba? Can we make Zumba an Olympic sport? Whatever's in now, Peloton. Let's make Peloton the latest Olympic sport.
Yeah.
And like flag football has been around forever, but it's football, which is a very, very American sport and not all that popular, even though it's growing elsewhere. I don't get it as an American. I don't get it as an Olympic sport.
Okay, here's the question. Here's the question. Does flag football become to football what the World Baseball Classic became to baseball? Where guys decide to play in it that are under contract to the NFL, and guys start getting hurt playing flag football, blowing out quads.
You know what? I'm actually honestly surprised that flag football made it in before pickleball, or did they put pickleball in?
I'd have to check. Yeah, I'm not sure if pickleball. I don't know. I only saw the headline on flag football and saw the article about flag football. So yeah,
pickleball. Oh, the Houstonians building like a $5 million pickleball facility.
They are. Yeah. No, I talked to Steve Frunterhouse, who's the GM over there. They're adding pickleball over there for sure.
8.
All right, quick listener shout out, listener bullet point. I like doing this, especially here in Texas, high school football. We're coming up on the playoffs pretty soon. I met a coach at my Yingling outing on Saturday out at La Brisa in League City. He was there. His name's Kevin Bernithi. He's the head coach at LaPorte High School. He's a listener to the show. And he told me he's in his second year there. And LaPorte's had a rough go of it over the last few years. But the Bulldogs are in the playoffs for the first time since 2017 with a 56-42 win over New Caney Porter. And so I am giving a shout-out to Kevin Bernithi, head coach, and the team out at LaPorte. Congratulations, boys. Way to get back to the postseason. Good job.
Go LaPorte.
Go LaPorte. We may adopt them as our official team of Payne and Pendergast. But,
oh, really? I don't want to. Boy, okay. We got to really if we were to adopt a high school.
I said may. Yeah,
may. I mean, that's a lot of people get angry at us about that stuff sometimes.
That's true. I guess we need to look and see which the biggest high school is that we could adopt, so then at least we're getting maximum pop for it. You know what I mean? Sorry, small schools. It's all about the ears.
You're going to be like the guy that chooses to go to Joel Osteen for a very specific reason. You're like, oh, let me look at yeah. Listen, everybody, I'm not talking about, I'm saying like the person that goes to a huge church just because they've like done the demographics and they're like, oh, that's my best business opportunity.
Maybe.
Yeah. Okay, so what's the biggest high school in Houston?
Text in. I have no idea. Yeah, text in. 713-572-4610. Good job, Coach Bernithi. Way to go. And nice meeting you out at La Brisa on Saturday. All right, up next, Bill Hancock, Executive Director of the College Football Playoff. He's in the building. He's going to join us for a few minutes, and we'll talk about how are things going with the plans for the championship game here in Houston. What's this new 12-team playoff going to look like? What's the effect realignment's having on it? He'll join us next. I want to talk about West Point Lincoln right now, though. Chris Poulos and
Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, this is fun. The college football playoff championship game is in Houston this year in January, and it's been a crazy college football year so far. And joining us in studio right now, he's in Houston, the executive director of the college football playoff. He's been that since the college football playoff has been a thing in 2014. And, of course, the BCS before that. He's been doing it a long time. Bill Hancock joining us here in studio. Bill, it's great to see you.
Well, great to see you, and I appreciate your having me on. We usually get to do this by phone.
Right.
I really thought you were just computer-generated.
No, well, you give it time, the way things are. You never know. But, no, there's still a person behind this. So everybody's super excited about the championship game coming here, obviously. How are things going so far here in Houston and getting ready for that big event?
Things are going great. Houston has everything anybody needs to put on an event like this. All the infrastructure is there. Airports, let's say that plural.
Yep.
Hotels, convention center, of course the stadium, and the people power. Houston has everything it takes for an event like ours. We're very, very excited to be here and really to be in an area that cares so much about college football.
Well, and this has been a super interesting year in a couple years for the NCAA, for the college football playoffs. Obviously, there's been a lot of change over the past 5 or 6 years. Did you have any idea going into this season where between NIL, the transfer portal, realignment, everything else, were you optimistic about it? Were you nervous about it? Because in my mind, it seems like things have actually gone way better than I would have thought, when it felt like there was almost like a near chaos in some respects last year.
You know, that's a really good question. And if I had been smart enough, I would have figured it out that we were going to have a blockbuster season with a lot of parity, seemingly, at this point. I mean, there's a lot more football to be played, of course. But I don't think the fans are as upset about the NIL and the portal as the administrators and coaches are. Look at the attendance every week. It's off the charts. The viewership is off the charts. So I don't think the game's ever been more popular.
Yeah, and I think the TV ratings bear that out too. There's more and more people watching it these days as well. Bill Hancock, executive director of the college football playoff, joining us here in studio. Of course, the big talk with the playoff, especially in light of all the change going on in college football, is the expansion of the playoff as well. And I know there's been a lot of moving parts with that have been kind of thrust upon you with a lot of the realignment and everything. What can you tell us about the expansion to 12 teams and where you guys are at with how that's going to look right now?
Well, we're in very good shape. I was telling our staff a couple of weeks ago, if we had to, we could start the 12-team event this year. I'm glad we don't. And it's really cool that Houston really gets to have the last of the 4-team CFPs. The biggest change I think people will notice is those first-round games on campus. Nothing like that's ever been attempted before in college football. A playoff game on campus the third weekend of December. Oh, my goodness. But we're making good progress on it. So many details, everything from lodging to ticket availability for the visitors to marching band to, I don't know, squad size. Do we need a squad size limit? And it's really been fun to be involved with it.
Yeah, I'm putting the college campuses tend to be pretty dormant that time of year. There's probably a lot of facilities people, some that are angry about it, but some that are super stoked because they're going to get like a full extra week of work out of hosting a football team and students and all of that.
I tell you nailed it. Some are angry and some are really fired up.
Yeah.
Well, I think the interesting element that brings into it is, things like weather. The playoff games and bowl games are generally planned in places that people go to and mix it in as a vacation. This is going to be a little bit more like the NFL, where you can have a game in South Bend or in Madison, Wisconsin, or something like that, and it actually plays into part of the strategy or how you look at even predicting these games.
Absolutely, and we do have a clause that a home team can move a game to a neutral site, and people think about that as, if you're in the northern tier, you might want to go to a nearby dome stadium. That ain't happening.
Yeah.
If you ask the coaches, Jim Harbaugh is one, he would say, nah, we're playing here in the big house. Don't move us to Detroit.
Yeah. Oh.
So you've got the rankings will come out October 31st this year, right? The first set of rankings on Halloween. How often in that first week do you see? Is there a pretty big gap sometimes that narrows after the first week of discussions, and then people start to get a feel for what the argument lines are? Like, do you ever go into that week having much different expectations or feelings than you end up feeling when those rankings come out?
As you know, every team changes every week. No team is the same next week as they were last week. But all the committee can go on is the first 9 games, of course. So we have seen significant changes after the first ranking, between the first ranking and the last one, as teams kind of figure it out, they get better, they get hurt. The game just changes. The first number 1 team in the first CFP ranking was Mississippi State. Which wound up not
back in 2014.
Back in 2014.
Yep.
Which wound up not making the playoff. And that's a pretty good example of how things change.
Yeah, I do like the transparency part of that you guys put the rankings out, on a weekly basis once a certain point of the season hits. I guess, the fans, I think the fact that it's human beings selecting it, I actually like that because for what we do, it lends itself to a lot of debate and content. What are the instructions that are given to the selection committee as they go into this process?
Well, we do the weekly rankings to give you all something to talk about.
Yes, and that works very well. Thank you.
Well, Sean, that's exactly I guess where I was getting with it. I just watched 12 Angry Men last week, so it's like in my mind, you've got these 13 members, they're sitting in a room, and I like thinking about the different personalities of the people and like how they might argue. For their, you're going to have some that are more charismatic. You're going to have some, like R.C. Slocum's going to have a huge level of respect from some of the younger members. So do you start to get a personality for a feel for who the personalities are and exactly how they're going to butt heads?
I make that reference to 12 Angry Men a lot. Not that our guys are angry, but just that they're all different. Like those people all were different. And our members have different perspectives on the game. We have a journalist, we have coaches, we have players, we have people from the community and who actually played the game. But I love the different perspectives. And every meeting someone will say, Coach, how do you feel about it? Coach Jim Grobe, what do you think about it? Mm-hmm. Coach Joe Taylor, tell us, what do you see from a coach's perspective? When I did the NCAA tournament for all those years, we didn't have people from the community. We didn't really have prominent ex-players like Will Shields, the great offensive lineman, has a different perspective than the journalists do. Neither one's necessarily right or better or stronger, but just different.
I do feel, as a former defensive lineman, I do feel you guys are way too heavily weighted with offensive linemen. You got Urschel too, so you got 2 former offensive linemen on there. You need to balance that out with somebody.
Yeah. I like Seth Payne. I think
JJ Watt. Yeah. Put JJ on there.
Oh yeah, JJ. That would be a good one.
Yeah. Seth, all you have to do to get on the committee too is just step down from radio.
No, okay, never mind.
Just retire.
I've got this job waiting for me? Oh, my God.
No. Bill Hancock, Executive Director of the College Football Playoff, joining us here. Before we get you out of here, because I know you got a meeting down the hall that you've got to get to here, when it was a 14 playoff, I think, it expanding to 12 was like, oh, that's way down the road, and it took so long to get to 4. The 4 to 12 process took, I think, a lot shorter than we all thought it would be. Do you see it going beyond 12 anytime? Is that something that's down on the horizon for you, or is 12 enough to eat right now?
12's enough to eat right now. Yeah. There hasn't been any talk about more. I mean, Joe Fan is talking about it, of course.
Yeah.
What Joe Fan wants is more football.
Yeah.
And I'm Joe Fan in many ways, so I want more college football. I get that. But 12's the number, and we're going to park here for a while.
Okay, good stuff. Bill Hancock, and we're excited here in Houston for this thing coming. As you mentioned, we're a big event city, and we haven't had this one before. This is going to be a whole lot of fun.
It'll be awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you again so much for having me on.
Of course, absolutely. Bill Hancock, Executive Director of the College Football Playoff. Great to meet you in person finally, Bill.
Thank you, Sean. Let's do it on the phone.
Okay.
Again.
Yeah.
You got my number.
We will have you on again before we get to the Holy Grail here in January for sure.
Fair deal. Thanks.
All right. Good stuff. Bill Hancock, Executive Director of the College Football Playoff. He's got important meetings to get to, Seth.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's how I am, too. I've got very important I have to, later on, I'm going to call and see if I can get my Verizon bill lowered a
That's a
little bit.
big meeting for you.
Yes, that is. Yeah,
I'm gonna cost savings.
I'm going to threaten to go to a different carrier, even though I'm not actually.
Right.
That's my drama for the
Put your
afternoon.
foot down, Seth. Do it.
If anybody from Verizon is listening, don't tell anybody, okay?
This is going to be interesting, this college football playoff. We didn't dig into the teams too much with Bill because there's probably not a lot of biases he's allowed to show or maybe even has. But this is a really interesting year just with the Pac-12 all of a sudden being a factor. The Pac-12 being a factor in the college football playoff in a year where basically it's got like a bomb strapped to it.
Yeah. Oh, no, honestly, this is where the whole, it's such a cautionary tale of trying to predict anything when it comes to things that have never happened before. Like to actually somehow predict that this is how things were going to shake out this year with, with Washington or Oregon or all these other teams that were, A, they were going to abandon their conferences.
It's crazy.
And that, B, many of them would still be very much top 10 teams and in playoff in the playoff.
It's wild, man.
I mean, you could have predicted that Oregon and Washington were going to be good teams. It's just the Pac-12 shaking out the way it was going to.
It's crazy.
Crazy.
They've had six or seven teams in the top 25 for most of the year. It's been wild. We'll see. We'll see if a Texas team winds up. UT losing to Oklahoma hurt that. I think UT can still get there. I think if they went out and they win the Big 12 championship, I think they would get in. All right, that was Bill Hancock, executive director of the College Football Playoff, joining us here in studio. That was a good chat. All right, up next, are the Texans actually better than their 3-3 record? There is one reporter that says absolutely, but there is something scary about the list of teams that are better than their records as well. We will get to that next.
You know what's scary? What's scary is if you're thinking about
Twin Peaks Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, big thanks to Bill Hancock, Executive Director, College Football Playoff, joining us in studio. Championship game here in Houston in January, early January. Should be a whole lot of fun. We do big events well here in Houston.
That is the first time I've seen him in person. That's he's a sprightly 72 years old.
Is that how old he is? 72?
He's stepping down after 2024. I don't know if that means after the 2024 championship.
Okay.
The season championship or whatever. So he's got at most 1 year left. But I feel like he'll probably go on and do something else. He's not just going to – he doesn't seem like the retiring type.
No, not at all. I wonder, 2024, I think that's the first year they're expanding to 12. I would hope for his sake, like he gets to oversee a 12-team playoff one time. You know, like he was kind of one of the people that got it to that point, you know?
It's insane how much change there's been in college football in, what would you say, 3 years? Like when it comes to things that you never would have expected or anticipated, it's easy in hindsight to say, well, yeah, obviously NIL was going to happen at some point. But it's like there were so many seemingly insurmountable barriers that for everything to happen as fast as it has, it's very, very strange.
The biggest one that I think people thought was going to kill the sport maybe was not NIL, and I don't think it was a transfer portal. I think people thought like realignment's going to kill the sport because you're destroying all these rivalries. You're making all these you're creating completely nonsensical conferences geographically.
Yeah.
And granted, we haven't gotten to the point like next year's the big year where the Pac-12 implodes and all these.
We haven't faced the geographic test yet.
We haven't.
Yeah, like this extreme. Not to mention the falling out amongst all the other sports, like the non-revenue sports having to travel all that distance.
Yeah, and that's a thing. That's a legit thing. Like as far as football fans go, though, I feel like the thing that's driving all the realignment is the very mechanism that's serving us college football, and it's television. So like sometimes when something negatively impacts a sport, television is having to cover up for it or they're just having to deal with it. Whereas like the reason why these conferences are realigning are the TV networks who are going to do their best to just ignore that as a thing, and they're going to market these matchups, and we're all going to, and gambling helps too. Let's not ignore that. Like, you know,
it's just such a foreign thing. I can't even think back to what it was like when it was just a really, really big deal to have your team go and play in the Cotton Bowl or the Rose Bowl or anything else, into where the national championship was almost like an afterthought in some ways. That like, and I'm talking even when it was still all polling, like it had shifted, you know, from the bowls obviously just weren't quite as significant. I mean, things were just a lot more regional in nature. It's like I find myself nostalgic for an era that I didn't even actually live through. You know,
Yes.
Oh yeah, it was better back when the Rose Bowl meant something.
Right.
Like okay, it never really.
So I'm told. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are the Texans better than their 3-3 record would indicate, Seth? Can you make an argument that the Texans are better than their record would indicate? DeMeco Ryans was very yesterday. He had the perfect approach. He wasn't asked this question directly, but he raised the point like, we're 3-3, and that's where we should be right now. You are what your record is, and you're 3-3.
Well, yeah, in a lot of respects, you look at the offense, the defense, they're right in that meaty middle third part when it comes to scoring or other things. That they're about average in a lot of ways, which is a huge step forward, but they're average.
Jeffrey Chadia of NFL.com, he's a columnist for NFL.com, has 5 teams that are better than their current record.
Okay.
And the Texans are one of them. He says the Texans are better than their 3-3 record. He said there's no way anybody was picking Houston for this kind of list when the season started. That was before C.J. Stroud started his career in stellar fashion, and the Texans found various ways to battle through adversity. This is a team that's endured all sorts of issues on the offensive line. It doesn't have much of a rushing attack. Yet here they stand. They've beaten Pittsburgh. They've beaten Jacksonville. They're a game out of the lead in the division. They're balanced. They ranked 11th in both scoring offense and defense coming into Sunday's game against the Saints. So they had the 11th most prolific offense scoring-wise, and they had the 11th best defense scoring-wise. It also has he points out, they got a pretty favorable schedule coming out of the bye. That shouldn't factor into what they are at 3-3, but he says this is a better team because of C.J. Stroud, a better team than their 3-3 record would indicate.
if you're going to look at where I kind of feel like if you slap them in the middle there, like the offensive rankings are nice and all that, and the defensive rankings are nice. That's progress. And I do think and they're based on substance. It's not just a random chance. They really haven't had a game where you felt like, other than the Jaguars game, really. The Jaguars game was the only one where you felt like, okay, that was a blowout, mostly because there was some really a couple huge key plays that weren't necessarily indicative of how the entire game was going, but I still felt like the Texans beat the Jaguars. The interesting thing is if they're a 500 team, two of the teams they lost to are generally considered to probably be in the lower half of the league. So they lost to the Colts, they lost to the Falcons, and yet they lost to the Ravens, which makes sense. But they also lost to two other teams. But they beat the Steelers. I'm just looking at the ESPN power rankings right now. And then beat the Jaguars, who are a top 10 team in a lot of power rankings. If we're going to go college football playoff style and just do the transitive property, that's about right where they should be. They beat some good teams. They've lost to some bad teams. There you go.
I don't know how you feel about that Atlanta loss. After they lost to the Falcons to fall to 2-3, my feeling was okay, well, these are the Texans are we're hoping they're an average football team this year. Average would be huge progress this year. I know they're probably hoping for more in the building, but coming into the season, we thought if they're an average football team this year, that is a major step up for a team that's been one of the worst in the league the last 3 seasons. And so after the Atlanta game, my feeling was, Seth, if you're an average team, you're going to win some games like that, and you're going to lose some games like that. They'll probably win a game on a last-second field goal that they maybe shouldn't have won along the way. Over 17 games, that's going to happen. A week later, the Atlanta loss hurts more to me now a week later than it did the day it happened, because Desmond Ridder went out at home, by the way, where he was undefeated, went out this weekend against Washington and was abysmal. He was the Desmond Ridder that you and I were predicting was going to show up in the pregame show back in Week 5. He threw 3 picks against Washington. He was terrible.
But I think that's where that's one of the things that kind of keeps me in check about getting too optimistic about the Texans is I don't think it was a flukish good performance by Desmond Ridder. I think that the Texans gave him time to throw the football, and versus a secondary that was banged up, but not 100% and totally banged up. They had three of their 4 starting defensive backs were playing in that game.
Yep.
It's just their depth at cornerback is really shaky right now. Yeah. So that's the part where I'm like, okay, that's you let Desmond Ridder be that guy. So there's just things they need to overcome on offense. They need to get the rushing offense better. If they did 2 things. If somehow they magically had a really genuinely fearsome pass rush and they could actually run the ball, even if they could consistently run the ball the way they did for the most part this past week, then they might vault up into that genuinely above average team. But those 2 things are 2 of the major items that are keeping them back right now.
There are 5 teams on this list of teams that have teams that may be better than their record would indicate. Of the other 4, 3 of them are on the Texans' future schedule. The Bengals at 3-3, the Browns at 3-2, and the Jets at 3-3. Of those 3 teams, of those 3 teams, it's a no-brainer which one concerns me the most. It's the Cincinnati Bengals. Joe Burrow, they probably are better than their 3-3 record would indicate if Joe Burrow's healthy now.
Joe Burrow is hobbling around on a bum calf for the first quarter of the season, and it looks like that's getting better. So the Bengals will be the really interesting one as far as just the test of where you are right now. I would like to, if they face the team on their schedule yet where they've faced teams that are in flummox. The Ravens, when they faced the Ravens, let's say the Texans had pulled that off, it still would have been okay, it's week 1, Lamar Jackson with a new offensive coordinator, and not maybe necessarily the Ravens at full force. I don't know if we would have even counted that heavily or fully weighted that as an upset victory or anything. So I think that we're still waiting for some of these teams to define themselves before we figure out exactly what the Texans are.
I'll give you a reason for optimism in that Cincinnati game. By the way, that Cincinnati game, if we're looking ahead, man, it's just fun to be able to look ahead at some of these games and go, boy, that could be significant. That could be significant. Cincinnati also has a bye week. I think they're on a bye this week as well, Cincinnati. So they're 3-3. they play at San Francisco, and they host Buffalo in their 2 games before playing the Texans. The Texans play the Panthers and the Buccaneers. They play the Panthers in Charlotte and the Buccaneers at home. So I don't know what the 2 teams' records are going to be going into that game, but that game in Week 10 between the Bengals and the Texans could be one that is like on the fringe of the playoff hunt, is one that is fairly important for that week. And here's what I like about it, Seth. For that game, which I think is I think on paper that's the hardest game the Texans have left right now, is at Cincinnati in Week 10. The Bengals play the Niners and the Bills the 2 weeks before that, and then they play at Baltimore and host Pittsburgh, 2 division games the 2 weeks after that. So it's almost like this Texans game is plunked down in the middle of all these either division teams or Super Bowl contenders. And I don't know, man, like that could be a look-ahead situation. The Texans might really benefit from being plunked into a bunch of marquee games on the Bengals schedule right there.
The biggest thing they could do to really upset things would be as if they win a bunch of games before then.
Yeah,
and then
don't do anything. Don't do anything to get their attention. Like win games. Yeah,
that would be a real disaster if they lost their trap game status going into that Bengals game because of all of a sudden they look like a really good football team. The worst thing, I just can't have the Texans being 8-2 when they enter that game.
No.
What week is it in?
It's in Week 10. They need to. And that needs to be a trap.
They certainly won't be 8-2. I don't need them being 6-3 with the bye week there going into that game. Obviously, I'm joking. I do think that there's one thing too. Like obviously, I just said obviously like 3 times in 37 seconds. Sean, put me down.
You're good.
Put me down. It's time to put me down.
No, I'm not.
Listen, obviously, there's one thing about the Texans right now. If you look at the Pro Football Focus grades as a whole, I'll be the first to say, look, the grades are dicey. I like Pro Football Focus for some reasons, but their grades tend to be unreliable when you break it down to individuals. I think when you look at a whole team or you look at a whole position group, you start to get a feel for things. Mm-hmm. So when you look at the Texans roster on Pro Football Focus, it's color-coded. Red and yellow are bad. Green and blue are really good. Like blue is like you're a blue chipper. There is so much more green and blue on this roster than there was 6 weeks ago, that like genuinely gives me a nice little warm feeling in my belly, because it's like a relatively objective measure of like as a whole, how has this team been playing? And in the spot that you didn't really expect to see much green or blue on at all would be in the wide receiving group, where Nico Collins, like they've got him ranked as their 6th out of 112 receivers.
He's a Pro Bowl receiver this year. So
yeah. Like, and I think a lot of times, as much as people like to talk about, well, that Shanahan system just gets the most out of a quarterback, and the quarterbacks are system quarterbacks, this, that. It's always about the quarterbacks and sometimes maybe the running backs. Back in the day, they used to try to discount what various running backs were doing. I think the danger is that there's a certain skill set that thrives in this system that, like, it might be a little bit different than what some other people or teams are looking for, but that doesn't mean that it's less valuable.
Right.
But for wide receivers especially, I'll see people say, well, we'd like to see what Brock Purdy would do if they didn't have Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk. Like, all right, excuse me, but like those guys were not so ethereally gifted that they were high draft picks.
That's absolutely true. Yes.
Yep. Like those guys have benefited from the system as well. So, and it's a matter of finding guys like in those are big physical guys that are cool with run blocking, and B, they get run after the catch. That's what Nico Collins is. He loves to run block, and he gets run after the catch. It's just he might have just finally found the perfect system for himself.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Power rankings are out. What are the league? What are the national pundits saying about the Houston Texans? We power rank the power rankings next.
Ability trees, power ranked number 1. Which power rankings is that? The Houston Tree Care Specialist power ranking, because Louis Flory is Houston's tree care specialist. He's been doing it for decades, and most of all, he just loves what he does. He could have retired whenever he wanted to long ago, but he just loves driving around Houston and helping people, especially right now when there is so much damage from all of this erratic, hot, crazy weather that we've had, whether it's the droughts, whether it's the heat itself. Your trees have suffered because of it. Have Louis Flory come to your place, check out your trees, diagnose any issues or stress that they might still be having from the crazy summer. And then basically it'll be like giving an IV to your trees. Feeding your trees will be giving it all the nutrients and everything that it's missing since these really, really bad conditions and these erratic circumstances that we've had over the past couple years. Check it out online at abilitytrees.com or give them a call at 281-441-4179. It's Ability Tree Experts, Houston's leading tree care professionals.
Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday.
During the breaker, I was just bragging to Sean about how I'd finished the hour-long anti-harassment training on the HR portal, which you curiously apparently didn't have to do like I did, but okay. Listen, I've got a certificate, okay? So you can can it with your dumbass comments, you idiot. Okay, well, I passed the anti-harassment stuff, so I don't have to hear it from some Mick like you and your stupid immigrant ways, okay?
Get your hand off my leg. While you're saying that.
Now you just get up and walk on out of here, but be sure your shirt ain't covering your behind.
That's right.
Sean.
Let me get a good look. Let me get some fries with that shake.
Hold on a second. Let me call one of the women in here to take notes.
You had to take Hey, Toots.
Toots. Yeah.
You had to take an hour-long one?
It took me an hour.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if it's supposed to be an hour long.
They're all like 4 minutes.
The
harassment
one's long.
Yeah, the harassment
They really want to get it into your head that you shouldn't be harassing people.
Yeah.
The harassment one's really long. You know what? I actually appreciate the anti-harassment. Sometimes those HR ones, it's kind of like they'll show a skit where it's like a boss. It's like, hey, if you sleep with me, you'll get a promotion. And you're like, okay, I got to take a quiz on whether this is appropriate or not. This one, they actually do some of the more nuanced ones and ask, like, they make you figure out, like, okay, is this enough that it was harassment or she could have a case or whatever. So, like, this one actually was very good because I think it was like some of the gray area or what people think are gray areas or sometime or where people fall short, obviously.
Was it legit an hour or was it an hour because you had to take it 3 times and it was 20 minutes each time?
Because I kept
failing.
Giving the wrong answers. I gave a wrong answer once because I wasn't listening to the question right, and it was one of those scaled ones where it was like, is this harassment? And it's like the one choice is like very likely, somewhat likely, not at all, and it was definitely very likely harassment in this instance. This was like the quid pro quo, like, hey, sleep with me, you'll get the promotion.
Yeah,
I somehow did the wrong end of the scale. I said definitely not harassment, it was like very unlikely, and I thought there was like a double negative in the question or something. So like, I hope there's no red flag somewhere. They were like, hey, we got to keep an eye on this guy. Like,
I like to think that somewhere, like up in the Northeast where we're headquartered, there's this sexual harassment mission control, and as soon as somebody takes a test and answers something like that, like the 5 lab rats that are in there, like these red lights start flashing. Oh, hang on, triage. Seth Payne just took the test in Houston. Add him to the watch list.
No, my face pops up, and they're like, oh, yeah, that fits the profile.
For sure. We've heard about this guy.
Every video we do has a 48-year-old white dude basically committing all the crimes. 48-year-old white dude walks into the scene. You're like, oh, there he is. This guy's definitely about to be inappropriate.
You know, Jenkins, I think we're doing a pretty good job on getting the company educated on sexual harassment. I agree, Carl. Like, Seth's smiling face popping up on these gigantic mission control movie screens. Abort. All right. Power rank the power rankings. How are the Texans doing in the eyes of the national folks? Because in the eyes of Houstonians, I think they're doing delightfully right now. They're first in our hearts in the power rankings right now. Here we go. They are very bunched up this week, whereas the last few weeks, when we started doing this a few weeks ago, you know, after they won a couple games and it got fun to see what people thought of them, they were anywhere from like 22nd to 12th. Like there was a big wide range of what people thought of the Texans after the Jacksonville and, more importantly, the Steelers win, I would say. Dominant win at home against a name brand team. It's starting. The Texans seem, Seth, to be finding their level within the opinions nationally here. So here we go. For whatever reason, NFL.com does not have their power rankings available yet. Do better, NFL.com. It's your damn league. These are your teams. Get your power rankings up.
You know, they're based in L.A. They sleep in.
No excuse.
And by that, I mean they wake up by Pacific Coast time. But otherwise, sleeping in. Yeah.
All right, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. We start at the bottom of the list. The Athletic. Now, granted, The Athletic is tied with a couple of other outlets, so this is a bit haphazard, but I'm going to put The Athletic.
But they're also, we've got, for one, we've got representation up there now that Brooks Cabina is going to be writing for the Athletic.
But he's covering the Eagles.
Right, but he can that'll make it. He can work on the sly. He'll be saying nice things about the Texans, and people won't even think about it. They'll be like, oh yeah, you make a good point, Brooks. That's good.
I'm starting to like these Texans, and I don't even know why. Hand me a cheesesteak. The Athletic has the Texans at 17th, and here's what they say. C.J. Stroud finally threw an interception, but the Saints fumbled it back to Houston right away. Stroud, who had an NFL record 191 pass attempts without a pick to start his career, is fourth in the league with 1,660 passing yards. Speaking of rookies, edge rusher Will Anderson, who had 7 pressures Sunday, has only 1 sack, but is 13th in the league in quarterback hurries. I'm actually more interested in your thoughts on that Will Anderson take than the C.J. Stroud stuff, Seth.
Okay, so this is where I am with Will Anderson. It's so frustrating to even try to explain because he's doing some things really well, except there's one big thing that I'd like him to be doing better where he could be having like a Rookie of the Year type performance. But as far as just compressing the pocket, making the quarterback uncomfortable, and also in essentially playing really well against the run, he is affecting the quarterback. The thing is, to be worth the trade or to be a genuinely really good defensive lineman, he's got to get hits on the quarterback. And I'm not even talking about sacks, because you can have a good year where you don't get a bunch of sacks. But over the course of time, if you don't get double-digit sacks every year, you're not a genuinely great pass-rushing defensive end. You just aren't. Like the sacks, they'll come and go. There might be some good years where you rush the passer really well, but through bad luck or being on a bad defense, you only get 12 or 13 sacks. But ultimately, you get measured by sacks. So the thing that Will is doing right now is he'll compress the pocket because he's so strong, and he's bull rushing guys into the pocket, and sometimes that yields a pressure. And when he comes inside on games and stunts, he's very effective and he gets to the quarterback quickly. But when it comes to just one-on-one, when he's matched up with just an offensive tackle and there is no double team or chip block or anything, he's just not really genuinely beating offensive tackles quickly enough to really be a fearsome, menacing presence off the edge. So he's still young. The way I'm looking at it right now, Sean, is that it's kind of like Bregman when he started off 0 for 20 whatever, but he was still playing really good defense. Like Anderson's doing that right now. He's doing a lot of the basics really, really solid and really, really well. It's just that next level stuff that you see the potential, and it's just not quite there yet. Yeah. So I'm not distraught or freaking out about it at all because he is bringing value to the team right now. It's just there is more upside there.
I like that Bregman analogy because even when Bregman was starting out 1 for 30 or whatever it was, he was taking good swings and he had good at bats. You could see
and he was playing
something
defense
in there.
really well. He's making some great defensive plays.
Yep.
That's kind of like for me, Will Anderson's run defense is kind of like Bregman's baseball defense.
That makes sense.
It's like the less glorious thing, but still important thing.
That makes sense. ESPN.com is next. They're 4th on the list. Power ranking the power rankings. They have them at 17th as well. DJ Bieneme says this. They talk about what each of the 32 teams, what's the biggest lesson that we've learned in watching them. And DJ's is that the defense has certainly improved, that the Texans are tied for 10th in points allowed after being 27th last year. Their pressure rate is 2nd. They're tied for 12th in red zone defense. They're improved against the run. They're middle of the pack through 6 games. Last year, they allowed the 6th most rushing yards in NFL history. They are definitely an improved run defense in history. You heard me. I didn't make that up.
What the hell?
6.
I forgot about how historic
it was 17 games. I mean, there was an extra game. But
honestly, you know how much I love Jimmy Ward now, and one of my favorite things was he was on Richard Sherman's podcast, and he told a story about how, he was talking to Jalen Petrie, and Jalen Petrie just brought up how many tackles he had last year. I don't think he was bragging or anything the way Jimmy Ward said it. But Jimmy Ward was like, that's not really a good thing. Like you don't want to be making that many tackles as a safety. It's a bad sign if your safeties are making that many tackles.
Yep.
And Jimmy gets it. Ideally you don't want. It's a sign of a bad defense typically. If not necessarily. It's not always an indication that you've got an awesome safety if he's got a bunch of tackles. It's that he was on a really bad run defense.
Yep. Next one, 3rd on the list. We count down. We power rank the power rankings. SI.com. They too have the Texans 17th, if you're sensing a trend here. So 3 straight that have them 17th in the power rankings. They say this. There was a play in the third quarter where C.J. Stroud faded almost 30 yards away from the end zone, recovered, and nearly threw a dart to an open Robert Woods. That would have been the Stroud touchdown we'd play in his high-ceiling highlight reel all year long. And while it wasn't complete, it still seemed to capture a little bit of what he's capable of. There's a sensibility to his mobility. Defensively, Houston made the critical fourth down stop on Alvin Kamara and never truly broke despite some surges by New Orleans in the game.
I like the sensibility to his mobility, his sense-ability. That does make sense. That was a scary play. That was
Dude, he ran so
when he was
far
bailing
back.
out backwards. I'm like, no, this is the stuff I've been bragging about that you don't do.
Exactly.
Like I was terrified he was going to scramble his way out of field goal range, like and basically with Jameis Winston in the stadium, do some kind of Jameis Winston type of move. But like he very much did not do that. And yeah, you don't want to give him credit for an almost, but that was a really good scramble and then a very reasonable throw. Like the other danger with a rookie is that you're going to scramble their way out of trouble. But then like Mac Jones did as a third-year player. Mac Jones 2 weeks ago when he threw across the field late after scrambling for an easy interception in pick six, right?
Pick six, yeah.
For that, yeah. He did the opposite. He threw to a wide open Robert Woods in the end zone and almost made a great play. But don't give him credit for almost, but I do give him credit for the ability to scramble and the decision making.
Yeah, and he got rid of it. Didn't take a sack. It was fine. So number 2, power ranking the power rankings. What has normally been a very Texan-friendly power ranking, Pete Prisco, CBSSports.com.
Yeah.
On the heels of the win over the New Orleans Saints, actually dropped the Texans a spot.
The hell, Pete?
From 15 to 16. You had them 12th in the league 2 weeks ago.
What got into Prisco's Miyake?
I don't know.
What the hell?
He's got him behind the Jets. He moved the Jets up 10 spots from 25 to 15.
Put something in his Naki myself.
He says this. I guess this is nice. D'Amico Ryans has this team 3-3 as they head to the bye week. That's Coach of the Year stuff.
Ooh.
All right. Well, that was nice of him to say. Why'd you drop him one spot?
Wait, that's his comment. That was it?
That's
he didn't have any kind of biting comment?
No, CBS Sports is just like 1 or 2 sentences on each team. Yeah, which is nice.
Okay.
Keep it concise.
That's good for Prisco.
Yeah.
He said that he's in the Coach of the Year running?
He said that's Coach of the Year stuff, having the Texans at 3-3 headed into the bye.
Somebody had asked what would it take to get into the Coach of the Year discussions, like hardcore for D'Amico to like. He already is a serious candidate. I think the thing that the biggest and most important criterion is that it usually goes to a coach that has a winning record. It very rarely goes to a team. Last year, Brian Daboll got it at 9-7-1, and whoever voted for it is probably regretting that right this moment. But like, if you go before that, Vrabel got it at a 12-5 record, Stefanski at 11-5, Harbaugh at 11-5. It's very rare that somebody doesn't have at least 11 wins when they get it. You got to go all the way back to Arians, at which point like cancer was involved with his, he was replacing on short notice. What's
Chuck Pagano.
Thank you, Chuck Pagano.
Yep.
So like, I would say if you really want D'Amico to win it, then the Texans should win 11 games.
Yeah.
That's the first criterion.
Yep. Last one. Top power rankings. NFL.com not available right now, so I replaced them with Mike Florio, Seth. Mike Florio. Cue it up, Ben. Cue up the celebration. Florio's got the Texans 15th. Tied for 15th. Tied for 14th. Sorry. What is Florio doing here? He's got them 14th. He lists the Texans 15th and the Colts 15th. Florio, get it. Turn the music off, Ben.
Well, are they tied for 15?
No,
he's
got
two 15s.
He does. They should be 14th. I think that's
he
a typo.
Skipped the 14.
I think that should be 14. Either way.
Yeah, he skipped the 14. He went straight from 13 to 15.
Yeah,
tied 13 or anything.
Yeah. So Florio, I mean, he's got them the highest out of all these, but even that, he's not doing it right here. But so
he doesn't care. He doesn't care.
He says they're the only real threat to Jacksonville in the AFC South.
Okay.
Which I agree with. I thought the Colts and the Titans would be bad teams coming into this year. I didn't know that the Texans would look as good as they've looked at times in going 3-3, but I did think that if CJ was the guy that they could threaten Jacksonville.
It's interesting, and like if we were to look at Florio as the god of football, as I know many of you do, then they're sandwiched right between the Colts, who are wait a second, so the Colts are 15th.
15th, yeah, that's a typo. 14th. The Texans are 14th.
I know. I'm looking at it. I'm having a hard time like doing the translation in my brain.
Me too.
So they're just ahead of the Colts, who they've lost to, and they are just behind the Buccaneers, who they will play very soon.
Yep.
So that'll be a good litmus test here. If you can beat a team that's right around where people think of you as right now, and the Colts, will see exactly how all that shakes out with Gardner Minshew over the next few games. That is it feels about right. Like all these teams having the Texans around somewhere between 14th and 17th, it feels right. It matches up with the opponents that they've played, and some success versus better teams, some losses versus worse teams. Like they're a mediocre football team.
They're an ascending middle of the pack team, I would say. They've won 3 out of 4, so they've played better football. But yes, they're a middle of the pack team, which is way ahead of where I thought they would be at this point in the season.
I'll tell you what, and honestly, like to have the Browns 12th right now is just a testament to how good that defense really is.
Yeah.
And they showed it. Like that Browns, I went and watched most of that game from this weekend, the Browns 49ers game. The Browns defense looked like they were in the 49ers playbook a lot of times. They were reading their keys so well and so fast. And a lot of the things the 49ers typically do well, the Browns they were one step ahead of them. It was really impressive to see.
All right, let's talk some Astros in the next segment. What are the things that we can take away? What are the reasons that have us feeling optimistic heading to Arlington tomorrow for Game 3? We will discuss that next.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We had action with bases loaded, nobody out, and we couldn't push any runs across, and we had a couple of opportunities, and we had some, we needed 2 out hit, and our bullpen did an outstanding job, and we just couldn't push across that tying and winning run.
Yeah, if the Astros go on to lose this series, and we're dissecting this thing, going back and looking at it, we go, okay, what were the key moments where this thing could have flipped a different kind of way? Bottom of the 5th, game 2, bases loaded, nobody out. You got Maldonado coming to the plate, so Dusty does what everybody's been telling him to do, which is, okay, as soon as the starter's out of the game, you don't need to have Maldonado in there handling them anymore. It seems to be the starting pitchers that have this Maldi crush. And Dusty did that. He pinch hit Yainer Diaz, who struck out. And then Jose Altuve comes up. He strikes out. And then Alex Bregman grounds out, and Nathan Eovaldi is able to weasel his way out of a bases-loaded, nobody-out situation with the Astros down 5-2 at the time. You push across just one run there at least, and there's a little bit more game pressure on the Rangers bullpen going into the back end of this game.
Right. And the Astros are actually really good with runners in scoring position on the season. Now you're going against Eovaldi. Obviously, it's a different standard than your average pitcher, but you got him on the ropes. You got him bases loaded, 0 outs. The Yainer part, I didn't get up there and expect magic out of Yainer or something. I did expect it out of Altuve. I was 100% convinced that he was going to hit a grand slam. So that's the part, I think, that in these first 2 games, there are a couple of things that were bad luck. So there's bad luck that in game 1, the Astros seemed to, every single hard hit they had seemed to be directly at a Rangers defensive player. In game 2, the Rangers had a first inning in which they scored 4 earned runs on 5 incredibly soft contact hits that were just bloops and dribblers, and you had an error from Framber Valdez, which that's a skill thing. That's who the Astros are. That's what Framber Valdez. Even when Framber's pitching well, he makes fielding errors. But I would say 4 of those runs, it was a little bit of bad. It was a little bit of bad luck in games 1 and 2, which happens when you play a really good baseball team like the Rangers. Tip your cap to them. I think luck was a bit on their side. I think the umpire hated both teams. I think the umpire last night hated baseball. He just hated baseball. He didn't. It was universally just screwing everybody over.
He had
every
plans.
single at bat.
He had plans.
Yeah. So. That does make me feel like, all right, look, you're not down 2 games because you're outclassed or anything, or that the Astros are doomed. You're down 2 runs because, some really good play by the Rangers, but also just some bad luck. And you're going up to a place where I think you've got a good amount of good luck headed towards your way up in Arlington.
Yeah, I like the fact that Yordan Alvarez is hitting. Yordan Alvarez is the one guy who can, with a swing of a bat, win a game for you. If guys can just get on base in front of him. Just get on base. Somebody get on base in front of Yordan Alvarez. He hit 2 home runs yesterday, which was great to see because he looked way out of sorts in game 1. Now, I think we learned more as to why that's the case. Ben, I'm going to come to Dusty 1 here from the pregame on the virus, I guess, that Dusty brought up, or that Dusty was asked about. So Yordan Alvarez, before game 1, where they introduced the entire team prior to the game, Yordan was not out there. He was not out there before the game. He played in the game, and he struck out a bunch of times in the game. He did not look like Yordan Alvarez. And prior to yesterday's game, here was the exchange with Dusty Baker that the media had. You're going to hear Christy Reekin from the AP in here push Dusty on a couple of things. Here was Dusty on Yordan Alvarez's health situation.
Hey, Dusty, there's a report that Yordan is dealing with the virus. Just how is he feeling, and what went into the consideration to put him in the lineup today?
Well, his name is Yordan. That's number 1. And plus number 2, the reports about him having a virus. I got a virus. Everybody got a virus. So he's fine. He's better today than he was yesterday.
Just to follow up, are you sick, or is Alvarez sick? Or you said everyone has a virus,
Yeah, I mean, my allergies are bothering me. Yeah, like I said. I mean, what is sick? No, I'm serious. I'm not being a smarty, but
Well, I guess what are the things Alvarez is dealing with? Can
he's
you tell us
fine.
that?
Yeah, he's better today than he was yesterday. And like I was telling somebody yesterday, as a responsible man, a family man, you go to work, you know? And like, I never saw my dad in the bed ever sick, and I'm sure he was sick. And sometimes, as a man, you go to work.
I want Dusty. I want Dusty to stick around for 4 more years now.
I can't. I blame COVID for this. When we all became our own. When we all became our own medical experts, and we all decided that our research. I'm not criticizing anybody. I'm talking about me personally too. We all decided we could define terms whichever way we wanted to.
That's where I thought he was going with it. We've all had it, right? We've all got the virus.
We've all got. Everybody's got the virus.
Yeah.
Like, wait, what? Christy asked the right appropriate question. I think Dusty was speaking about virus almost just as like as a general term for just having. Everybody's got something.
We're all dealing with something this time of year.
Yeah. I think to listen to him literally, it doesn't make any sense at all. I realize that. It's just at first it sounds like, yeah, you very specifically said we've all got this virus. It sounds like it's running through the clubhouse or something.
Good job by Christy Reekin there, I would say.
Yeah, he means metaphorically, like, we've all got something. We've all got, you either got allergies, you got a virus, you got an upset stomach, whatever everybody's dealing with something. Just deal with it.
I'm just happy that whatever Jordan was dealing with, it seems to be flushed out. He struck out swinging at pitches 8 feet away from him in game 1, and in game 2, he hit a Jordan bomb, and then his second home run was basically him just flicking his wrists at a ball on the outside part of the plate.
Yeah, that was very much the I guess this thing's going 450 feet elsewhere.
I guess he's back. Yeah. So
it does. There is something about a Jordan home run that just they get typically like the classic Jordan home run is so effortless.
It's crazy.
Without being preconditioned for it and without training and having watched Jordan Alvarez home runs, you wouldn't get as excited as you would think, because it doesn't look like by normal standards it should be going anywhere. It's really cool.
All right, so you mentioned it. They had some bad luck in these games. That happens. During the season, they were really good with runners in scoring position. I don't expect the next time they come up, bases loaded, nobody out, to not push home or run. Like, those things tend to even out. This is a road environment that they've played very, very well in this. They played well on the road in every road environment this season, the Astros, but this is one in particular that will have the extra confectionery sugar sprinkled on it, Seth, of actual Astro fans, many, many of them in the building. So the road feel, but a little bit of home sprinkled in.
Look, I'll be honest with you. Whatever it is for the reasons for this team being so much better on the road this year, like if it isn't just some fluke of circumstances at this point, I hope it's not. I usually am the first one to say, like, it's just random. You never know from one year to the next. This year, maybe there really genuinely is something to this. But I also think too that the Astros did last night what the opportunity will be over the next potentially 5 games, which is. The Rangers are going to have – look, the Rangers have great starters. They're you're going to, at times go dry versus the starters, but take advantage of those relievers. And that's what they did last night.
Yeah.
So I feel as confident as you can. Like, a lot of these daunting statistics you see when somebody tries to show you like how few teams have come back from an 0-2 deficit, especially when it's the home favorite that's come back that's 0-2, to kick them in the groin and tell them to get out of your face and stop spreading this propaganda.
Yeah.
You need nothing but positive thoughts for the next 3 baseball games.
I can't, like, I'm just go win tomorrow, and then we'll worry about what the percentages are after that. Like, they got to win a game. And to that point, like, there's not a lot of wiggle room here for Javier and Urquidy at all. It's almost non-negotiable that you need the version of Javier and Urquidy that you got in their most recent outings. You need the 2 starts that they gave you against Minnesota. Javier gave you 5 shutout innings against Minnesota. Urquidy gave you 5 2/3 really good innings, 2 earned runs. You've got to have that in these games against the Rangers. Text message. This is what happens when we get cocky and start talking about sweeps and poop on our opponents. It's not a jinx. It's fuel to piss off our opponents to whip our ass. like the Astros used the cheating scandal and hate from everyone to win last year. There's exactly one person I saw predict a sweep in this series, and his name is John Lopez. He's the only one. If the Rangers are using Lopez as their fuel, like I don't think anybody's disrespected the Rangers. Picking the Astros to win the ALCS when they've been to 4 World Series in 6 years is not disrespecting the Texas Rangers.
It could be somebody that maybe was listening to us kind of joke about how cool it would be to sweep or what have you or something. I don't know, but like there's not. Last year there was talk of sweeping, and remember how much it hexed them and doomed them last year. Remember when they were talking about sweeping their way through the playoffs last year, and remember the disaster that happened?
Yeah.
When they
lost 2 whole games.
Still won the World Series, but didn't sweep their way through the playoffs. I remember. Boy, yeah, you are. You're messing with fire when you predict the sweep of the playoffs.
That was tough.
I did that last year. I actually predicted that they would. I predicted at the very beginning of the playoffs that they would sweep their way through the playoffs.
Did you really? I don't remember that. Okay.
And then I did. And then I started getting kind of getting kind of impressed with myself. And then ultimately I doomed the Astros to just merely winning a World Series instead of sweeping their way through a World Series.
Text message, Dusty waited too late to pull Framber Valdez. Yeah, I mean, in retrospect, he did. He gave up a home run in the 5th inning, wound up being the difference in the game. Dusty, like, we know how it works. Like, even when guys are struggling early, especially frontline guys are struggling early, Dusty's going to try to squeeze the 80 or 90 pitches out of them if he can. You know?
Yeah. Which inning?
3rd inning, he pulled him. He pitched 2 2/3. Yeah, 2 2/3.
Yeah, okay. I thought you said something else. Okay.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. We expect Mark Henry in studio with us here, Hall of Famer. AEW in town in Rosenberg tomorrow night. AEW Dynamite. So AEW Pro Wrestling shooting their TV tomorrow night in Rosenberg. Mark Henry, longtime WWE Hall of Famer. He's part of AEW now. He's going to join us for a few minutes, and we'll chat with him about what's going on down in Rosenberg tomorrow night with AEW. That is next. Texas Star Grill Shop. Oh, yeah. Texas Star Grill Shop has a cool event coming up. Sign up today for the Gosney Pizza Oven Class Happy Hour. It's Friday, October 27th. It's 5 to
the old hey, let's go grab a beer.
Yeah, no, I see Mark Henry. And tell B. Scott he can bring him in here, Ben.
Brandon, quit hogging Mark Henry.
It was nice of you to go get him, Brandon, but stop hogging him. We need him. What's up, Mark? How you doing, man? Good to see you again. All right, Mark Henry coming in studio here. Sit right over here, Mark. You got me. You got Seth Payne right there.
What up?
Yeah,
what up?
There he is. Got the girls. Yep, the Twin Peaks girls. Throw those on, and we're good to go. How you feeling, man?
Man, I'm feeling good, man. Is this on? Is this thing on?
Yeah, you're on.
Yeah, we're on. Yeah, we're good to go.
Yeah, you're good to go. You're good to go. Mark Henry joining us. AEW, of course, WWE Hall of Famer. Are you still, even though, by the way, you look great, man. You look like you're in good shape.
I'm 100 pounds lighter, so I guess if that's what you want to call it.
Yeah.
I'm still in pain. walk in misery.
But you've lost 100 pounds, but you still look like sometimes like power lifters, well, bodybuilders especially, but sometimes they lose weight and they don't even look like they were ever as strong as they were. You look like you're just as strong as you ever were.
You know, I'm still strong. Like I have to keep it that way because my son is 6'1", 300 pounds. He's a outstanding football player in Austin at Vandergrift High School and won state in wrestling. So I got to keep myself up. I don't want to lose my power over him.
I want to make sure.
Is he as strong as you?
Not as strong as I was at that age, but I specialized.
Yeah.
I stopped playing football. I stopped doing everything and focused because I was the strongest kid in the world, and that's how the world knew me. But this dude is, man, all-state football player on both sides of the ball. And he's going to have to pick one when you go to college. You can't play both in college.
6'1", 300. What's he getting recruited as the most? The offensive or defensive?
Defensive tackle.
Okay.
But, he's a really good guard. I told him you should have, start playing center.
You know what? There's a lot of NFL centers. There's a few that actually didn't even play college football, but were college wrestling championships. NCAA wrestling champ. Yeah, they love them for. I wrestled in high school, and it helped me a lot when it came to playing defensive tackle. But there's a lot of coaches.
Playing center is leverage too. So
yeah.
The more that you got good balance, and he's got really, really quick feet.
Oh, really?
That's like his superpower is to be that strong. I mean, he squatted 650 pounds at 17. So he's a really strong kid. Yeah.
Are you steering him any sort of way when it comes to the recruiting?
You know what, man? He's still not committed. SMU has showed him some love. Right here in Houston, Rice showed him love, but he had a horrible coach at first and before he moved to Vandergrift. And they kind of talk bad about me and my wife being activists. It's a bad thing for parents to stand up for kids. So, Jacob is going to get his love, and everybody's going to regret not having him as a high recruit on their boards.
I like that.
Cool. I like that. I know, and I like that. You kind of set the stage for.
Set the stage
I got to follow him now. I got to watch and see.
The Jacob Henry.
Oh, that's what he is on his social. When you stick "the" in front of your name on social, that's some confidence. I like that.
Yeah, he loves himself.
I like that.
I love me some me too.
That's great. Mark Henry joining us, Hall of Famer joining us in studio. All right, so we got AEW coming to the Fort Bend Epicenter.
Yeah, man.
Seth and I went to one of the shows at the Fertitta Center about a year or so ago. We sat in the front row, and Seth had not been to a show before, and within about 5 or 10 minutes, he's standing over the guys that get thrown into the rail, and he's cheering, he's going crazy, because AEW puts on a hell of a show.
Is the crowd not a party?
It's a party at AEW.
It's the only place I ever saw wrestling where they tailgate.
Yeah.
I never saw tailgating. I've been in wrestling for 28 years, and I never saw a wrestling tailgate before I came to AEW.
Yeah.
It really was, honestly, I was never really into wrestling that much. And I've gone and I've enjoyed it. I don't know if it was just AEW or what, but that environment, I was into it. I still ask Sean follow-up questions. The young lady who was taken hostage, I've never got the. I was genuinely pissed about a lot of stuff that happened that night.
That's the design, is to get you fired up.
Yep.
And I'm telling you, man, now with Adam Copeland signing and coming over, Kenny Omega, who's like, the superstar for us, is going to be in action. And, man, like Sting and Chris Jericho, like it's going to be a stacked card. Whenever we open a new arena or a new territory for us is what we call it, we want people to get the best that you can get.
Mm-hmm.
And so this show in Rosenberg it's going to be off the hook, man.
Who's because you just rattled off a lot of big names there. You rattled off a bunch of names. You don't need to be a diehard wrestling fan to know
who they are.
You just rattled off, like, who is in your mind, like, for AEW, like, I feel like Jericho's like the biggest crossover star of everybody.
Biggest crossover star, but MJF is the homegrown guy. And I'm going to tell you something. I don't usually, like, pick a side. And, like, I'm trying to be politically correct when I say this because he's such a big star. I don't want to get fired, but like he's somebody when I see him, I walk the other direction.
Really?
Like, I mean, the dude his job is to get under people's skin and to be an antagonist, but you know what? He's one of the people that take it too far.
Dude, he can talk.
He can talk. I wish I was young enough to shut him up.
Well, I mean, you probably. I bet you could.
Well, I bite now, so
yeah,
I'll bite him. Man, the Washutus are biters.
Mark Henry joining us in studio. So your role with the company now, you had an awesome run with WWE. Your role with the company now, you're doing some commentary on TV.
Commentary, media. I teach psychology. I work with young wrestlers to develop them. I mean, of course, doing the media stuff is what I like to do because I like spreading the AEW gospel and letting people know that we exist and that, TBS and TNT, it's Warner Brothers, it's a big deal. And a lot of people go, oh, is it like WWE? I was like, yeah, it's like that, but with young people flipping and flying and doing stuff that you haven't seen before.
Yeah.
So it's a new brand. It's not your grandfather's wrestling, but your grandfather, if he watched it, he would be like, wow, those boys are crazy.
AEW. Mark Henry joining us in studio. So you growing up, were you? I know you got into wrestling at a young age, coming off of all the powerlifting and all the global events that you did and things like that. Were you a wrestling fan growing up?
Oh my God, yeah.
Okay.
Like I went, man. I was just saying, I saw Jose Lothario wrestle Iceman Kings Parson here when I was a kid.
The Sam Houston Coliseum?
Yes, sir.
Paul Bosch?
Man, I used to go to a lot of the Paul Bosch promotions, and they would have events at the Beaumont Civic Center, too.
Yep. You're from Silsbee.
I'm from Silsbee. Yeah. So, like, we would go to Beaumont to watch wrestling on a Greyhound bus because my grandmother didn't drive. And we would go to Lafayette, Louisiana, too, to the Cajun Dome.
Yeah, man.
And watch wrestling.
Cajun Dome.
Man, I'm telling you, I grew up traveling to go watch wrestling. And my grandmother lived to see me become a wrestler.
That's cool.
That's like one of the best things that ever happened in my life.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
What was how did you first get identified or get into it? Like what was the first thing because you'd been, you're competing internationally and Olympic lifting at that point. What flipped the switch for you?
In 94, I did a celebrity slam dunk contest in Phoenix called Foot Locker Slam Fest. And when I dunked, the crowd went completely nuts because, nobody had ever seen a 400-pound person dunk a basketball.
6'4", 400 dunking on a 10-foot rim.
Yes, sir. Both hands.
Damn.
And some people could pull it up on your X machines and social media.
YouTube, sure it's on there.
The Twitters or whatever. Listen, I'm the worst. But you can find all that stuff. The WWF at the time had a rep see that and how all of the players that I was competing against, they ran out on the court and swamped me. And it just made the show the Mark Henry show. So they were like, look, that is what we need in wrestling. And they were right.
Mark Henry joining us in studio. I mean, you did it for a couple of decades in WWE and change. I mean, more than a couple of decades there. You became a Hall of Famer.
28 years.
28 years. Did your career, maybe not the longevity of it, because I'm guessing that might have exceeded your expectations, but
well exceeded
the heights that you got to, because you were the champ at one point. You made the Hall of Fame. Like, what were your expectations going into it as far as?
I wanted a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
That was my expectation. Listen, I wanted my own plane at one point. I didn't fit in sports cars, so I got like Hummers and big jacked up trucks.
Yeah.
You know, like, boy, I had a ball in my life. There's some people that can say, hey, man, I made a lot of money, but they didn't spend it. Oh, I spent it. I had a ball.
What was your biggest splurge?
My biggest splurge?
Yeah.
I bought a James Bond Heritage Collection Rolex watch. It was like $28,000. And nobody told me, hey, Mark, that watch is super special. Like, don't touch it. Just leave it alone. And I put a diamond bezel on it. And they were like, hey, fool, you just devalued it.
Right. It's like you tricked out the original Batmobile or something like that.
Yeah, I put rims on the Batmobile.
That's it. Oh, that's phenomenal.
I was dumb. I was young.
That's the hardest thing about sports is, you get all that money when you're at your absolute dumbest. Your testosterone is super high, but your judgment, you haven't gotten any judgment.
Have you seen the Jets cornerback Sauce Gardner?
Oh, yeah.
You see his chain?
Yes.
That chain is probably like $200,000. A $200,000 necklace.
But Mark, he had like a $5 million signing bonus.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. You can't give a 20-year-old $1 million and not expect them to go do something.
To go get a James Bond
absolutely
watch.
Crazy.
Yeah.
You know, that's where Shaq tells the story. Like, he learned his lesson quick because he got that first signing bonus and he went out and bought like cars, house, all this stuff, and he realized like, oh, it's gone. So he learned it, to his credit as a young man. He like just all of a sudden realized, okay, I got to start living more responsibly and everything. But like, he's the exception. You're in your 20s. You're at your dumbest. Nobody's as dumb as a 22-year-old.
That's it.
Sorry, 22-year-old. A 22-year-old with money. That's just
dangerous.
Wow.
It is dangerous. Mark Henry, Hall of Famer, joining us in studio. AEW coming up tomorrow night out in Rosenberg at the Fort Bend Epicenter. Doors open at 5:30. Tickets start at $20. AEWTix.com. On the way out here, Mark, tell the people one more time, what are they going to see tomorrow night if they go out to Rosenberg to see AEW?
They're going to see an outstanding show, not just because we're coming to the new territory and we want to show out, but every week, like, we're setting big numbers on TBS and TNT.
Mm-hmm.
So we want to represent the brands.
But 80,000 in Wembley Stadium a month ago, right?
80,000 in an arena is impressive, and we want to keep that standard going.
Good deal. Mark Henry, Hall of Famer. Mark, great seeing you, man.
Man, appreciate y'all, man.
Awesome. Good stuff. All right.
Can I tell a quick story?
Yes.
1991, I was working at the Houston Chronicle.
Yeah.
And I did a column, a story.
John Lopez, Mark Henry. Mark Henry, John
I did
Lopez.
a story. I went and visited you on a young power lifter, or young weightlifter named Mark Henry. And, like, I didn't know what was going to become of this guy. You probably don't remember that.
I had a lot of interviews.
Yeah, it was back.
I was pretty good at stuff.
Yeah, you were. It was 1990. Were you in the 92 games?
I was in 92 and 96.
Yeah, it was 91.
Okay. So how old were you at the time in 91?
Oh my God, 19.
Okay.
Like, I'm telling you, when I say crazy, 91 was even worse. And I was broke then, and I still was crazy.
That's great. Mark Henry joining us in studio. Mark, we appreciate it. AEWTix.com out in Rosenberg tomorrow night. By the way, Landry's a big Longhorn fan, just like you.
Yes, sir.
Hook 'em.
Yes, sir.
Come on, man.
Hook 'em. Yep.
Somebody's going to get their ass kicked.
Eat a Trill Burger with me at 2 o'clock. y'all will be off there. I'm going to go get a Trill Burger.
There you go. Free pump.
Just one, or you double up?
You know what? I'll probably do two.
Okay. Now you're wasting money. That's like $50 right there. That's worse than a chain.
I'm guessing
Mark, you and Landry, I bet Landry could give you. Landry probably you'd probably love to spend 20 minutes talking to Mark about his fast food eating habits, right, Landon?
Oh, yeah. Like, he's rocking. Yeah. He's got the rock. Y'all can't see him.
Yeah.
But he's like, you start talking food, he started rocking.
He's ready to go.
Big time.
All right, good stuff. This is Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KLT and KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. In the Loop starts now.
All right, Figgy, I got to ask, and I got to ask you, J-Lo.
Yeah, man.
What are we watching with the Astros right now? Is this some sort of passing of the torch? Is this some sort of roller coaster type of ride? What are we watching right now with the Astros? Is this the start of a rivalry? Is this the Rangers just taking over? What are we doing here?
You know how I feel about this, and it's not what anybody wants to hear. This felt even more so yesterday, like the beginning of a passing of the torch. I really feel like this is it. Like this is the start of the the end of the run.
So we went from feeling pretty good to now this is the start.
Well, you know,
are we underestimating the heart of a champion?
Absolutely.
I guess that's what I'm asking.
Absolutely. This is not like, oh my gosh, they've got no chance. What I am saying is the Astros could maybe pull off some spectacular, comeback, win 4 out of 5 games, which is really, really difficult, as we talked about yesterday, and probably unrealistic. And this still could be true. Like what we're seeing is, I was so positive that Altuve and Bregman and Tucker would turn it up.
Who?
Altuve, Bregman, and Kyle Tucker is his name. Yeah, Kyle.
Who's that?
Tucker. He's batting 091.
What's he do?
He's batting 091 right now in the postseason is what he's doing. And then Altuve's 160 and Bregman's 217. But here's the other thing. Even if they do, which is unlikely, I think you'll agree with me on that. That unlikely.
I'm not dismissing it.
No, I'm not either.
I'm not dismissing
but it is unlikely.
Well, here's the thing for me. And this is what this series has done for me. I have not completely dismissed any possibility of what could happen, but I am watching this series and saying, okay, things might be changing for the long term with the Astros.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm watching Young at third base. I'm watching they got their young catcher out there doing his thing. They got Evan Carter, and I think the snowball effect of Jeff Bagwell's decisions now kind of shapes up because you are on a budget, and what the Rangers are going to do this offseason, they're probably going to bring in 5 bullpen arms, and they're going to bring in some young pitching. You don't have that type of bread, and you're not as young as the Rangers are. So I'm looking at this more like, okay, could the Astros come back and maybe figure something out and make this series interesting? Maybe. They're a better road team, and stranger things have happened. But I'm looking at this more long-term and saying, all right, this looks like the team that's going to be the mofo in the AL West, and that's more so how I'm looking at it.
Like the Astros could pull one out of their backside. They could. They do have that pedigree, and this is still true. And let me illustrate it this way. We know what the Rangers are. The Rangers are a team, and by the way,
they've trailed 1 inning in the playoffs.
Yes, and also by the way, the Mariners
1 inning.
The Mariners are in the mix too. So there's that. But the Rangers, if we just look at them, they've got a lot of core players that are locked up. I looked this up. It's true for the next 6 years. I mean, 5 or 6 years. You got Young and Carter and Seager had signed the long contract. Then you got some veterans like Jacob deGrom and Max Scherzer that are locked up for the next 2 years. So there's that aspect. But then there's
those guys might be dead though.
They might be. But let's look at the Astros now. Michael Brantley's going to be a free agent after this season. Altuve and Bregman are going to be free agents after next season. Tucker is arbitration eligible again, so who knows how that's going to play out. But they have control of him. Verlander, Altuve is going to be 34. Verlander is going to be 41. Jose Abreu is going to be 37. So yes, are we saying okay they're done? Not quite, because they're the Astros. But is this a changing of the guard? Yes.
I don't see how you can watch it and say anything different.
Right.
I don't see how you can watch it and say anything different. And I think yesterday was kind of a really missed opportunity because I'm not going to lie to you. About the 7th inning, I felt, okay, the Astros are going to win this game.
Yeah.
Like, this game is going to be, like, they're going to figure this out. They're going to win this game. 5 runs ain't enough. That's not enough. Like, that is not enough. And you load the bases and you come away with no runs. And what I think I think a lot of times you can cancel stuff out. And after game 1, My biggest takeaway was that effort by Verlander was wasted.
Mm-hmm.
You wasted an effort by Verlander, and you got nothing to show for it, and you lost the game. I thought the Astros had the opportunity yesterday to do the same thing to Eovaldi. And I don't know if Eovaldi can even lift up a fork today.
And that last inning he pitched, he was
I don't know.
emptying the tank.
Keep an eye on Eovaldi moving forward to see how he ends up, because he left it all on the field, and the Astros had the opportunity to cancel out a wasted Verlander effort with a wasted Eovaldi effort, and instead they failed. So what they got to do now is they got to take a team that's trailed one of 63 innings in the postseason.
Mm-hmm.
One of 63 innings. They haven't lost a postseason game, and they got to beat them 4 out of 5 times.
Yeah.
That's it. And I know that sounds crazy. Go back to Clutch City, underestimate the heart of a champion.
At your own peril.
That's what you got to do. And, oh, by the way, Framber Valdez might be broken.
Yeah. He might be.
Dusty said he was unlucky yesterday.
Did you laugh at that?
That he was unlucky?
When Dusty said he was unlucky?
Yes.
Yeah.
But that also kind of speaks to how fragile he is right now, I think.
You know,
because it's clearly mental. Like, he's sweating like Patrick Ewing out there.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I thought the same thing as I'm watching this thing unravel. He just looked like out of sorts, confused, despondent, all of the above. And I thought they were going to put a 12 spot on the Astros. The fact that the bullpen did what it did.
Yeah, 6+ of scoreless ball, the bullpen. And that's another thing. The bullpen came in there 6 1/3 scoreless innings.
Yeah.
And another wasted effort.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just kind of unfortunate. I would say that Yordan Alvarez, if he's sick, he needs to stay sick.
Good Lord.
Hey, they all need to be sick.
Yeah.
They all need a virus.
We all got a virus. Well, we don't got a virus like that. That's for dang sure.
Can I get something off my chest? Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. So there's a lot of trash talk going on between Houston and Dallas, and I kind of I roll my eyes at the extreme, obnoxious social media versions of Astros and Rangers fans. I just don't know how you live that life. It seems kind of wild, but the one thing that I think is so funny and almost pathetic and shameful, and I've seen radio hosts doing it out there, trash can jokes are fine. Okay, they banged on trash cans.
Yeah.
They cheated. They deserve what they get when it comes to trash cans. Say what you want about trash cans. Some would say it's not original, but trash cans are fine. The buzzer jokes are irresponsible, stupid, and lame. Because let's just go back to the buzzer, the resource for the buzzer. The whole reason that the buzzer was even created was because some Yankee fan, John Boy, put it out there that Jose Altuve was wearing a buzzer.
Yeah.
It was irresponsible. It was stupid. It was pitiful. And in a world in which internet narratives are silly, it was irresponsible, and way too many people are running with it. Here's the other thing about it that I think is interesting, and we kind of saw this yesterday. I promise this is going somewhere. The whole notion that Jose Altuve was wearing a buzzer was based on the belief that nobody in their right mind would be able to hit a home run off of Aroldis Chapman in the playoffs. He's been doing that for 9 years. 2016 World Series Game 7.
Rajay Davis.
He gave up a damn home run to Rajay effing Davis to tie the World Series. 3 years later, he gave up the home run to Altuve to lose the ALCS. The next year, he gave up a home run against Tampa Bay. And then yesterday, he gave up the home run to Alvarez. So the notion was stupid. The way it got out there was dumb. Trash can jokes are one thing. The buzzer joke, just stop. It's outlandish. It's silly. It's stupid.
It's silly. I've been proud of myself avoiding all that nonsense. I just kind of scroll right past it. But it's ridiculous when you go there. I will say this, something that you said. You said that you were thinking late in the game that they were going to win this game, the Astros. When they had the bases loaded in the fifth and didn't get a single run, that's when I thought that's a wrap.
You did? I didn't.
Yeah, that's a wrap.
I didn't. I thought it was a missed opportunity, but I didn't think it was a wrap. I'm shocked that Bochy didn't even worry about Eovaldi.
Man. Well, yeah, we were texting about that. I was like, Bochy, man, dude, that's big time, and it's old school. and that's what he is. He was like, I believe in my guy.
So yesterday we saw Yanier Diaz come in the 5th inning.
Mm-hmm.
This was 12 hours after Dusty Baker said the 4th inning is too early to substitute your catcher. And Diaz ended up striking out. Dude, it's not easy to pinch hit for someone in the 5th inning, and it's not easy to sit on your ass for a long time and then be expected to go up there and pinch hit. Typically, you start getting ready to pinch hit like the 7th, something like that. You're stretching, you're taking cuts. The fact that poor Yanier Diaz is having to basically be on call, but like inconsistently be on call, it's ridiculous. The numbers show that he hits better when he catches. This is a really, like, I'm not even going to fight like the Maldi fight anymore because I'm defeated by it. But basically what has happened now, and we've seen the question come up in the 4th inning, and then we saw it actually put to practice in the 5th. What's happened so far is Dusty Baker has said, and this is what he has said, and no data backs this up, and we saw Yanier Diaz catch 6 1/3 scoreless innings from multiple pitchers from the bullpen, so it seemed like he was doing okay.
Handling the pitchers all right.
It seemed like he handled the pitchers all right. But what's happened now is Dusty Baker has essentially told you, he's told Astros fans, he's told loopholes, he's told all of baseball that the value of Martin Maldonado, despite the fact that it can't be backed up with any tangible data, as a matter of fact, it's countered with tangible data, his value is high enough that he is treated like an elite pitcher. That's what you're doing right now. You are playing National League Baseball because you are telling people that Martin Maldonado's value is such that you treat it to where you want to play National League Baseball and you're treating it like it's an elite pitcher. That just doesn't seem like something you want to do at this point.
Roger Clemens, when the Astros were in the National League, comes up down 5-1 in the 3rd inning. He's batting. And by the way, I wasn't against pinch hitting for Maldonado in the 3rd inning.
No,
at that point, they were lifeless.
At that point, it was 5-0.
It was 5-1, I believe.
It was 5-1. Yes, yeah. Alvarez had hit the bomb.
Yeah.
And I mean, it was over. Like, and the notion that he was but he wasn't calling a good game.
Obviously.
So at that point, you just say F it and you let the guy go up there and get his cuts.
And I know we're going to get the text, well, what if he got injured? Look, at that point, who gives a bleep? You know, because you're completely lifeless, as I said. Maldonado is an automatic out. Yanier, I don't even know if he got to go into the cage underneath the stands, you know, to get ready.
He sprinted out there.
But I would have still put him out there in the 3rd inning.
I would have put him out there, and obviously he didn't come through. But look, it's hard to sit on your ass and then go up there and hit. I mean, that's what they've signed up for, though. The Astros, whether you like it or not, and whether you see the value or not, they're playing National League Baseball, and they're doing so against a team that can hit really well. And by the way, I know this is crazy. I still feel like the Rangers haven't erupted as much as they could yet. Like, I don't feel like this lineup is even close to erupting as much as they can. Now, I am glad that Scherzer's pitching tomorrow. I think they're expecting 3 or 4 innings from him. I don't think that's like anything to be too scared of, but.
And let me talk about this genius of Martin Maldonado as well here. And I realize this is not just all on him. It's on the pitching coach, it's on the staff, it's on the analytics department, and it's on Dusty. But it was very clear. We talked about it yesterday. The Rangers came out, said, we're swinging early. We're swinging at first pitch. We're attacking early in the counts. And what happened yesterday? Again, even worse. 8 pitches in, they had scored 3 runs, and I believe had 4 or 5 hits. No, they had 3 hits. Here it is. 3 hits, 2 runs. There was 2 errors committed, 8 pitches in, and they didn't make that. I mean, how hard is it to just say, you know what, let's try to, you know, maybe stay away from them or hit the corners, you know, or make them chase early in the counts today. They did the exact same thing. I mean, where's this genius? You know, I mean, even a novice like us can figure that out. It was kind of frustrating to me.
On the text line, the 281. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Talking about the Martin Maldonado. Landry, so sit and wait to be called is literally the job of a pinch hitter, which is what he is right now. That's a lame-ass excuse. No, okay, let me explain this to you, sir. Ma'am, whatever you are. Moron. Just kidding. Kind of. But is it harder for a relief pitcher to get up and get ready in the 4th or 5th inning?
Yes.
Is it harder? Like, is it more difficult? Is it more urgent for them to go up there and get ready? Yes. Is it better to be in a routine when you're a hitter or a pitcher? Yes. They're creatures of habit. When the day after Dusty Baker says the fourth is too inning to pinch hit, fourth is too early to pinch hit someone, and then Yadier Diaz has to just get up and get ready quickly in the fifth inning of a game against a guy like Eovaldi, who's kind of got in a little bit of a zone. Yeah, that's hard, man. That's not normal. It's not the same thing as catching the entire time. And when the guy is in front of you because he supposedly calls good games and it's a 5-1 game at that point, it makes even less sense. So that's not a lame-ass excuse. That's the bottom line. Like, you don't pinch hit in the fifth inning. There's no other player in baseball right now, in the postseason right now, that in that situation is getting pinch hit for in the fourth or fifth inning. No. It's not happening. The Astros are the only team that has that going on right now. The only one.
And even you mentioned routine. The routine generally for a pinch hitter is to obviously get ready to bat, stretch, go down to the cage, 15 minutes maybe, 10, 15 minutes, get ready. So it's even harder when all of a sudden it's like, all right, you're in. This isn't like Little League where you pick up a bat, you're in. It's one of those things where he's better when he catches, and to get ready that quick in the fourth or fifth inning is really hard.
And it's not the same as a pitcher. It's not the same. There's no other situation where someone gets pinch hit for in that situation. It doesn't happen. But that's what you signed up for.
Who's catching tomorrow?
It's going to be Maldi, because they give Javier credit. They give him credit for Javier now, even though Vasquez was the one who caught him last year. 16 scoreless or something like that. Yeah. Whatever it was, the last two starts. It is what it is. We'll see what happens. Again, I'm not completely jumping ship on it. I do feel like the significance of this is more long-term. I had Astros in 7. They got to win 2 out of 3 on the road. They're a road team, so they got to win 2 out of 3 on the road, and they got to bring it home. And that's just kind of where it is. John McClain normally joins us at 11. He's going to join us at noon. But coming up next, the Texans are feeling themselves, and did the process of that happening all have to do with a glorious day 1 year ago today? That's next.
It wasn't always pretty, but the Texans took down the Saints 20-13, and C.J. Stroud isn't taking that.
very, very quickly. I do not think, and I think this is a day of celebration, I do not think it is a coincidence that the Texans are where they are right now.
First things first, this is Happy Day, man. This is a good day. This is a celebration. This is a great anniversary. I don't even know what we should call it, Liberation Day, Texans Liberation Day, Part 2, or whatever you want to call it. But 1 year ago today ended a dark, dark era in Texans football. It was a paradigm-shifting day in every way. Jack Easterby was fired. He was a horrible person.
I'm a people person.
He was a clown. He was a con man.
Well, let me start by saying
he was a fraud. He was a wolf dressed in sheep's clothing.
We're really blessed.
It was embarrassing.
He was all of that.
It was embarrassing.
He was all of that and more, and he set this franchise back for several years. And fortunately, somehow, 1 year later, here we are.
And look, maybe you got a blessing in disguise. Deshaun Watson, we've talked about, C.J. Stroud fell into the Texans' lap. Deshaun Watson wanted out of town because of Easterby, a big part of it. And maybe you got lucky there. Hell, maybe we'll look back at it as kind of a blessing in disguise. But as of right now, Jack Easterby is no longer with us. Remember when he did that interview with the kids and he planted the questions?
Yes.
And the PR, by the way, did not even know he did this interview.
Yeah.
He did it with the random kids in Philadelphia, and it was literally stuff that you and I said.
Mm-hmm.
Culture, all this type of stuff. Here was Jack Easterby, the POS, two kids who hadn't even hit puberty. I don't even think they were in middle school. Podcast. This is Jack Easterby talking about radio criticism back in the day, and this just shows how delusional this POS was.
How do you tune out that chatter from the radio stations, the media, and just everything else to be focused on your goal?
You should have just said Landry and Lopez.
Well, it's funny you say that because I think it's one of the blessings of being in these positions, right? Is people care. They care so much.
Well, they care
so
about
I've
me.
always said, anything that's put out there or potentially said in our building or potentially outside of our building, I always say it's dressed up care, right? It's just it's different.
God, no,
it may appear different, sound
You're a
different,
weasel.
but what a blessing it is to have an opportunity to have a job where people care so much.
Suck.
And
God.
I think externally, when people really care and speak to how important it is to get it right, I think and how much the Houston fan base cares that we get it right. I think those are just affirmations of that, the passion and the energy that go on in the public eye to try to affirm the fact they care we get it right. And so I would just say, overall, it's just an affirmation that it matters. Everything we do and say matters. Every structure that we put together.
That's why people
every
criticize
format, every player we bring in, every staff member, it all matters.
The reason
I've
it all
always said
matters.
Those
Shut him up.
exciting moments.
So
did I mention he's a clown, a con man?
the reason they criticized you is because they cared. No, because you sucked.
Yeah, no, we
y'all
did care.
talk about me because y'all love me.
Because you sucked.
I just love this day.
In all
I
honesty,
just love this day.
that was honestly the moment where I kind of started to have a little bit of hope because we never allowed it.
You're showing a little crack.
And I actually want to thank us.
Let's thank us.
I want to go back to
Thank you, Landry.
Get your mind correct. I want to thank everyone who's gotten us to this moment. Self, thank you, Self.
Thank you, me.
I'm serious.
Thank you, Figgy.
No, I do think it was one of our best services to have exposed what a slime ball lowlife he was. Because
thank y'all for having me on. I'm excited.
I don't know too many stations. I don't know too many hosts that would have, with the Texans as the flagship station, just completely 100% exposed and told everything. I mean, when he tried going behind the scenes and blaming the McNairs and all that, I don't know too many hosts that would have exposed and just talked about this guy like we did. And I've literally had multiple people come up and thank me for it. And these are people that are in that building.
I called him a shyster on air. I called him a clown on air. You did much the same. It was that bad.
And look, I know that it whatever the reason was that it happened and all that, it's a joke too. So the Texans aren't free from this. It's a joke that they ever allowed this to happen. Regardless of whether it was the current structure or the past structure, it was a joke. But I cannot undersell how disgusting of a dude that was. You can talk to agent, business guys. You know how they described him? I was talking to someone who's might have relationships with current players too. And he said, and this is on the business agent side, He's a gangster.
Yeah.
The dude is an absolute cold-blooded gangster, was a quote that I've got. Players have talked about what a awkward scumbag he is. Executives up there, he's going and he's just lingering around without a pure title and basically telling them they suck. J.J. Moses got fired because he was too nice to players. Like trying to coach. I remember when we were at the press conference with David Culley. That was me and B. Scott, and he walks back there with David Culley, looks at him, and then walks back with him. I remember the lunch that we had where, he talked about firing the equipment guy because they weren't wearing the right pants. I remember him trying to sell the DeAndre Hopkins trade with him and B.O.B. and having the PR staff send out like bullet points about it. And then months later, blame B.O.B. for everything, which I thought was scumbag stuff. Because say what you want about B.O.B., I don't think y'all were kind of a package deal. And he's just throwing Bill O'Brien.
Bill O'Brien with the draft.
Threw Cal McNair under the bus and all that. Like, the fact that this guy is gone, and the fact that the moving of the goalpost finally stopped, I don't think it's a coincidence. And quite frankly, I will say this, and I believe this wholeheartedly. I think if Jack Easterby had remained here, I do not think that C.J. Stroud wants to be here. I don't think that any quarterback wants to be here if Jack Easterby had been here. I think getting rid of Jack Easterby was a big part and a starting point for the Texans being able to hire DeMeco Ryans, bring in C.J. Stroud, et cetera. You cannot undersell it.
And the reason I feel like this is such a good day, and it's funny, first of all, it's overwhelmingly like bizarre to hear some of the things that he said and did and to talk about that. But Landry, I think it's a great kind of reflection of how far and how fast the Texans have turned it completely around. Like, they were like a complete laughingstock in the NFL. What are people saying about the Texans today? They're getting it right. Leadership, culture, quarterback, obviously, playing with passion and turning it around and a team to watch. In 1 year. 1 year, that's happened. That's why I think it illustrates how awful it was and what a clown show it was with Easterby here, and how quickly DeMeco and the bunch have turned it around.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Coming up, where's the hope? Never underestimate the heart of a champion. We've heard that here before. Let's look at the Astros right now and find out if we still believe. Next.
Sports Radio 6.
sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Where's the hope? Rudy T once said it, man. We saw the Rockets. Their backs were against the wall. Clutch City, baby.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
Are we underestimating the heart of a champion? Are you feeling defeated? You were feeling confident heading into the series.
Very.
Are you feeling defeated now, or do you still think there's hope for the Astros? Because I'm not ready to jump ship yet. I've seen this Rangers team play all year now. This is a little bit different Ranger team, it does seem. They've only trailed one inning in the postseason. They haven't lost. But do you have any hope?
I'm not writing off the Astros. I'm just not writing off the Astros. That's foolish. You heard Rudy T there. They were written off. The Astros have pedigree, which I thought was really crucial here, but clearly the Rangers have kind of handled that in the first two games. I still think there's something there with these guys that they're going to be able to play better. They certainly can play better on the road. They've done better on the road. I'm not writing them off. I think winning 4 out of 5 is a tall task and maybe the worst that they've faced. But I don't see how you can write them off. That said, I think we're kind of seeing a transition here, but they could still do it this year.
4 out of 5.
4 out of 5 is a tall task. Yeah. It's
road team.
Okay, let me put it this way.
Good road team.
I'm picking the Rangers to win the series now because of what they've done, but I wouldn't put it past the Astros to stun us, to pull it out. Would you fall in that same category?
I had the Astros in 7 before. I thought it was going to be a tough series. I do think that not canceling out Evaldi's effort like Verlander's was canceled out is big. I do kind of fear that the Rangers lineup still hasn't erupted the way that they potentially can. But do I think it's just 100% a wrap? No, not yet. I don't. But I do find myself a little bit concerned about how the Astros are going to find ways to win the next 2 games, because the chances are in these next 2 games, unless you're one of these people that believes Urquidy's going to go into the 6th inning again, which he's never done in his entire career, you're going to need the bullpen again. And yesterday, 6 1/3 scoreless innings, that kind of feels like one of those efforts that you give the Rangers looks at the guys kind of get a little bit of wear and tear on them, and it kind of feels like you're going to have to find ways to win games like that in multiple days. Like Javier, you're going to need the bullpen with Javier. You're going to need the bullpen with Urquidy. And then
at least the bullpen got a day off.
You're going to have to take one with Verlander, and then Fromber's going to go out there, and then I don't know what happens.
Well, a lot has to happen, doesn't it? A whole lot has to happen here. I think it's going to be tough. It's a tall task. It's a tough ask to win 4 out of 5. Now, they have 3 in a row in Arlington. So if you just win 2 there, then I might change my tune on who's going to win the series. But even if you're down 3-2 coming back, I might change my tune on that. But I just think I couldn't write them off completely. Couldn't do it.
The pitching right now, you have to give the edge to the Rangers. Like the starting pitching, I guess you give the edge. Although I do sense that the next time the Astros see Evaldi, it might be a little bit different. I think he left it all out there. So you do give the Rangers the edge. Starting pitching. Bullpen, Astros, significant.
Mm-hmm.
Significant advantage. And it's going to be interesting. If Scherzer, if they're asking for 3 or 4 and then they're asking for a bullpen, that's going to be that's the game that you got to get. Lineup, I think the Rangers have the better lineup. Is that fair?
Right now, for sure.
Yeah. Rangers have the better lineup. Manager, I think Dusty's done a fine job outside of deciding to play one of the worst players in baseball in Martin Maldonado. But Bruce Bochy's in-game managing is legendary. It's not insulting to say that the Rangers have the edge when it comes to managing. Guy who's won 3 World Series, a couple of which were when you didn't expect him to do it.
And you saw it on display yesterday.
And you saw it on display yesterday. So they have that. So you're going to have to win 4 out of 5 games. You're going to have to win 4 games against a team that has trailed 1 inning in the entire postseason. And, oh, by the way, they haven't lost a postseason game.
Mm-hmm.
So underestimate the heart of a champion, all that type of stuff, yes. But in the long term, The Rangers are in so much better shape than the Astros, it hurts. It almost feels, I don't want to call it a last dance, but I was talking in the hallway to someone, and they were like, well, Garcia and McCullers come back next year. Okay, what's that mean? I mean, that's cool. I mean, I guess DeGrom is supposed to come back too. I'm not even counting on any of those things. The Rangers have more money. Like they have money to play with. The Astros, like the Abreu move and the Montero move, that's going to factor in next year to like the budget. How much can you actually spend? The Astros just took on Verlander's salary too. So kind of what you see is what you get. The Rangers, they're younger. They got a younger core. Like they have.
Well, Young and Carter are locked up to 2031, I believe.
Yeah. They got a good young catcher.
Seager's 29, I think, and he's locked up.
He's not going anywhere.
He's locked up for about 5 years.
He's an MVP candidate. You can make a case like he's in the same tier as Jordan.
Yeah, and he's locked up to for at least 4 years. Simeon is out there. So they're in a really good spot, while the Astros have Brantley as a free agent this year, Altuve and Bregman free agents next year, and then you've got age. Then you've got age factoring in. Altuve is going to be 34, Verlander 41, Jose Abreu 37. So it's not insulting like, oh, you guys have no confidence in them. No, I think that I'm not even writing it off this series. But what I'm saying is there is that transition. There is that passing of the torch.
Yeah, there 100% is. And it's something to keep an eye on. Again, I'm not completely dismissing it, but it's going to be, I mean, it'll be the most impressive feat of their entire time since 2017. This whole run, this would be a very impressive feat, but it's not like they're going against, an elite pitching ball club. So we'll see.
By the way, the Mariners are in the mix.
That's next year, for sure.
I'm saying just in terms of what you have to go through.
Now, this is one question I do have. Why the hell am I just now learning yesterday that Michael Brantley's dad's like some sort of hardcore-ass batting coach? Dude. Like all these bits that I hear about Michael Brantley locally, and it's Uncle Mike, and he's a professional hitter and all this stuff, and I got to turn it on. This dude's been here since 2019, 19, 20, 21, 22. This dude's been here for damn near half a decade. And the coolest, most heartwarming story that I've ever seen from Michael Brantley takes place. His dad's in the stands. I guess his dad played in the bigs a couple years. And he's at BP. And Michael Brantley, in his 30s, is taking batting practice. And he's looking over. He's looking over, and his dad's like, hey, do this,
No, don't slide. He was like, don't slide.
Like, don't slide. And he's looking over and doing that. All these bits, these stupid nicknames that I've had with Michael Brantley. Yeah. Why do I got to watch the national thing to see the coolest story of all? Yeah. His dad, literally, this guy's made millions of dollars, one of the most respected hitters in baseball, and he's going in the cages, and his pops is going up to the front row, watching him hit and giving him advice. How is this the first time I've heard of this?
I was with you.
Jeff Blum, Todd Callis, Julia Morales, everybody else. How is this the first time I've heard of this?
I was kind of disappointed that it was just such a short little feature.
Dude, I wanted a 10-minute. I wanted a Rinaldi feature.
They just kind of said it in passing, like, oh yeah, there's his dad. He's been a
hitting coach his whole life. He played in the bigs a little bit, and look at this footage. Michael Brantley's in the cage. He looks over to his pops, and I'm like, damn. And I saw Chancellor Johnson, the great Chancellor Johnson, KPRC2, mention it, and I was like, man, that was sick.
Yeah, that was very sick.
Why did I not know this?
That was great.
I got to know everything about everyone, and I did not know this about Michael Brantley. That was cool, man.
Yeah, and I love the way he's like, he did his hand like, don't slide, stay put, go through. I'm like, all right, this is pretty cool.
So he is a professional hitter then.
Well, but they didn't say because of his dad.
Yeah.
Where was this feature at? I have to watch that. What's that Astros extra inning crap I got to see all the time with that Christian Javier interview? You telling me you couldn't put a Michael Brantley's dad thing in there?
Let's talk about J.P. France some more.
Let's talk about J.P. France's path to the minor leagues, and we're just sitting on this Michael Brantley father story? Goodness gracious, how many times have you watched that Astros extra innings?
Oh.
Where Julia, shout out to Julia.
Yeah.
But she's like, oh my God, Javi, you're so emotional. Nah, I want to see Michael Brantley's dad teaching him to hit. How about that?
Yeah. I was just really stunned that it wasn't like a major feature. It was just like in the middle of the game, they go, yeah, this is what happened earlier. His dad's a big-time hitting instructor. Brantley's like, what, 35?
Dude, he's in his mid-30s.
Yeah.
He's an 8-figure ball player, and his dad is literally like treating him like a little league. Hey, get it together, and it's not. He's zoned in.
No, the story is he's trusting him.
Oh, he's zoned in.
Like, I'm sure Astros hitting coaches and all that, but he's like turning and looking at him.
Yeah, he's zoned in.
Yeah, he's trusting him.
100% zoned in. That was really, really legit. But the Astros, that was a tough L yesterday. That one hurt, man.
Well,
that one hurt. Nah, I thought it was a missed opportunity.
Fromber was a mess.
Well, he's a disaster.
He was an absolute mess.
He's an absolute disaster. And it's all meant like.
At least he changed his shoes
twice.
At least he tried something.
He's gonna need more shoes. He's gonna need
he should have changed that whole damn uniform after that first inning.
He's gonna need one of those shoe closets like the rich,
He should have came back with a bald head after that first
Shave
inning.
his head, grow a playoff beard between innings. Something like
get a mustache or something.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I don't know where he goes from here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they might need him again. You know what? Maybe he figures it out. I don't know, but that damn sure wasn't. Dusty said bad luck. That wasn't bad luck, sir.
No, that wasn't bad luck. and to be fair,
Maldi called a bad game.
Well,
Yonner gave up fewer runs.
You're not allowed to say that.
Yonner gave up fewer runs.
With many pitchers.
With different pitchers.
Many pitchers.
Yes, many pitchers. To be fair, you really got to give it to the Rangers. I mean, they were just.
What the hell is up with this guy?
Not that we aren't.
Look at this effing guy.
No, this was their barrage in the first inning. That was awe-inspiring. I mean, they just destroyed. I know Fromber had a lot to do with it, but they just came in here after a win thinking, oh, yeah, the Astros. See, the Astros have been like Apollo Creed at home. Just kind of assuming, just kind of waiting.
Apollo Creed?
They've been like Apollo Creed.
They died?
Just overconfident.
So you're saying they died?
No.
In the ring?
In Rocky 1.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Just kind of dancing, like, yeah, I'll carry this guy for a little while.
Are we past the Apollo Creed references? I think.
No, hell no.
Let's give Michael B. Jordan.
They just had
Creed, Michael B. Jordan references from now on. Yeah, you're stuck in the past. You might.
It's the same story.
Look, if you're gonna do these references, take your ass to 6 to 10.
It's the same.
Take your ass to 6 to 10. Okay. Maybe get some World War references in there.
Story.
What the hell we doing?
It is the same story.
Coming up, Nick Caserio is gonna speak.
Let me tell you about Joe Louis.
Has Nick Caserio escaped the shadow that he once had? And what do we think about Nick Caserio? Is it time to give him some flowers? Texans 3-3 heading into bye week. We're feeling good about it next.
Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us on the show. Nick, you okay on time right now?
Is it time to panic?
Texans 3-3 heading into the bye. Could I interest you in some numbers?
Some numbers.
That's
new.
13 teams in the NFL through 6 weeks are above 500. 10 are below 500. 9 are at 500. So the Texans are sitting there right at 500, right there. If they start doing in the hunt 6 weeks in, the Texans would be on the in the hunt picture.
I mean, they are.
They're a game behind the Browns and Steelers.
Yeah.
Who might not be as good as their 3-2 record, or the Texans better than their 3-3. Bill Parcells once said, "You are what your record says you are." Sure, in the big scheme of things, you are, but sometimes teams are better than their record says, or sometimes they're worse. And sometimes the best team doesn't win on Sunday. We saw it this weekend many a times. Nobody's going to say that the Jets are better than the Eagles. Nobody's going to say that the Browns are better than the 49ers. So sometimes it just be like that. But 3-3 is something you can deal with if you are the Houston Texans. And there's been a lot of love going around. We've given it to D'Amico. We've given it to ownership. We've given it to C.J. Stroud. I'm going to ask this question, 713-572-4610. I'm going to ask the loopholes on YouTube, Twitch, and the text line. Is it time to give Nick Caserio some flowers?
Absolutely.
It is.
Yeah, absolutely. I mentioned this yesterday. Some of the biggest plays made in Sunday's game were by – now, again, you have to qualify it because this is a two-headed monster in personnel, and D'Amico has a lot of say, and I think he had a lot of say in the draft with trade and all that other stuff. Nevertheless, somebody's doing all the legwork. Somebody's doing the recommendations that somebody would ultimately be Nick Caserio. And how many big plays were made by free agent signings on Sunday? Devin or acquisitions. Devin Singletary, Dalton Schultz. I mean, I'm trying to think of some others, but there was a lot of impact players that Nick Caserio had his fingerprints all over them. So yeah, absolutely. You don't think so?
Yeah, I do. I mean,
okay.
I think Nick's doing a good job right now. I was never like, I was fine. I just wanted to get through the mud with Caserio. I just wanted to get through the mud of where they were a couple years. I do, like, there are sometimes I think he's sounded a little bit silly. And I do think a lot of his silliness that we used to have some fun with, I don't think it really mattered when it came to this, like the Silicon Valley and all that type of crap. I don't think that's where we are. I think that's more POS, Jack Easterby, happy 1-year anniversary of getting canned. But, yeah, from like a football perspective, and the other thing is it's a fluid process. And Nick Caserio, I think what Nick Caserio is right now is not what he was a year ago. The situation's not similar, but it seems like he's found a way to work with D'Amico Ryans. It seems like he's found a way to churn the roster. They didn't have $70 million in dead cap. But yeah. But as far as like, do I hang on Nick Caserio's every word now?
No, I don't. And we're more than willing, and we've more than one occasion criticized him. But one thing that I've always seen from Nick is his big picture working. When David Culley got here, I mean, it was just a complete eye roll for me because people were like, well, maybe Culley this, and they're turning it over. No, man, we were saying on this show.
Who said that?
People were.
Who said they're turning it over with David Culley?
No, what we were saying on this show.
Point that dude out. That is a straw man by you right there.
No,
sir.
I don't think so.
There was nobody saying we're turning it around with David Culley.
I said turning it over, the roster. And people with Davis Mills truthers and all this other stuff. And what did I consistently say? So not to pat myself on the back, but this is one of the things, the reason I'm saying it, this is one of the things that I think Nick Caserio was best at. He hadn't even started the rebuild.
No.
He was clearing the house.
And I think of all the criticisms of Nick Caserio, I think if we wanted to list like the valid criticism, the first round picks early on with the Kenyon Green and the Derek Stingley, I think you can question that.
Yeah.
I've never held the coach hirings against him.
Never.
Because there was no way you were going to get a D'Amico Ryans. And if you would have even hired like a B-level coach instead of a David Culley, I think there's a chance like a Jim Caldwell or something like that hangs around for 2 years to where you don't get the D'Amico Ryans situation. Like you were going to have $75 million dead cap no matter what.
Yeah.
So of all the criticisms, and this is 100% like, was I frustrated watching David Culley coach? Yes, because we have to evaluate him week to week. Was Lovie Smith a beating? Yes, but There's the one thing I will not criticize him for, and I actually think Lovie Smith worked out fine. I think he was fine for that situation. You hired two guys who weren't going to get hired anywhere else, and then you ended up making the right decision, regardless of whether it was 100% your own decision or not. I will never hold the coaches in that situation against him, because in an indirect way, San Francisco did the same thing to get to Kyle Shanahan. Now, they had a different GM, but the GM that screwed everything up was able to kind of hang around for a while, and then you brought in the other one. They brought in Nick Caserio knowing this was a mess, knowing the quarterback wanted to leave, knowing B.O.B. and the POS were here. So he kind of figured that out. So you'll never hear me blame him for the coaching hires. I was fine with that.
Well, and even the roster, like the two things that I could see you working, Nick, and we talked about it here. This isn't, revisionist history. I was saying it at the time. Number one, they hadn't even started their rebuild yet. And number two, how many times did you hear me say he's just signing guys that are just cashing one more check? Because you could tell he was just getting guys in here to fill the roster, maybe be a little competitive, and then move on from them. He did that for 2 years, and we talked about it here. So I don't hold that against him at all. In fact, now you see where it's paying off, like in terms of salary cap and being able to get more players in, and now that they're finally trying to be competitive. No, we're not afraid to criticize Nick Caserio, and we know that, and he knows that. But no way.
The other thing is this, like, I don't think he's the face of things anymore.
No.
And
remember Camp Caserio?
Yeah, I mean, Camp Caserio, all that. Like, I don't think he's the face of stuff. So I don't think that whatever his power was 2 years ago, it's not the same. I think this is D'Amico's ship.
Yeah.
And I don't think Nick Caserio, the one thing I don't think about Nick Caserio is I don't think he's stuck in the Patriot way. I've heard McClain say it multiple times, and we fought on it. I don't think he's stuck in the Patriot way. And I don't think his ego is such to where he really cares about getting all the credit. I don't think he really worries himself about that. And I think it's D'Amico's team. I don't know if it's 50-50 between them two, but I don't think there's going to be very many times where D'Amico Ryans doesn't want a player and Nick Caserio says, well, we're going to bring him in anyways. I don't think that's going to happen.
Glad you brought that up, because there is one thing about Caserio, and it's not criticism, it's a question. How much of a stench is still hovering from the Easterby years, the Patriots way years?
So a year from the Easterby firing, do you think that Nick has completely separated from him?
I'm asking.
What you're asking?
I'm wondering, and I'm asking, how much of a stench is still there? How much of a Patriots way?
None. I never thought you. No, I brought up Patriot way. I don't think there's a Patriot way thing. I think that's dead.
Well, maybe Patriot way was a bad way to put it. The connections with the Easterbys and the Easterby stench and how things were done when he was in total control, because he's not in total control right now. We can agree on that. How much of that is still
gone.
Hovering?
I think it's gone. I think you can see it nationally. I think you can see it locally. I think the Easterby stench is completely gone. Now, I still kind of look at anyone side-eyed who considers Jack Easterby a good buddy. Like, I'm sorry. Like, that's me being petty. Mm-hmm. That's me being, a little bit.
Petty.
Say what you want.
I get it, because I feel the same way.
But anyone who could be good friends with that much of a scumbag, and I don't even think he's a scumbag. It's a little bit weird for me.
Yes.
But I know that different people have different relationships with different types with different dudes. So I know that it's like different. His experience with him is different than, I guess, everybody else's. But
maybe a couple of guys over there.
That's more of a petty thing. But as far as like the BS that went on when that happened, it's not going to happen with D'Amico, because D'Amico was a guy who everybody wanted. D'Amico is a guy who knows what he's doing. D'Amico has substance. It's not a David Culley who no one else was going to hire. It's not a Lovie Smith who no one else was going to hire. It just wouldn't go down, and I don't think he wants it to go down.
Yeah,
I think he probably realized when he first got here, man, this guy's role is a little bit different than what I recall. This is a little bit weird, but you got to kind of fill it out. But you got to fill it out,
He also owed him a little bit.
Jack said that, my legacy is Nick Caserio, and I'm the reason that Nick Caserio got here.
Yeah.
So, who knows? I mean, I think it's kind of a little bit cleared. I think we can give him a little bit of credit.
Then the other thing, and maybe I'm just seeing things that aren't there. But I just keep going back to that day where it was very, very clear that he said, I'm willing to move aside.
Oh, yeah.
I'm willing to move
And if
aside.
they want to get rid of me. When he was depressed.
And I'm like,
neutered Nick. You talking about the neutered Nick
yes,
press conference?
is there still a little bit of, boy, I sure would like to have all the say. You know?
I think.
Is there?
I think there was a level of, man, I screwed up at the end of the season.
Yeah.
And kind of, it's kind of looked like it's shaped up for him, like, because you got C.J. Stroud instead of Bryce. So, I mean, sometimes you just you luck into stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Not in a bad way. That happens.
Yeah. No,
That happens.
yes.
Like, sometimes, like, it doesn't matter. Like, you don't go back and say, well, Tom Brady did fall to the 6th round, so, it's really not that impressive. I mean, once they're on your squad, once you see it shape up, regardless of what you were saying before, like, you just see what goes on, and that's where we're at. So, Nick Caserio, credit to you.
I got to put y'all on the spot because y'all did a list a couple weeks ago, I want to say, of the most important people.
Oh, I stand by that list. I was
going to say, do y'all want to rearrange it some way?
Nick is 5th. Yeah.
Well, I think that ties in, Figgy, directly to this conversation. Because I still put Nick 5th.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the reasons.
5th or 4th.
I had him 5th.
You might have had him 7th, to be honest.
No, I think we only did 5.
I'm trying to think of the, I think you might have had him 7th or 8th.
Come on, man.
Now, I know I had him 5th, but that's kind of what we're talking about.
Most
here.
important guys above Caserio right now, I would say ownership. I would say CJ. I would say D'Amico. I would say Slowick.
Yeah, those were my 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would agree with that. But it's still a very important role. It's an extremely important role. It's just it's about being replaceable.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do I think D'Amico Ryans could find a general manager and that general manager could come in here and work? Yeah. But I think they are a good team.
I think he knows some.
Yeah.
That's the thing. D'Amico has already got the respect of everybody, and he's been in the league so long, he probably already has in his mind's eye. If anything happens, I know who I'm going to.
So here's what I want to ask.
Okay.
Do you think the Texans are better than their record?
Yes. Question mark? Yeah, man. I go back to, well, first of all,
because I think the Browns and Steelers at 3-2,
Yeah.
I mean,
well, the Browns defense is legit.
Yeah,
the
I'm
Browns
about to say
defense
that.
is legit. They're top tier.
Okay.
They're top tier.
Whatever you say.
No, I do say
You
that.
think it's fools?
I do say that.
You think the defense is fool's gold?
I think their offense is such trash that I think their defense. I mean, I think they got a nice little break against San Francisco. I think they're a disaster.
But
and
I
think
killing
they have
everybody.
Yeah, well, they also have the quarterback that.
Well, no, that's a different topic.
We're talking about the defense.
I'm talking about the team. Sir.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about.
No.
defense.
I don't
I'm talking about
disagree with the team,
sir.
but I
They
think
suck.
I think that defense is top tier. The reason I think the Texans are better than their record, and this is kind of crazy that we're even talking about this, is we saw the Falcons come back down to earth. That was just wild, that they lost that game. They had the lead too late, and then couldn't hold it. So, yeah, I think they are.
Let's go in the hunt right now. So right now, like if the playoffs began today, the Browns and Pittsburgh Steelers would be in the playoffs at 3-2. They would be in the playoffs at 3-2. Texans are 3-3, so they're a game back.
Mm-hmm.
They already beat the Steelers. They got a game against the Browns on Christmas Eve. The other team ahead of them, like the number one team on the outside looking in ahead of them is the Indianapolis Colts. You face the Indianapolis Colts twice. Also tied with you, you have the Jets. You're going to face them soon, and you have the Bengals. You're going to face them soon. I don't know if the Texans are better than the Bengals. I don't even know. Like, I don't know if they're better than. Maybe they're probably better than the Jets. Although if we're going to talk about defense, we got to look at the defense, those two defenses.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think Indianapolis is going to remain at 3-3. I think Minshew's a good backup. I don't think the Texans were prepared for him when Richardson went down. And then I think Cleveland and Pittsburgh, it could go either way. So when you're looking at these squads, man, like they're very, very much in the mix of playoffs. And it happens all the time. Like it happens all the time every year. Team goes from bottom to top or middle in the NFL in the playoffs.
I'm looking at the division leaders in the wild card right now. These are the teams. You tell me if the Texans are better than these teams. These are the teams that are either in the wild card right now or one game out.
Okay.
You tell me if the Texans are better than, and I'll start with the obvious one. Buffalo.
Hell no.
No. Okay. Stick a pin in that. Cleveland. They're in the playoffs right now.
It's same tierish, I guess.
I think the Texans are better. Figgy?
I would say close.
Yeah?
Close. Not
Pittsburgh. They're in the playoffs right now.
No, they suck.
All right. Jets.
They stink too.
Indianapolis.
Their arrow's pointing down.
And the Las Vegas Raiders. Those are the 3-3 teams.
Their coach.
And 2-4-2. Well, 3-4-2 teams. 3-2-loss teams that are in the playoffs right now. The Texans are probably better than all but Buffalo and maybe Cleveland.
I think they got a chance with all of those teams.
Yeah.
They're in the mix, man. They're in the mix, but there could be a deeper meaning. Let's put the Jeff Van Gundy philosophy to practice. Things not to ignore in victory. Texans got 3 of them. They've matched their win total 6 weeks into the season from last year. Things not to ignore in victory that you would not ignore in defeat. John McClain, by the way, going to join us at noon.
All right.
The Jeff Van Gundy philosophy with the Houston Texans, 3-3 right now. It's easy to feel good, eat the cheese, as D'Amico Ryans talks about. But what are the things that the Texans need to pay special attention to coming off the bye week? And by the way, a lot of people, and this is how crazy it's gotten around here. A lot of people looking past Carolina. They haven't won a game. We're going to start out 4-3. Did you not watch the NFL this weekend?
No kidding.
Did you not see what happened this weekend and what happens every week? So we got to keep a close eye on that. And D'Amico Ryans seems to be the guy that can implement the right mindset. But there are some things that deserve our attention. And the OG John Lopez presents those things.
All right, the Van Gundy to-do list. For those who are not familiar, he famously has said, don't ignore in victory what you would not ignore in defeat. Well, the Texans are 500. Everybody's feeling really dang good about things right now. You got yourself a quarterback. You got things moving in the right direction. But let's not ignore a couple of things here, and I want to get your thoughts on this. Sacks. Right now, the Texans rank 31st in the NFL in sacks, and this has got to be killing D'Amico. I mean, they're not bad pressuring the quarterback. In fact, they're kind of in the top half. But Will Anderson, I think he's got 20 pressures, something like that. He's high.
He is very high in pressures. He's very high in double teams. All those advanced stats. Love Will Anderson.
But one sack. So sacks.
Week 1.
Yeah, that was week 1. It was early in the game, too, if I recall correctly.
Third quarter, I think.
It was a third quarter. So sacks have to happen. If we're sitting here about talking about in the hunt and all this other stuff, pressures are cool, man. But a lot of pressures end up with completions anyway, So you can't ignore the sacks.
Okay.
Running back ball distribution. We talked about this extensively yesterday. I'm thinking Devin Singletary has to get 40 to 45% of the carries, if not more.
I think of all the things that could change significantly, and I think there's a couple things to look at on offense, like what are the receivers going to look like when they're full strength? They're going to have Tank Dell back. D'Amico said that yesterday. Does Dalton Schultz continue to emerge? Of the most significant changes I could see, I could see that piece of pie going up for Singletary significantly to where
40 maybe.
I could see it going up to 60, 65.
I wouldn't be mad at that.
And I could see Mike Boone getting in the mix too.
Well, he has just in hints.
Well, he had 1 carry for 11 yards the other day.
Yeah. Right now, even after the Devin Singletary game or whatever you want to call it, the Texans are 30th in the NFL in yards per carry. So get to work, Bobby Slowick. Here's another one that you may or may not have known the Texans are here. Red zone efficiency. We talk about Kaimi Fairbairn, more field goals than anybody in the NFL, at least going into yesterday's game. I don't know if that matters or not. The Texans ranked 27th in the NFL in red zone efficiency. 38.3% of the time they're scoring in the red zone. And I didn't even remember this until I saw the stat. They only have 1 rushing touchdown. That's crazy. That has to be corrected. Red zone efficiency.
Remember when the over-under was 4.5 Dameon Pierce rushing touchdowns?
Yeah. Well, we'll see about that. And then there's this one that also has to kind of be killing. He knows all these advanced stats and even more so advanced stats, even more in the weeds.
Who's he?
D'Amico.
Okay.
Missed tackles. This one blew me away. I was surprised. Pro Football Reference has the Texans 32nd in the NFL with 66 missed tackles. High on the list are Henry To'oTo'o and Denzel Perryman. They each have 8 missed tackles. Will Anderson has 6, and Steven Nelson has 5.
All right, this has nothing to do with any film study or anything like that, so I'm not going to sit here and try to act like I'm not going to speak in absolute and act like this is 100% a fact. But I do feel like last year the missed tackles were such to where you were missing it and then the guy was taking it to the house. I do feel like there's more swarm to where, if Perriman misses a tackle, the safety or there's another linebacker there to cover it up. I'll put it this way. When I was watching the Texans earlier this season, I had PTSD.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought every run was going to go for 25 yards.
Yeah.
That is not happening.
No.
They're much better against the run. And watching every play, every snap this year, I just don't feel like they're like a poor tackling team to where they're like the worst in the league. So I feel like that's a little bit misleading.
It might be because I think, like last year, it was Jalen Petrie missing tackles. Well, that could be housed.
Yeah.
This year, it's Perryman and To'oto'o.
Yeah. And I do think, obviously, they're going to have to tweak it, but I don't look at this as like the worst tackling. I don't feel like I'm watching the worst tackling team in the league.
Because of Swarm. Because there's a lot of people backing you up right there. Like I know Steven Nelson is a DB, but he's also been in the mix a lot in a lot of plays. But the fact that it's To'oto'o, Will Anderson, and Perryman, that doesn't mean that they're going to be gaining a lot of yards after they miss a tackle. It just means that at the point of attack that they've missed some tackles. So I don't know if you have anything else, but the sacks, the running back ball distribution, the red zone efficiency, and the missed tackles, that's what D'Amico's talking about right there. Things they want to still clean up because especially sacks. You've got to get more. I mean, that's how you turn
one
games.
sack. I mean, I don't want to turn this into Jadeveon Clowney 2.0 where I'm defending Will Anderson's play with the
He stopped the run
sacks.
pretty good.
Oh, my God.
Oh, no, he's doing it.
He's a good run stopper.
He's doing
no.
it. But he's actually getting pressures like crazy.
He's a run stopper specialist.
So he's close. He's getting close.
Text line 936, what trades y'all think we make prior to the deadline? I don't want a wide receiver. I don't think Jerry Jeudy comes in here and significantly improves things, and I think he kind of halts the progress of the Nico Collinses, the Tank Dells, the John Mechie's, who are all on their rookie deal. And Jerry Jeudy's on the final year of his rookie deal, so you're going to have to pay him or pick up that option and have to pay him significantly. So I don't look at wide receiver as a need. Chase Young is a name that comes up. I don't know what the cost would be for Chase Young. I have no idea. I don't even know if Washington's trying to get rid of Chase Young. But I do feel like you're kind of buying low on him if you do bring him in here. And I do think he's a guy that could help significantly, especially if you're looking at a chess move in which Jonathan Grenard is going to be a free agent. Jerry Hughes is kind of on the back end. If you could put Chase Young opposite of Will Anderson and kind of buy him low, I like his makeup. I like what he's made of, although I don't know how he fits into what the scheme is. I was a big Chase Young guy. He had the injury and everything. I don't know what the price is. So I don't want to play EA Sports too much. I know it's not a first-round pick type of move or anything like that.
No, it's
but
not.
Chase Young, I would be down with Chase Young.
How you feeling about Frank Clark?
No thanks.
No?
He needs to go back to the Chiefs.
He'll probably end up going back to the Chiefs. Yeah.
Go enjoy yourself there, sir. He's nuts. If they're a player away, like I don't mind bringing in someone who's nuts if they're a player away, but at this point with where they are,
just chill.
Yeah, we don't.
Chill.
Frank Clark's too nuts for me. Chase Young has 3 sacks this year.
Hell, the Commanders are feeling pretty good about themselves right now.
Are they?
Yeah, why not? I mean, they're 3-3. They're where the Texans are.
Yeah. But,
Sam Howell's playing good football.
Yeah, but.
Yeah, but what?
Yeah, okay.
I mean, they're in the same boat.
Yeah, now look up at their division. Tell me how realistic that is.
You obviously, they're one game behind the Cowboys.
Okay.
What's that thing you always say about the record? What did Bill Parcells say about the record?
Yeah. You are what your record says you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, Landry don't believe that.
No, you
I don't. It's not true. It's not true. Shout out to the tuna. It is definitely not true at all.
Well, there's some bad teams in the NFC too, man.
There's some bad teams in the NFL.
Yeah.
Some really bad ones. Texans right there in the middle. We'll see how that goes. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. John McClain going to join us at noon. He had to hear what Nick Caserio had to say. Nick still up there? Or is he gone?
He might be gone.
Oh,
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Figgy's not even watching.
It's not even on there. It's not on the channel.
So the media didn't even want to talk to him for 35 minutes?
Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us on the show. Nick, you okay on time right now?
Who are all these people walking the hallways? There's a bunch of strangers in the building.
Earlier, I think the college football playoff committee was up here.
Yeah, maybe that's.
I heard them on with Sean and Seth talking about the college football.
15
playoff
people
committee.
just walked by. I didn't recognize a single one.
Mark Henry was in here.
Well, he was cool.
I was about to give him a DDT.
Yeah, well, good luck with that. Who are these people?
Somebody's gonna get their ass kicked. Somebody's gonna get their wig split. Most underrated WWE song of all time. Mark Henry. Shout out to him. He's lost some weight though.
100 pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sharp.
That's soda, man.
He doesn't do soda. Come on.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm positive.
You don't know that.
John McClain does it.
Yeah.
We'll talk to him at noon. Coming up, the Rangers, Astros. What are we watching exactly? I think it's a question that needs to be addressed. What are we watching? Is this something that is just going to be short-term pain? Is it going to be short-ish term pain? Or is this long-term pain in front of us? Let's go to the hits, which are lit next.
Something.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
John McClain coming up at noon. He's on his way.
All right.
You got to talk to Nick Caserio. Hopefully he has some takeaways. I hate when he comes in and just,
I have no idea what.
Give me something.
No idea.
Yeah, well, give me
I
something.
have no idea.
Nah, for real, what'd you think of Caserio?
He could. I don't know. You'd have to ask him.
Not like, what did he say? What did he say? Did he say anything good about the Texans?
I have no idea.
Well, we'll
I
find
don't
out.
know what he had to do with.
Okay. We'll hear from him at noon.
Want a little Woj bomb that involves the Rockets?
Not really.
No?
The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Every QB in the division is hurt. AR-15 looks like he's out for the season. Ryan Tannehill, high ankle sprain. Trevor Lawrence, knee discomfort. Something's going on. They're underdogs against the New Orleans Saints. Meanwhile, C.J. Stroud, record-setting start to his career, and he's the only healthy player at the most important position in the division.
So good things are happening, not just with the Texans, but bad things are happening to other starting quarterbacks. And look, Ryan Tannehill, I think the Titans are an absolute mess right now, so that doesn't help. I'm not so sure how big a factor Anthony Richardson's going to be in Indianapolis, but Trevor Lawrence, if that lingers, that could be something.
Astros trail the Rangers 2-0 in the ALCS. Framber Valdez yesterday allowed 4 runs on 5 hits in the first inning. Overall, he went 2 2/3 innings, 5 runs, 4 earned on 7 hits. Doesn't sound like a good outing to me. Does it to you?
I'm going to have to say it is not a good outing.
Figgy, you watched. Did that look like a good outing?
It just looked like bad luck to me.
Well, you and Dusty Baker agree. Here's Dusty Baker on Framber's outing.
There was a ball up the middle that went off Jeremy's glove. That was, a near out, and then the jam shot by Sager, and then the base hit to right, and then the play that, he has a lot of soft contact, which he did, which Grossman.
That was not soft contact.
Hit that ball back to him, and he looked to third. He was going to go to third and bobbled it, and then, threw wildly to first.
Contact. You know what bothers me?
What's that?
That a pitcher can have an error, and all of a sudden the run becomes unearned. It's your fault. Like, is fielding your position just mean nothing? Like, you could literally, if you're a pitcher and they hit it right to you and you throw it over the first baseman's head, the guy runs to second. This always bothered me.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why I like the Greg Maddoxes and the Zach Greinke's who filled their position. That's why I feel like it's kind of undervalued. Like, it's one thing if Jose Altuve Chuck Knoblauchs it into the stands and knocks someone out in the front row.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you're saying it's an unearned run. But you did not field your position.
But he becomes a fielder. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just saying I think
you're part of the problem.
No. I think that they're just
part of the problem.
They're just trying to be consistent with, okay, the fielder made an error.
But you were him.
No, yes.
So it doesn't matter?
Who's on first? You're a pitcher, and when the ball is hit, you become a fielder. So a fielder's error. That's what they call them. I'm not.
But if you screw it up, it's your fault.
Yes. Well, then you're going to give earned runs to Altuve or something?
No, it can still be unearned if it's him. But if you're fielding your own position and you're the one that screwed it up, then
No, I get the logic, but I think the reality is they're just trying to be consistent with the fielders.
Look, Clint Stoerner said this, and I think it's very, very true. And I know Clint Stoerner sometimes will get a little bit romantic with stuff like this, and he's kind of old school when it comes to the way he talks about it. But I think anyone who has eyes can tell Framber Valdez, mentally, you don't know what you're going to get each day. And I remember him, I think he was saying this the other day, and this was when the Astros were starting the playoffs. It's hard to look at Framber Valdez and feel comfortable every time he's on the mound. There's something like sometimes it's intense and it's not, but you almost feel like if he gives up like a leadoff hit, like yesterday he gave up the leadoff hit. It's like he's screwed.
I felt
He's
exactly
screwed.
like that. When they got 2 hits in 2 swings of the bats, I was like, okay, he's in trouble. And not just because of the hits. Like, just mentally, he's probably going to melt. It was a big problem early in his career. Then he kind of seemed to iron that out. And this year, it's been an absolute mess. I know he had the no-hitter. I mean, awesome, but you can't expect you can't know what to get out of him.
Yordan Alvarez, meanwhile,
stud,
2 bombs, but the Astros lose 5-4. On to Game 3, Max Scherzer versus Christian Javier in Arlington.
I think both teams are feeling the same about their pitchers.
Yeah, give me 3 or 4,
yeah,
and we'll see what happens. Despite what Javier did last game, you just want to get through it.
Yeah.
Because the Rangers rocked him earlier this year.
They did, didn't they?
There was that really bad outing, remember?
Yeah. Forgot about that. Yikes. But yeah, like if they can get 4 out of Scherzer and 4 out of Javier, well, let's go. You had the day off. I mean, the bullpen should be okay.
And your bullpen, the Astros, the one significant, can't even debate difference between these two teams, although I haven't been able to see it lately. That Rangers bullpen sucks.
The back end, they seem to have found something on the back end outside of Aroldis, but what's his name, Spraz or whatever,
Leclerc,
and Leclerc is the closer. He's a little bitty guy.
Yeah, he looks like he's 12.
Yeah, he's a little tyke.
He's like 12 years old.
But credit to him, he's slapping that chest.
Multiple innings yesterday.
yeah, that they were talking about that too. That was a rarity for him.
7 times this year, something like that. They said. And then the postseason.
Yeah.
You got Bruce Bochy and his.
I was stunned Bochy stayed with Eovaldi.
Dude, he didn't even think about it.
No, I did.
It's basically like a ride or die.
Yeah.
Bases loaded, no outs. Eovaldi just.
And you hear people talking about like emptying the tank.
How do you feel about that? He has the grinky grunt thing. It sounds like a women's tennis player.
It's legit though. I
know. I mean, he's putting everything he has into it. I don't know about the grunt, man.
He was emptying the proverbial tank.
Grinky grunts.
Yeah.
How about Serena Williams at Wimbledon?
On the hit. He grunted on his second home run. That was badass. It was wild.
College football this weekend, right here in H-Town. The U of H Cougs. They sold it out, by the way.
They did.
They're taking on the Texas Longhorns. 22-point spread is what we're starting at. 22-point spread.
I'd lean horns on that.
22?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's going to be a home field advantage.
Yeah, but I also think it might be let's just get the hell out of here. Let's run the rock. Get out.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It does.
Last time you talked about betting against the Cougs, what happened?
Luckily, I didn't end up betting. No, I was gonna bet against the Cougs.
Yeah, what happened? Hail Mary.
I didn't bet.
Never underestimate the heart of a.
That was a very lucky day for me.
Never underestimate the heart of a Holgerson football team.
Yeah, or a bounce of a ball.
You talked about a Woj bomb. I kind of think this is what's like a lower level of a bomb.
A dud.
Yeah. Woj dud here on
by the Rocket
in the Loop Sports Radio 610. What do we got?
The Rockets have traded Kevin Porter Jr.
Oh wow.
And 2 future second-round picks to the Oklahoma City Thunder, who are immediately waiving Porter Jr. The Thunder are sending the Rockets Victor Oladipo and Jeremiah Robinson Earl.
How do you think this phone conversation went? I think this is how it went. I think they picked up the phone. They called the Thunder. They said, hey, I see that y'all got some salary cap space, and y'all like to have like 40 draft picks per draft.
Yeah.
How would you like 2 second-round picks? We'll send you Kevin Porter Jr. We know you're going to waive him. And we'll take on Victor Oladipo and Jeremiah Robinson Earl in the trade. Oklahoma City said, are you kidding me? We don't want no part of that. And then the Rockets said, come on, man. Y'all ripped us off so bad with the Chris Paul trade. Like, you owe us one. Y'all ripped our ass off so bad. We're not even going to have draft picks because of how bad we let y'all rip Daryl Morey off with the Chris Paul trade. So come on, just make up for it. Come on, just do me this solid. Just do me this solid. And they said, all right, deal.
All right. All right.
So Rafael Stone, man.
He's doing work.
His guy. Right. Come on. He's doing work.
He's doing work.
He sold this Kevin Porter Jr. thing. He went behind the scenes trying to tell folks about this.
He's rafing them.
Man, this was Steven Silas has to be sitting there saying, man, you made me make this guy a starting point guard all those years. And now all of a sudden he's gone, and my goodness.
You forced me to put him in the starting lineup.
Yeah. I do trust Udoka, though, but, man, this is just kind of like Steven Silas being like, come on, man.
It was funny. This is like, we're not talking Rockets basketball right now. There's so much other too, but it was funny, checking Rockets Twitter as they're playing the Spurs. We didn't play Wembanyama in the game, by the way. And it's Amen Thompson.
That Whitmore dunk that didn't count?
Amen had that real nice one, too. But I'm like, okay, we'll see how it goes.
They need something. I'm a big believer in Udoka, though. I've been an Udoka guy for a while.
Oh yeah.
I think they can figure some stuff out. Mm-hmm. It is like I'm not like let's be nice to Amen Thompson.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Like this would be like to
he's
me,
a blur, that's for sure.
Well, what's happened with Amen Thompson is you were praying for Wembanyama, and then you were saying, okay, well, I'll settle for Scoot. And then all of a sudden you get Amen Thompson, and on Rockets Twitter, he's getting treated like he's the second coming of Derrick Rose.
That's what I'm saying. It was kind of funny. It was kind of funny just watching it. No, he's going to be good. He's going to be fine.
He's a good kid.
Yeah.
But let's not like
Magic Johnson, y'all. Come on, what y'all doing?
Let's just let him in, do his thing.
Yeah.
Figure it out. He's backing up Van Vliet. It'll be fun. They'll be much more fun to watch. But they got a hard-o coach. I think it's kind of Udoka's shit.
Have you ever seen a point guard that fast though?
I hate you right now.
I've never seen a point guard that fast.
Yeah.
In history.
All right, Dave. John McClain going to join the show for his weekly visit. He just spoke to Nick Caserio. Let's get his thoughts on the Texans being 3-3. Damian Pierce losing some of his responsibilities. And I'm going to ask him this question straight up. Do you think the Texans can make the playoffs? John McClain next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Don't be looking all like that, man. The general coming. Make sure you don't talk back to him, man. Here he come.
John McClain in the building here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. He just got back from hearing Nick Caserio speak. What did Nick say?
Yeah.
Give us the best.
Talked about he wouldn't give himself any credit for the personnel decisions. I asked him that question right off the bat, and he talked about the players, the coaches, everybody else. Well, what about the general manager? You got final say, but he just wouldn't give himself any credit, which is good. And I'm writing a column for SportsRadio610.com tomorrow about he had to learn about D'Amico's ability as a talent evaluator and how that has helped the two of them make so many good moves in the draft and free agency, certainly better than what they've been doing.
Is right now, forgetting everything else. Yes?
Yes.
Is C.J. Stroud a top 5 quarterback?
Oh, I thought you were going to ask about the team.
Yeah.
No, absolutely not. No.
Top 7?
I will go over everyone in the league, but he's better than Bryce Young and Anthony Richardson, I can tell you that.
He is that.
I started to say, so, Nick, if you'd had the worst record in the first pick, obviously you'd taken C.J., right?
We'll never know. I think we know, but we'll never really know.
Yeah, well, he wouldn't have been alone.
Everybody wanted to kill Lovey. Now everybody's thanking him.
Yeah.
Because they won that last game in the 2-point conversion. They got stuck with Stroud.
It did. And that sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. John McClain with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Astros game, they go out on the field and they warm up. Frommers threw his pitches, and they do the traditional play ball.
Mm-hmm.
So they had Stroud and Will Anderson down the first base line, and they've been waiting a while posing for pictures, and they're wearing their Astros jerseys. And as soon as they announced them, people were fired up anyway. But as soon as they announced them, they got great ovations from the fans. And I thought at the time, I hope they're paying attention, because if the Texans win, they'll have crowds with this kind of electricity and NRG that they have in Minute Maid Park. And I thought it was great that they did it, and they got such a great reception.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I mean, to be honest with you, the fact that in that situation that they had Texans there, like, it's been a while since there's been that type of star power, but
I don't remember one.
There. Yeah, and not significant like that. I mean, maybe J.J. Watt goes out there or something like that, but C.J. Stroud goes out there, one of the biggest stars in town.
It's so much fun to go to the Texans now. Everything's so upbeat. People are so fired up. They won't, we take it one game at a time, but it's obvious from talking to people, and they see they've turned the corner so far, and they're competitive. And when it comes to all the teams in the AFC right now, looking at the schedule, you'd have to say, they play Jacksonville here on November 26th.
That's going to be for first place.
If they get that and the tiebreaker, if they get within one game of the Jaguars at that point and they beat them here, then that's going to give them the tiebreakers, like 2 victories. And hey, so why are you getting ahead of yourself? The fact is, when you look around the league and what's going, you think, when it comes to playoffs, why not the Texans?
So where were you a year ago today? What were you? Do you remember what happened a year ago today?
Well, let's see. I had left you 35 minutes ago and probably eating.
Nah.
That's what I was doing a year ago today.
No, you weren't.
What?
You were shuffling, sir.
What was it?
Jack Easterby got fired a year ago today.
Oh, did he really?
Yes, he did.
Oh, that was amazing.
How sad were you that day?
Yeah, I tried not. I didn't want people to see my eyes getting misty, and I wiped away a tear really quick.
Yeah, good for you.
It was going down my cheek, and it was such a sad day for the Texans to have to see Easterby go. And from that moment on,
isn't it incredible?
That was like a cloud was lifted, and now with D'Amico and the coaching staff and the personnel moves they've made, it's amazing in 1 year the kind of transformation they've undergone.
John McClain with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Do you think, I kind of know the answer to this question, do you think it would have even been possible to hire D'Amico Ryans if you had Jack Easterby still here?
No, I can't remember which guy from Seattle interviewed, and I know this is true because he told people in his front office, for one of the first things he asked, well, if if I get this job, is Jack Easterby going to be there? And he said yes, and he politely withdrew.
Yeah.
And so, no, I don't think D'Amico could have gone anywhere for any opening, and I'm guessing that he would have. He interviewed with Denver. He told Carolina no. He had Jimmy Sexton do it, and then he canceled interviews with Arizona and Indy. And I'm guessing. I'm not guessing. No, he would have not come here.
Running game looked a lot livelier with Devin Singletary getting a dozen carries. That's got to be something that we're going to consistently see now, right?
They better. Bobby Slowick's learning on the run, just like a lot of them doing something for the first time. He and D'Amico said, because you wonder if Singletary touched the ball 5 times, would that have been a difference to score, help him score a few more points where they wouldn't have had to stop the Falcons on the last play. But now, and for Dameon Pierce, 3 carries, and the line just got crushed. And I went back and watched it, and there was 2 plays that Pierce, if he'd have cut a different way, could have got more yards. And so and they even had Mike Boone run a play, and he had a 11-yarder. And I like the 2 reverses to Xavier Hutchinson, and now Tank Dell will be back. They'll be in their best physical condition, and with the line starting the same group for 3 games in a row, I think it's going to help the running game overall.
What is Juice Scruggs? I hear people say, well, Juice and D'Amico said he had to get how does he fit into this whole thing?
I think that when I asked D'Amico about it 2 weeks ago about Patterson, would he go to guard? Would he stay at center when Scruggs is healthy? And he said something like, well, Jarrett was a guard all through the offseason and preseason and training camp, and that was it. Now, Scruggs, when he comes back, he may need a week or 2. They have 3 weeks to get ready. But and it depends on Patterson. I watched Patterson in the last game against Atlanta, and he got beat up 2 or 3 times bad. Does he have what it takes to take guys on one-on-one? Because he's helping out most of the time as a center, and but it's good to have options. And
so they're not going. Would you change? Like, what would you do?
If I think that if they continue to struggle running the ball, I would put Juice Scruggs at center and Patterson at left guard and see if that helped. Because right now they're having trouble blocking it, and the backs are having problems.
Well, they had a better time with Singletary, though.
And they did. And
so could it be the scheme and fit?
He had, 56 yards?
It was 4.8, though?
Yeah, 4.8 a pop.
Yeah. But
that'll win some games.
Yeah.
It could be. I mean, they watch it every day. We'll know when they come back against Carolina, because you do most of your coaching on personnel over a 2-week period during the bye week. So I can't wait to see, will they make any changes, or what changes? They will make changes. What changes? And then as we get closer to Halloween, to see if Casterio, he was asked today about the trade deadline, and, he's not going to disclose anything on that.
What are you going to be for Halloween, John? I know you're a big costume guy.
Let's see. I'm usually the devil.
Okay. Do you wear the ears?
No, I don't dress up. I'm a devil anyway, according to my wife.
Oh, wow.
She calls you a devil?
Yeah.
The hell is wrong with her? That's the last thing I think.
I wouldn't be Casper the Friendly Ghost, I can tell you that.
Oh, yeah?
One time I was in Pittsburgh for an owners' meetings in October, and it was Halloween. And you go up to the top of Mount Washington, which looks down on downtown and the 3 rivers, the confluence. And I never knew this. Shereen Williams and I went up there. We wanted to see the view, and it was Halloween. And so they dress up in Halloween outfits in their house and sit on the porch and give out candy, and they're witches and goblins and all that. And I thought it was so cool.
I mean, that's normal.
Well, we do that here.
Everybody
I've never
does
seen that here.
What? Everybody does that.
I've only been here 47 years. I've never seen it, but I don't go trick-or-treating.
Oh, my gosh, John. What's your favorite candy?
Well, my favorite candy, if I'm going to eat it, would be a Payday. If it was something something was given out.
Yeah.
They don't give out, I guess.
Thank you, John.
Hershey Kisses are easy to give out, so I'd say Hershey Kisses.
Peanut butter cups and Paydays.
I love peanut butter cups, too.
Heck yeah.
I hate anything that's got powder.
I like Mounds.
Carol's got all this powder at our house.
Powder, geez.
Powder things that got
we might need
powder
to
in
look
them.
more into that.
She said, well, I got that, so you don't eat it. Because she knows I don't like it.
Oh,
so
okay.
kids come by our house going to get all this candy that's in different kind of powders.
Powders, huh?
Yeah.
It's awful.
Gosh, John McClain with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. So you think the Texans have a chance to make the playoffs, yes or no?
I do, yes.
Okay, so that's where we're at right now. You think they're in the mix, huh?
They're in the mix. They're a half game out of the last playoff spot right now. And they won't talk about it. They're not, but it'll be fun for us to talk about it.
Well, D'Amico actually answered it. He answered that well. He said, "Yeah, it's out there, but we're not going to harp on it." So they're looking at it. They're thinking about it.
Well, there's nothing they can do to keep the players from not thinking about it.
Right, exactly.
John McClain with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. It is time, special time, for world famous McClain leg hiking. Concept very simple. We throw takes at John McClain, not necessarily our own. He either agrees or he hikes the leg. John McClain, earlier this year, you said that you were happy that the Spurs got Victor Wembanyama because you support all Texas teams. Does this mean that if the Astros lose to the Rangers, you're going to be happy for the Rangers?
If it's the Rangers and the Phillies, I'll be pulling for the Rangers because I don't want the Phillies to win the World Series. I'm impressed with Bruce Bochy. The job he's done an incredible job. They got good young players. They're built to last. The way they have kept from folding after choking the division on the last day has been very impressive.
If Bruce Bochy spotted John McClain 25 yards in a 50-yard dash, John McClain could beat him in a race.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's awful. I think my money would be on McClain.
I don't limp like Bochy does.
My money would be on McClain. We got to make this happen.
I don't think I
Could
need
you beat him straight
25
up?
yards.
Could you beat him straight up?
I have no idea. I've never paid attention to him until yesterday. I watched him walk out to the mound, and I'm thinking, man, he's struggling.
John McClain.
I'd look better walking to the mound, I can tell you that.
All right. These last two games, we have witnessed the beginning of the end of the Astros run.
Oh, boy. My column I'm writing today is going to say the Astros are right where they want to be, on the road. But after watching them not hit with guys in scoring position, starting pitching, Verlander was good, Fromber was awful. The main thing has been not driving in guys when they're on base. And terrible at-bats like Chas McCormick had. And so if they win one, I think it's coming back here. If they lose this one, I think they'll get swept. So the answer to the question is yes.
Okay. The Texans will be favored on the road against Carolina.
I think they will, yes, absolutely. The Panthers are winless. They've got injuries, and the offensive line's not good, and I think there's a good chance Texans could beat them. Texans should have beaten Atlanta, and they creamed Jacksonville. So, yeah, I think they'll be favored, and I think they'll win.
Dusty Baker will not manage the Astros next year.
Well, let me preface saying that if they don't get out of this, I'm guessing that'll be true. That Jim Crane will move on. Have no idea who he'll hire unless it's elevating Joe Espada, which a lot of people seem to think. But Dusty, he's not going to walk away. They're going to have to tell him your contract's not renewed because he wants to keep managing. He's having so much fun. Then again,
he likes that wine company,
based on all the success, Crane may decide to do another one. I also think, how much does Dana Brown's opinion count, if any? Now that he's watched
the new GM.
Now that he's watched Dusty up close and personal, it's obvious Crane will make the final call, but Brown's influence should be pivotal.
The Astros will come back to Houston and play.
I agree they will. Yes, they're going to win a game up there. See, they got to win
two games.
Two games up there. They got Javier. And then Urquidy, who's pitched really well.
And then Verlander.
So I'm going to say yes. They'll come back.
So 2 out of 3 they're going to take.
2 out of 3 they're going to come back, and then they'll lose at home. Is there any way you can petition the league to stay in Arlington?
No kidding. Will Anderson will not finish with more than 6 sacks.
Oh, boy. With the way he's going, I'll agree on that. Watt had 5.5 as a rookie.
Anderson's leg hiking going here.
Anderson's getting pressure, but he's not closing the deal.
Yeah.
John McClain with us here on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez. Normally it's at 11. Special time today. Dallas Cowboys are fool's gold. We've seen this movie before. Yesterday's win, yawn. Early exit in playoffs coming.
I agree. I think that Mike McCarthy makes a lot of mistakes. They could have lost that game. If he hadn't thrown the interception at the end, they could have won it. I think even though Philadelphia is struggling, either one of them could win the division. I still feel better about the Eagles than the Cowboys.
Yonder Diaz will start at catcher tomorrow.
Let's see, Javier. I'm going to say, hike it, Figgy.
There we go.
Dusty's going to want to stick with Maldi come hell or high water.
Mm-hmm. Kyle Tucker's getting a free pass for how bad he's been.
He is getting one. He's batting .091. He needs to quit worrying about yes gloves, no gloves, and just pick one and focus on the ball. But you can tell he's totally psyched out right now. Bad time to be psyched out.
Yes, very bad time. The best player for the Astros right now is Michael Brantley.
Hike it, Figgy. Yordan Alvarez is the best player.
I wanted to hear the hike.
You could have made it closer, right?
Brantley, though, man.
I tell you what, Brantley should be in left field or swapping DH with Yordan, and Mauricio Dubon needs to be in center field.
Yeah, I think we're heading towards that. Kind of been locked in a little bit. Chaz McCormick has been struggling. What's coming up on Sports Radio 610? You say the Astros got the Rangers where they want them. What else?
I've got a column that I'm going to do today on SportsRadio610.com, and then I'm going to have one tomorrow on Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryan's relationship when it comes to personnel and all the good moves they've made in free agency and the draft. Thank you for getting me on later, all because of Caserio.
There you go.
You guys have a great day.
Yeah, hey, enjoy the bye week. Get some rest.
Yeah, man.
Go get you a massage.
I'm going to
Go get you a
Maryland.
massage.
Oh, good.
And I'm going to be doing all my work from there instead of here.
There you go.
Y'all are the last thing I do in person.
You leaving
Thank
today?
you. Leaving them in the morning. Be
There you
back,
go.
Be
All
back
right.
Monday.
There you go.
All right.
Thank you.
That's right.
That's how you do it right there.
John McClain's going to be
Have a
eating
good time.
crab legs, baby.
You know it.
Yeah, he's all about
Know
that.
it.
Shout out to John McClain, enjoying his bye week. I love hearing that. Coming up, it is time to confess. Lunchtime confessions. Kind of feel like we dropped the ball on one of the best stories that I've seen in a long time. Tell you what it is next.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, lunchtime confessions. We confess our sin to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Can we come up with something other than professional hitter to describe Michael Brantley? It's like 2 and 3 times a game, pre-game, post-game, where every time he comes up to at bat, yes, he's a professional hitter.
I don't get it.
It irritates the hell out of me.
I don't.
It's a hell of a compliment, but we know.
I just don't get it.
We know. There's got to be
So
something.
my thing is, nobody else is a professional hitter?
I don't get it.
What is your done?
I don't get it.
I think, his demeanor.
Just a professional hitter.
Yeah, his demeanor has a lot. He just looks so businesslike.
I don't like professional hitter. I don't like Uncle Mike.
I don't like Uncle Mike either.
Mike is worse than professional hitter.
Yeah.
Michael F. and Brantley. That's it.
But, dude, they're going to say it 2 or 3 times tomorrow. Guaranteed.
And they always say it like it's the first time.
Yeah. He's a professional hitter.
No, he knows he has a good approach at the plate. He's just a professional hitter.
Can we please?
It's not going to happen.
Pretty please.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Speaking of Brantley, I feel cheated that we never got that feature about his dad helping him in the batting cage. Like I see all these Astros features on the network formerly known as AT&T Sportsnet. I see all these like feel-good stories, all this. I've seen Michael Brantley interviewed. I guess B. Scott said Dusty talks about his dad a lot. That's fine. I haven't seen it. I haven't heard it on the broadcast, and I haven't seen the feature that I saw yesterday. Quite frankly, I wanted 30 minutes of it.
I would have watched that like a good 5-minute Tom Rinaldi, in-depth story, that kind of thing. It was pretty impressive.
Yeah, and his dad's in there, and he's like looking for his dad and getting advice from him. That was sick, man. Where the hell was that? Got to confess, feel a little bit cheated.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I really miss boxing. Did you see today? Showtime announced this morning that they're ending their relationship with boxing after covering it. And
I didn't even know they still had it.
Featuring it for 37 years.
Didn't even know they still had it. So
they've been featuring it for 37 years, and today they said, yeah, we're not doing that anymore.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
Dude, I miss boxing, man.
UFC took over.
Yeah, but good boxing. There ain't nothing like one of those headline showdown, especially heavyweight. That hadn't happened in a long, long time. Boxing matches that we would be talking about it if it was back in the day. Like it would be huge. It was king.
It just became like disappointing every time you bought it. Like every time you bought it, you're disappointed. Like I can't remember the last time I bought a boxing match and was like, damn.
No real personalities, no real. Well, the title thing is an old story. There's no real unifying title. Boxing back in the day, when I was a kid.
Yeah, but you're talking heavyweight.
Any. But,
I think Mayweather was one of the worst things for boxing. I know he was a main attraction, but when's the last time you watched a Mayweather fight and go, that was entertaining?
But even Hearns and Hagler and,
Hitman Hearns, how far back you going?
That's what I'm saying. I miss it.
Good Lord.
It wasn't that long ago.
Damn, you missed black and white TV too?
Hearns and Hagler is legendary.
That was in the 90s, wasn't it?
It was late 80s, early 90s.
Damn, I miss Hitman Hearns.
Sugar Ray Leonard.
Goodness gracious, here, hit it, Figgy.
Well, I said I miss
Hold
boxing.
On, hit confession. I got something for you. Since this is what we're doing.
These are my confessions.
I miss Willie Mays.
I did. Willie Mays was before my time.
Well, I mean, you're going back to Hitman Hearns.
That's not that long ago.
There was some good boxing between that. Like we had Holyfield, Tyson,
but I was talking about
Duran.
I miss all those.
Sugar Ray, and you're going back to Hitman Hearns?
Yes. I
feels like you missed a lot between then.
No, the first thing I popped into mind because that was glory days.
Cassius Clay?
No, because you said heavyweights, and I said no, Hagler and Hearns, and just keep coming up.
Roy Jones? Can I get a Roy Jones or something?
Roy Jones.
Trinidad, De La Hoya?
Yeah.
How about that? We got to go back to Hitman Hearns?
I did 2 De La Hoya fights back in the day.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Me?
I was Pretty impressed with Mark Henry today, man. I wanted to give him a DDT.
Yeah, I'm glad you didn't try that. That was good that you passed on that.
I wanted to give him
Although
a DDT.
I would have paid money to see it. I would have paid money for that.
I got to confess, I enjoy listening to Sean do wrestling interviews.
Yeah, he just knows so much. He knows how to get him going. He's been around him a lot. It's good.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So this is the confession part. There's two parts. I hate when I get an earworm song.
A what?
An earworm song.
What's
like
that?
You got a song in your head and you're constantly singing it. Like
an earworm?
They call them earworms.
I never heard that.
Yeah, because it's just
You heard
like
that?
Nope.
Well, see, you learn something every day.
Earworm.
An earworm song.
I thought it was just called "You Got a Song in Your Head."
Well, that too.
Okay.
But you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Well,
when you get a song in your head.
Yeah, and it's just nonstop. I've done it for hours sometimes. Well, this morning, actually started last night, but last night and this morning, I turn on the song on my playlist automatically plays when I turn on my truck. It picks up the phone signal, whatever. For 2 hours, I was singing Head, Shoulders, Knees, and Toes because I was playing a playlist for my granddaughter yesterday. I turn on the truck and it's head and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. And I'm driving to work the whole time singing.
Hey, that's a slap.
Shoulders, knees and toes. It does slap. It does slap.
You left that up?
It's on right now because I haven't played it. I need to play a new playlist, but yeah. Like if I open my Spotify right now, there it is. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes.
When someone says Hearns was 80s, not 50s, I know that. That's still a long time ago. John said I missed boxing goes back 42 years.
I did.
Before Showtime even had a deal.
That's they were fighting on Showtime.
Nah, he went back to before they even had a deal to say he missed Hitman Hearns.
See,
Well, that was kind of new, but yeah, it was early in Showtime.
It was Showtime.
37 years.
Head and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. You're all going to be singing it now.
These are my confessions.
I can't get down with McClain talking Astros, man.
Why?
I don't know. I
He's
just
a
don't.
huge fan.
Yeah, but it doesn't do anything for me.
Well, there's not
I'm
a lot.
confessing. I'm just telling you, it doesn't do anything for me.
There's a lot of superficiality there. There's a lot.
It just doesn't do anything for me.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, hey, let's talk about the. No, I don't want to talk to the Astros. Save that for Utopia.
Yeah.
Go check that out on YouTube. Utopia, him and Sean. They can talk Astros.
Yeah,
I don't want to
so
talk
what?
Astros with you.
Yeah.
You're the Texans guy for me. I don't care about your Astros column, but by the way, go check that out. I think he's working on it. It's going to be out tomorrow on the website. But I'll just confess it. I don't care.
It's posting soon.
And now he's doing play-by-play tweeting of the Astros.
He's been doing that.
No, he started picking it up now. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
2 outs. Altuve at the plate.
But they're all variations.
Altuve
of the same
strikes
thing.
out.
They stink so bad that blah 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 blah.
But in between there's like a well, Astros leave the bases loaded. It's like, man, what are we doing here? What's going on?
He loves them. He loves him some Astros, and he hates them when they're not playing well.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Just as soon as I confess this, I'm going to get pulled over by a cop. But I've been riding dirty since Saturday, so to speak. I left my license in Aransas Pass Saturday night.
So what?
I don't have a driver's license.
Doesn't mean anything.
I got a little paper clip. Here, I'll show you.
That means nothing. The fact you even think that's a big deal means nothing. You just tell
If
them
you get stopped,
Man,
you're
that's
screwed.
scary as hell,
Look at
man.
this. That's all I got carrying now. Little
mean-
money
Nah, I feel
and my
that's-
wife's car.
Doesn't mean a damn thing.
That's scary as hell.
You just tell them your license number, you're good to go.
No, you are
Yes,
not.
you are.
Or
you
maybe
get a-
if you're white.
No, or if you get a ticket, if you get a ticket, then you just take it in and they tell you that. What are they going to do? You have a license.
They can
you just don't have
give you a ticket.
No,
Yeah.
they can't. It gets dismissed.
Okay, but
I've done
they
this
give
many
you
a
a
times.
ticket.
Man, you know how many people went to jail with no license or identification?
That's not true.
That's
That's
true.
not factually true. That's incorrect. That's factually incorrect. You give them your license number. They run it. If it's a good license, you can get it dismissed when it goes there. That's factually incorrect. Y'all are wrong.
People been arrested, and I seen that.
That is
And I was
factually.
Figgy
Figgy is capping and lying.
I was almost one of them.
Figgy is lying.
You know, they pull you over, and if you look, let's just say, suspicious, and you don't have a license, they're going to start looking through your car. They're going to start.
Yeah, but if your car's clean, you have the license, you're fine. You're fine. You give them your license plate number.
But it is. I've been driving like real careful. It's just in my head, man. I just forgot my license in my boat Saturday night.
Well, that's what you get for having that party that you had.
It was a fun party, man.
Solar eclipse party. That's what you get. Coming up, 1 year ago today, from then to now. What a great time to be alive. Next.
Sports with
from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right. A year ago today, Jack Easterby was let go. Everything's good around here when it comes to the Texans. Playoff hopes alive. Quarterback, feel like you have it. Organizational structure solid. It all feels good. But it's still occasionally fun to look back at the Jack Easterby stereotypes. So Jack Easterby talking about Texans. This is what he thought Texans were like.
And then, like, you get down to Texas, right, and the belt buckles come out. I mean, they just all have the can't help it, right? And I feel like to talk to somebody, I need to email their belt buckle and get permission. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, hey, man, how you doing? What is that? Like, that needs a headlight. You know what I'm saying? And so we were just there, like, recently in Houston, and people put their thumbs back behind them. You know what I'm saying? And they talk to you, and they're like, hey, everything's big in Texas. And they give you that, and then they get the stomp, and the little heels are going, right?
He's awful. It's a good day, though. It's the anniversary of, and man, things happened quickly, of the Texans being a laughing stock and everybody pointing and laughing to all of a sudden Texans are kind of one of the it teams in the league. But it's amazing that we lived that. I've said that before. It's just he was character coach, chaplain. All of a sudden he's running the damn team and was just a clown, a con man, fraud.
And we just had Nick Caserio speak. Kind of seems like Nick's escaped it pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
He's handled his business. McClain's description of the Nick Caserio press conference was he said a lot, but not much. That was all fair.
That was all fair.
Oh, my bad.
You asked him. You said, what was it like? Well, he said a lot of words. Yeah, we understand. We understand that. 1 year ago. I mean, 1 year ago. And now it's, it's celebrating Liberation Day, Texans Liberation Day, so to speak.
Nick's up there holding court, man.
Yeah.
Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us on the show. Nick, you okay on time right now?
Yep. I'm good. 42 minutes and counting. Here's Easterby with New York. The New York one was a little bit. This one was a little bit. It's as much as being a Texan and hearing that, the New York one was a little bit, this one was a little bit wild for me.
But then you go up to New York, right? You go up to New York, and I mean, you walk in the stadium, and as soon as you walk in the stadium, what you looking at? What are you looking at? I'm looking at the game. I mean, there's a game. What are you looking at? What's up, kid? What you looking at, son? Not your kid, not your son. Just here for the game, bro. Like, chill out, man. It ain't that serious, right?
By the way, if he ever said, not your kid, not your son, just watching the game, he'd get his butt whooped if somebody came at him like that. Yeah, I just he's a constant shake your head guy.
Do you think maybe there could be like a time where we look back and say, assuming that you just never even bring the guy in, but I actually think bringing the guy in was okay because I think he backstabbed O'Brien eventually.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that kind of helped speed up the O'Brien thing. Although he backstabbed Brian Gaine, I thought that was BS. But do you think there's ever a point where we look back and say, just pretending that he was already here, that in a strange way we could look back, because there's a lot of talk about CJ and, the Texans ended up with CJ and maybe that wasn't their first choice, so on and so forth, where we look at it and say, okay, Deshaun Watson clearly wanted out of here in large part because of Jack Easterby. Man, maybe that was a little bit of a blessing in disguise too. I know that might be a reach. That might be a reach.
No, it's not actually not a reach. I mean, it has been a blessing in disguise, but I didn't want to live that. And there are no thank yous going in. Thank you, Jack, coming out because it was such an embarrassment. I mean, it was embarrassing. Like, we're still seeing a little bit up until this last week of the effects of it. They're still feeling it, I can't.
Is there anyone even on the same level as far as like being like a POS as him?
Not in this town.
Like in your history of covering sports at all?
I mean, there have been some bad people.
Yeah, but a lot of them were like,
you knew it,
proven.
And you knew it.
Yeah,
and they were maybe in the industry, like Jerry Glanville. Just a bad dude.
He's a bad dude.
Yeah, he's not a good dude. I got along with him fine. I really did. For some reason,
got a lot in common.
No,
I'm just playing.
No, he was not a good person, you know. But he grew up in football.
Okay, yeah.
You know, what's his name? Lad Herzig back in the day, the guy that mooned the wedding party, the general man. He was awful. Not necessarily a bad person, just weird.
Yeah.
But he grew up in football.
Yeah.
This dude was a shyster, a con man that hooked up somehow with the Texans, fooled them, and hung around for 3 years. I mean,
R.I.P. Jack
Easterby. Happy anniversary, everyone.
R.I.P. Jack Easterby.
Yeah.
We
brighter days are here.
Knew you too much. Here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Astros, they got their backs against the wall. Are you believing in the champs? Are we in the don't underestimate the heart of a champ type of thing? Because I'm not completely out on it. Like, I've seen stranger things than the Astros coming back and taking this series. I'm not completely defeated yet.
I wouldn't be surprised if somehow the Astros win 4 out of 5 games and get to the World Series. Or I wouldn't be wildly surprised.
Would you be surprised if they got swept?
No, not that either at this point. So I wouldn't be surprised either way. What I do think is happening is we are seeing actual symbolic and relevant signs that things are changing. Like this is the I think they're gonna have another really good year next year. They've got, you know, a lot of good players coming back, maybe even some pitching coming back, depending on how they play.
I mean, you're sure McCullers and
I said maybe, you know, depending on how they play. No, but I'm saying I think they'll have another good year next year. But we're seeing the start of the change, the beginning of the end. That said, it wouldn't surprise me if they win this
series.
beginning
of the pivot. I mean, you got to figure some stuff out.
They're going to lose some players, and they got legitimate players getting
Well,
old.
these guys are old.
Do you think Alex Bregman is going to be around after next year? He's a free agent after next season. I don't. You know, spoiler alert. I think he's going to move on. Still going to be young enough. The team will be transitioning. Dusty will be gone more than likely. The core pieces that have been his buddies, a lot of them are either gone or aging. Altuve is going to be 34 next year. Verlander is going to be 41. Jose Abreu is going to be 37. Kyle Tucker will be around, but okay. Michael Brantley probably will be gone. I think Bregman is gone. So after next season. So I think they got another year, but then it's going to be a total retool. I really do. Meanwhile, the Rangers and the Mariners are kind of in a good spot.
I don't know how great the Mariners spot is right now. It's a pretty disappointing ball club.
Yeah.
But the division is definitely better. I'm not going to say a damn thing about the Angels or A's, but the division is definitely better. I do got to remind myself, and maybe I'm falling victim to what I think a lot of people have fallen victim to this year, that this Astros team looks nothing like the ones before. Like, there's nothing about this squad that is similar. I mean, there's some familiar faces, but they're not the same. And I like the fact that Javier has been able to flip the switch the last 3 starts, but man, you could kind of see through that Twins outing. I mean, he walked 5 guys. If you do that
getting out of trouble.
If you do that against the Rangers, you're screwed.
Yeah.
You're absolutely screwed.
Yeah.
With this lineup, and the Rangers still haven't exploded. The Rangers haven't in the 2 games they have 7 runs combined. And they've won both of them.
Yeah.
That should not happen. Not with this Astros lineup and this experience.
But that explosion in the first inning was just like, I mean, my head was spinning. It was wild. I was like, when is this gonna end?
It scored like 4 runs on 8 pitches.
When is this gonna end? This is crazy. And Fromber, look, and that's the other part about moving forward. What's Fromber?
I want to see him out there again.
This series?
Yes. I want to see him get another chance.
Yeah.
I really do. Because we've seen Fromber wet the bed and then come out and respond. I'll put it this way. Would I bet my life on Fromber going out and throwing a gym next time around? No, but I would feel pretty confident. And the other thing is that means that you've brought it back to Houston.
Mm-hmm.
So there's the other element of that. But I am not completely dismissing Framber Valdez if he gets to go on the bump again doing his thing. And the other thing is, you got to respect. I don't like, but you got to respect what Evaldi did yesterday. I don't think he can lift his spoon at lunch today.
I agree with that.
I mean, that dude, that's a guy like Verlander did his thing in the previous game in game 1, but Evaldi was out there and that dude needed ice.
Yeah.
I mean, he completely emptied the gas tank.
Yeah. No, he did. All that said, we could be sitting here in a week going, man, that was pretty fun. But I can't pick them to win. I wouldn't be surprised if they do. And the main reason is all the things that I thought they would be able to flip the switch because they're the Astros, specifically Altuve, Bregman, and Kyle Tucker. I mean, let's be honest. I texted this. I think I might have texted it to you too, but I know I texted it to my family and to Captain Scott, who's a huge Astros fan from the Bite Me podcast. I said, make no mistake, Jose Altuve is the greatest Astro any of us will ever see. But he's been awful. Like, he's been really bad. Like, all due respect,
he's been crap in the playoffs the last 2 years. He was terrible last year.
Yes, the ultimate respect.
I saw some people say put Dubon at second.
I don't know about that. He's definitely going to center. That's for sure. But like he's the best any of us will ever see. He's been awful. And Kyle Tucker has been worse.
Text line, what do you mean beginning of the end? You just signed players like the Rangers did. Next man up mentality. You're making it like the franchise is dead. The Rangers signed 2 guys for a lot of money, and then they built their farm system because they sucked for a long time. Like what you're seeing from the Rangers right now, you're seeing a lot of benefit of sucking for a long time, much like we did with the Astros. Their players are younger now, though. They're cheaper, and they also spent the money that they did on Semien and Seager. So the Astros right now, they operate on a budget. Bregman's making a lot of money next year. Altuve's making a lot of money next year. Abreu's making a lot of money next year. Montero's making a lot of money. McCullers is making a lot of money. You just took on Verlander's money. So they don't have a lot of money to spend.
Yeah.
And they don't have a very deep farm system at this point. So, no, it's not the same as the Rangers. That's the whole point, is that the Rangers have young talent. And, oh, by the way, the Rangers are going to have money to spend because a lot of those guys are young, much like the Astros did in 2017.
And by the way, he said, what do you mean? I explained it step by step. like what is that? Were you not good in school? I said, I mean, come on. Like, what do you mean? Well, okay. Let me explain it again real quick. I'll do it faster this time because everybody else in the class heard. Altuve is going to be a free agent after next year. He's 34. Bregman's going to probably play somewhere else. Trust me on that one because I know people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's got to get bread.
Yeah, trust me on that one. Kyle Tucker, fine. I'm with you. Michael Brantley, gone. Dusty Baker, probably gone. Justin Verlander, 41. Jose Abreu, 37 next year. I mean, I wish I could explain it more clear than that, but everybody else got it. They might get it done this year. I don't think so, but they might, and I wouldn't be surprised. Next year, I literally said this too. I think they're going to be good, but this is the beginning of the end. Text me to make sure you understood that part. That time.
I'm blaming you for predicting
What do
the
you
sweep.
mean?
What
did I just say?
I'm blaming you for predicting the sweep.
I blame me too. I don't care. I was confident. And I said this from the very start. All the things that I thought they were going to do, they're not doing.
I'm blaming you. You jinxed it.
Okay, call me a jinx.
You're a jinx, man.
Yeah.
John Lopez is a jinx.
Maybe I need a chalkboard.
You're a jinx.
Put it on the YouTube and Twitch here. All right, here are the reasons, class. We need a chalkboard.
But the funniest thing is they can go buy guys.
Yeah.
832, the Rangers have a top 4 payroll in baseball. Yes, they also have very good young guys, and their needs are also such to where they can fix them. Like the Rangers, if the Rangers just had a bullpen offseason, which is very easy to do in baseball. Mm-hmm. It's an underrated thing. Like the Rangers, what they're going to do this offseason, here's what the Rangers are going to do.
Yeah.
They're going to say, okay, we need to get 4 relief pitchers, and we need to bring in those relief pitchers, and boom, There you go.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, our bullpen is set, and we're good. And a lot of our guys, their arrows pointing up. By the way, F that young guy.
Carter?
That jackass.
By the way.
No. I'm talking about Jung, Jung at third base. Young, however they pronounce it. That dude bobbles the ball and then just acts like it's cool and just catches it barehanded and slaps the bag and goes home.
Fires a BB. And yes, the Rangers have a top 4 payroll. They also have guys locked up for multiple years, even ones that you may not think are going to be great, like Jacob deGrom and Max Scherzer. Who knows what they're going to be in the future? They're locked up through 2026, I believe. Young Carter, and Seager are locked up for the next 5 or 6 years. So, like, they're kind of where the Astros were in 2017, 2018. These guys are good already, but they're locked up.
Coming up, the headline showdown. I've won 2 straight, baby.
Yeah, okay.
I'm on a win streak.
Air quote, one.
It's time to do it next.
Easy.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, NFL through 6 weeks. 13 teams above 500, 9 at 500, 10 below 500. Here's D'Amico Ryan's outlook on where he feels the Texans are heading into the bye.
Feeling good about our team. Work together. We're learning who we are, our strengths, and weaknesses, what we do well, right? Things we need to lean into more. We need to give more guys some opportunities. Guys earn their right. So we'll continue to work through that and see where we are, but I like where our team is. We've done some things really well, but there's also still a lot of things that we can clean up, a lot of things that we can improve on. I'm encouraged with where we are as a team.
As well he should be. They're in the hunt, man. They're in the hunt.
Year ago today, Jack Easterby fired, gone. This was Andre Johnson. Didn't talk a lot, voiced his displeasure about Jack. Here was Andre Johnson on I Am Athlete talking about why he hated Jack.
You have a guy that comes in who's a team chaplain, basically, or a character coach. And I give him credit. He's good at that. That's what he's good at. But you have a guy basically running your organization and don't know nothing about football.
Right.
So why would I want to be a part of something like that? You know what I'm saying? Like when we, all us played, when we lace our cleats up, like we giving it everything we got. And it was the same. I know guys are doing the same thing, even though I'm not playing anymore, but there's guys in that locker room that's giving their all to that organization. I feel like you cheat them because you don't have somebody in there you're not making the right decisions to build a winner. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I put the tweet out. That's why I stepped away from the organization. I haven't been in that facility since I left.
That was hard-hitting, and ultimately what got Jack Easterby was what gets all the con men. They got a little too ambitious. They started climbing up the ladder too much and stabbing the wrong people in the back. And that's why today, in such a short amount of time, in 1 year, the Texans have gone from laughing stock in the entire NFL to one of the it teams in the entire NFL. It's crazy. Jack Easterby he got too greedy.
Headline showdown here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Back-to-back champ in the building. Yours
I've
truly.
won back-to-back too, so we're good.
You've won a lot. But you haven't won the last two. Without further ado.
Well, one was under protest, I believe.
The In the Loop, I think you protested both.
Oh, maybe.
The In the Loop showdown between Landry Locker, John Lopez, judged by Figgy Fig. 1 o'clock every Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Let's start with Texans topping the Saints 20-13.
Say it loud, proud, and C.J. Stroud. Texans are in the hunt. I like that one.
Say it loud, proud, and C.J. Stroud. Texans are in the hunt. Okay.
Yeah.
I just put motorboating.
What is that? Oh.
The motor. New Orleans boats.
I got you.
Yeah, motorboating.
I got you.
I'm going to go with the OG on this one.
Okay. I'm trying to read that one.
Well, it was too big of an explanation.
I mean, there was a lot. There was a lot going on there. All right, 1-0 Lopez.
Yeah.
Ravens versus Titans. Ravens top them 24-16.
Oh, say, can you Tennessee last place?
Fish and chips with a side of mayo, question mark.
I'm gonna go with Landry on this.
I feel like both of those were pretty weak.
1-1.
I wasn't proud of mine.
Colts 20, Jags 37.
Shout out to losing, 9 straight now in Jacksonville? Go home, Ursa, you're drunk. Because remember how mad he got, and he's always slurring his words, and they've lost 9 straight in Jacksonville.
Go home, you're drunk.
Go home, Ursa, you're drunk.
I said Minshew, more like Min-ew.
I'm going to go with Landry on this one.
All right.
49ers fall to the Browns 19-17.
Yeah, right after Brock Purdy was mentioned as an MVP candidate. All right. Niners MVP down their leg.
Why wouldn't you say Purdy MVP's down his leg?
Because the Niners, the whole team lost. I mean, that was.
But it would have been about Purdy. Like,
Don't
Niners aren't
correct
gonna
a
be
great headline.
No, I'm just
Niners MVP down their leg.
I'm just asking. I'm just thinking it could have been better, and it would have made sense.
Well, it couldn't have been better.
Would have made sense.
Okay, way to contaminate the judge.
So they won without Deshaun. Dub over Niners with no DM sliders.
Both of these kind of a little gruesome a little bit. I got to go. I'm going to give this one to Landry.
Okay.
That was an easy one. If you would have said Purdy, I would have said, yeah, maybe you deserve it, but you said Niners instead of Purdy.
You notice I never try to contaminate Figgy. I just let him judge. Yeah. I just let him whatever
just
he thinks.
Lopez,
I thought we were
keep
just
doing
having it. It's like it's no big. It's no big.
That
deal.
was credit.
No, but no. If you would have said Purdy, I would have said, "Dan, that was nice." Panthers 21. They fall to the Dolphins 42-21.
Dolphins have averaged 47 points a game at home. So,
yeah, they're killing it.
Dolphins get their Hard Rocks off again. Hard Rock Stadium. I don't care if I win or lose. I like these headlines myself, some of them. I like that one a lot.
Panthers winless. Time to tank? Question mark. Wait, no first rounder. Thanks, Frank.
What about the second paragraph?
Oh, I know you're not talking after your first. I know you're not talking after your first. I know. Notice I never say anything.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to you.
I'm going to go with the OG on this one.
Raiders 21, Patriots 17. Two blowhard coaches going at it.
Maybe Jack wasn't the only con man in New England.
I put Raiders blow harder.
We're walking a line today.
We
are walking a line today.
Jesus Christ.
Wait till the next one. My next one I love, but it's walking the line too.
I'm going to go with the OG on this one.
You're going to like this one, but it's definitely walking the line,
I need
too.
to be on the dump button, man.
You should be.
Commanders 24, Falcons 16.
Ritter bleeps the bed. Commanders have nice howl movement. Ritter bleeps the bed. Commanders have nice howl movement.
Ritter back damn. Sam I am.
Shout out to Dr. Seuss.
I'm going to go with Landry on this one.
Bowel movement? What the hell is wrong with
It's a howl movement.
I get it. Vikings top the Bears 19-13. Justin Fields leaves with a hurt thumb.
Thank you for saying that. Bears are all thumbs yet again.
Aren't thumbs good? What do you mean?
No, when you're all thumbs, it means you're clumsy and you lose. And
Really?
he hurt his thumb.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Bears are all thumbs yet again. Yeah.
Oh.
But he's all thumbs.
Okay.
Like you can't hope,
Never heard that.
Yeah, you've heard that.
Never heard it.
You've never heard like that person is all thumbs?
Mm-mm.
Well, the Bears are all thumbs yet again.
Heard that.
Yeah.
I've heard them say that she's all ass or something. Like, I never heard that, though. Bums with hurt thumbs.
I'm going to have to go with the OG on this one.
You never heard that line, though. Mine was just so bad.
I actually did hear that line.
Mine was so bad, I deserved it. I get it. But let's be real.
I did hear that line before.
Mm-hmm. Bengals 17, Seahawks 13.
What was that singer? I listened to the song, gave me inspiration. Was it Amy Winehouse? Anyway, Bengals defense says, "Gee, no, no, no." Right, Amy? Wasn't that Amy Winehouse? Try to go to rehab, and I said, no, no, no.
So does this
Bengals defense says, "Gee, no, Gino."
Does this newspaper come with sound like when you open it, like a?
No, you can read it.
Okay.
I sing it when I see it.
So I would just read that. No, that was an Amy Winehouse thing.
No, you would know the song.
Okay, I'm just asking. I mean, I'm not criticizing or anything.
No, of course not.
Bengals improved to 500, keeping it 500.
I'm going to go with Landry on this one.
All right.
And tried to sing.
I can sing.
No, I mean, you can sing, but that I don't know if newspapers can.
You could see it jump off the page, baby.
Rams 26, Cardinals 9.
Cooper Kupp had a good game.
He did. And we thought that they were going to have a lot of crowding in the slot.
Yeah.
From that rookie from BYU.
Thank you for saying that, too. You're setting up my headlines great. Who doesn't miss hanging with Mr. Cooper?
Like from TGIF, I like the show.
Yeah, Cooper
That's
Kupp.
a good one.
Who doesn't miss hanging with Mr. Cooper?
What'd you say we were doing earlier today?
I don't know.
No, like.
Oh, we're walking the line. We are walking the line.
2 slots, 1 cup.
You're getting over the line. Man.
Just for FCC purposes, I'm going to go with the OG John Lopez.
You can't say slots. Slot receivers, 2 slots, 1 cup. KUPP. 2 slots, 1 cup.
Hanging with Mr. Cooper's better.
Yes, and that. Come on, you got to admit that's a better one, too.
Yes.
5-5. Eagles versus the Jets. The Jets win 20-14.
With no Sauce Gardner.
Yeah, he left the game.
Jets defense eats, no sauce needed.
Push your tush, but kiss ours.
I got to go with the OG on this one.
Wow. Most topical play in the game gets no love.
Yeah,
6-5 Lopez.
Same with no sauce needed.
Lions 20, Bucks 6.
You ain't lying. Detroit's best in the league.
Dan got 5 on it.
Dang, this is a tough one. These are 2 good ones. I'm going to go with the OG on this one, though.
And he whipped out a $5 bill even in postgame. Bills 14, Giants 9.
Shout out to the last play of the game. Refs in an Empire State of Blind.
Primetime theft.
I'm going to go with Landry on this one.
6-7. Cows 20, Chargers 17.
All right. Again, I'm entertaining mostly myself. Fugly like a mugly, but it's a doubly. Cowboys were, 12 penalties? Sloppy. It was ugly like a mugly, but it's a dub.
Say that again.
It was a sloppy game. Did you check in on this game? I know you did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was sloppy.
All right. I'm going to play off of Mike McCarthy's alleged weight loss.
Alleged.
Mike McCarthy eats a W or 5.
I got to go with Landry on this one.
It's a tie. It's coming down to the wire.
Oh,
it is a tie.
That's a wrap.
7-7.
That's a wrap.
7-7. The Chiefs win ugly against the Denver Broncos. Wasn't pretty. Go ahead.
Chiefs feast. Rudy Tooty, Trey Jerry Judy.
What does that mean?
Because all the Jerry Judy stuff, and the Chiefs still feasted.
Smith, okay.
The Chiefs feast. Rudy Tooty, Trey Jerry Judy. I love that one too. You could have the dub if I don't get it. I like my headlines.
You ain't got to
this
give
week.
me nothing.
I
If
like
I earn
my
it, I
headline.
earn it. I don't need to give.
Oh yeah, well
don't try to mask it, sir.
Let's look back at last week.
Let's try to mask it, sir. Chiefs stiffy, but a dub for the Swifties.
Look like we got a 3-time champ.
Oh, yeah.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
Baby. That is 3 in a row. You falling off.
You keep
falling off.
You keep saying that.
You falling off. So
Rudy
Derek
Tooty, Trey Jerry Judy, that's gold.
going around the league now. 3-time champ here. So Derek Carr apologized to Saints OC Pete Carmichael. We saw him getting kind of mad at him on the sidelines. Tell me if this is a real apology or not.
Yeah.
Because there's always like the sorry if I offended you and all that type of crap.
I hate that one.
Tell me if this is a real apology. This was Derek Carr yesterday talking to the New Orleans reporters. Quote, I apologized to Pete actually on the airplane. I was talking to Pete, But I wasn't talking about Pete. Pete and I know exactly what I was talking about and why. When the game's on the line, that's when you have to be on every detail of your assignment. And I was a little upset at some of those things. It had nothing to do with Pete. He just happened to be the one I walked up to when I was a little bit angry. Until we get on the same page, there's going to be sucky feelings.
That's an apology.
That's okay.
That's an apology. I mean, he led with it. I apologize to Pete. And actually, if you watch that game, there were a lot of things to complain about from a Saints perspective, offensively.
But Derek Carr was part of the problem.
I mean, he was, but I thought he would. That was a typical Derek Carr game, wasn't it? Like, hey, wow, pretty good. And then all of a sudden, okay, like just close enough, fortunately for the Texans.
Bills are hosting free agent running back Leonard Fournette for a visit. Apparently, Fournette's ready to play. A lot of teams that need running backs.
Usher?
Leonard Fournette could find his way in. I love Leonard Fournette. I love that country-ass dude. I don't know, like, how much do you think Leonard weighs right now? He knows how to.
Is he going to be an usher?
He knows how to go up and down, up and down.
I mean, legendary.
I love him because he loves the gas station grub. There's nothing like some good gas station grub. Place I go to now just has so much stuff, though. I don't even mess with the food. I just go in there in the mornings. Man.
There are some
they
gas
got fried
stations.
rice. They got lo mein. They got tacos. They got burgers. They got chicken tenders.
Yeah.
They got everything.
There are some
There's a lot of
gas
people in there
stations
grubbing.
where I've never done this, but like if somebody said, "Hey, why don't we just go to the gas station for lunch?" I'd be like, "I'm in."
No, I used to.
Yeah, I'm
Best
in.
Burgers used to be. I used to
usually just
hit
pick
this
up
gas
food for the
station.
road, but you want to just go over there and eat? Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, especially in New Orleans. I think in New Orleans it's next level now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure we got some New Orleans loopholes that I think can probably attest to that. Coming up, the internet goes nuts. A myth, or is it, about one of the most legendary football players in the history of the state. It gets addressed. Plus, I did not know you were even allowed to do this, but apparently it happened. Someone got called out. Is he going to get fired for it? It's next.
got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I did not know this was allowed. I didn't know people that worked at ESPN were allowed to criticize Deion Sanders. They are, though. I had no clue. I did not know this was allowed. Goodness gracious. Stephen A. said a lot of stuff back in the day. This might be the end of Stephen A. This was Stephen A. calling out Deion Sanders, not just him, but his son, and it might have been in more ways than one. This was Stephen A. calling out Deion Sanders' son after he posted to Instagram at halftime of their meltdown against Stanford.
An absolute disgrace. I believe that Deion Sanders is a coach. I think he's a hell of a coach. He needs some dogs, as he told us. He's about 7 or 8 dogs away, but here's the problem. The players got caught up in the shine their coach generated, and I'm calling out his son, Shadir Sanders. Whether it was you or by accident, it was somebody on your social media team, you cannot have something being posted at halftime of a damn game. It is no longer a laughing matter. Y'all are getting your ass kicked. Your daddy, and to the players on that squad, your coach, as much bravado as he had, as much swag as he had, he was the best on the planet, was the best probably ever. Y'all ain't on that level. Stop acting like it.
So here's the thing that I think is funny, and this might be too much information. I don't know if it's too much information. I think it's just kind of... I think the guy that controls Shador's social media is the same guy who controls a lot of Colorado's social media, and it's Deion Sanders Jr. So I didn't know that. Yeah, he's if you go Deion Sanders Jr., and he's kind of the knucklehead of it. Deion's called him out one time when he was at SMU or something. He said something like, "I only like my donuts in like a box from the hood or something," and Deion basically called him out on Twitter. He's like, "You are a trust fund baby with all this. Don't be talking like that." Like, but he does he does the social media for Colorado. He does a really good job of it, but it's a lot of behind the scenes and stuff. So I actually think I don't know that Shador was grabbing his phone and uploading. I think it might have actually been Deion Sanders Jr.
Probably got this log in.
Yeah.
Either way,
what are you doing?
Well, two things. It is a bad look, no matter who's doing it. And you say ESPN is criticizing Deion Sanders and Shador Sanders. Well, you got to be at Stephen A's level to do that. Only very few people can do that criticism and get away with it, I think, other than Deion.
You know what I'm really excited about to see, and I'm actually kind of cringing at it. The evaluation of Shador when he does decide to go pro. Because the quarterback position, you break it down, you go in depth. I wonder, like, are they gonna really break it down, or is it gonna be a timid situation? I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
But you know who probably agrees with Stephen A? Deion.
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure.
I got the internet going nuts.
So you saw the Chargers fan making all the woman making all the rounds, being way over the top in last night's game. There's a theory out there that it was an actress, that it was a plant, and just to kind of generate more interest and do stuff, make it a better experience and hype it up and get some social media
theory
going.
Is this
actually Pro Football Talk?
Oh yeah, he's always nails.
She was
hits the nail on the head.
Really animated.
Yeah, she might have been a fan.
Pro
Football Talk. Florio's out of control with some of his conspiracy.
I don't know if
theories.
it was his conspiracy or if he got it from someone. He's an aggregator, and he said there's a theory out there that she was an actress. Here's my point on this. Who cares? It was pretty cool. It did the job. It got the Chargers all the attention. It got people talking about the game in the NFL. I mean, look at her. She is nuts. And the one thing that
doesn't look like an actress.
Well, let me ask you this, because this is what Mike Florio.
I mean, she's into the game.
Either was told or whatever. When someone acts like that at a game, don't they usually interact with someone else? It was like just her on camera.
No,
you don't high five people.
Why do you adopt so many of his foolish theories?
I adopted it?
No, but you're acting like this isn't silly.
No, I said there's a theory out there. I didn't adopt the damn thing.
No, just say Mike Florio said this.
I don't know
theory. You're adding validity to some stupidity by Florio.
Did I add validity, or did I share some information
you're mad.
that is making the internet go nuts?
You presented it as if it was like a valid theory. It's a Mike Florio theory.
I don't know how I presented it as a valid theory. I said there's a theory out there.
So do you think she's an actress?
I don't know.
Come on.
You want me to say one way or the other because you're trying to
do you think, though?
validate your point, which is erroneous.
No, I don't think she was. Do you think she was?
I don't know. I said merely there's a theory out there. And then you took it
People are saying
to another place.
Do you think she was an actress, Fig?
I don't think so.
But my thing is, like, if I'm at a game, first of
Why
all,
do they need that?
I don't act like that. It's 2023, man. I mean, why does anybody
What does that
need,
mean?
Why does anybody
The NFL's popular in 2023.
Yeah, and the NFL's really good at being very, very popular all the time.
They got Taylor Swift going to their games.
Yes, exactly.
So what do they
And
need
they
this
love
lady
it.
for? What do they need this lady for?
They need everything.
But fans have been getting caught looking crazy for years.
Yeah.
She was just a little bit more intense.
The only thing I said that he said that I kind of went, all I know, if I'm watching a game and I get excited, I don't get that excited. I'll high five someone, I'll hug someone, or what. She was just like constantly just on the camera, like just by herself. That was kind of weird, you know. She's got the internet going nuts.
So you think she's fake?
I never said that.
You think she's phony?
Never said that.
You think she's falsifying?
This is fake.
Never
this
said
is fake.
that.
This is fake. Yeah, that's Photoshop.
You said
that's fake.
that, not
On
me.
my mama, that's fake. On my heart, in my life, my little brother grave, I could die right now. That's fake.
Yeah.
So is she fake or not?
I have no idea. I am merely sharing information as we do at this time virtually every day that has the internet going nuts.
I have no idea what.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Johnny Manziel in his documentary claimed he didn't watch film at all. Mike McDaniel and Kyle Shanahan, they were actually on the coaching staff at the time. McDaniel was then a receivers coach. He brought it up, or he was asked about it on the pivot with Channing Crowder and Ryan Clark and Fred Taylor. This is what he had to say about the myth of, or not the myth, the legend of Johnny Manziel never watching film in the NFL.
I was there. I was there, too. I was there. I was there, and I was getting the reports of zero. That is real.
How do you go to the GM coach and say, hey, man, look, Johnny don't know nothing. He ain't look at no film.
I tried to stay in my lane at that time. It was kind of a hairy situation. You know, it's up in the air whether or not there was congruence of thought in that draft selection, let's say. So we knew what it was, and at that time, it was more like, see, you know? Yeah, that was a wild
You can tell where he
there.
stood on that.
Yeah.
On
So there
old
you go.
Johnny.
By the way, did you hear Mike McDaniel around the NFL or whatever, they mic up coaches? So he's trying to run and get the refs' attention to call timeout. This is hilarious. So just think of a coach running up to the referee. He stops, and he's trying to call timeout.
Yo, 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 yo! Hey, sir! Wait for it.
Timeout.
Sir, wait for it.
Yo, yo, yo,
timeout.
yo, yo,
Trying to
yo.
get the extra second out of it.
Yo,
Yo, yo, yo, yo, yo! Hey, sir! Wait for it.
Timeout.
I got the internet going nuts.
This was both awesome and awful. So, over at SoFi Stadium, the Cowboys have a Spanish language broadcast crew. Did you see this?
Did not.
This is wild. They didn't put them in a booth, the Spanish language broadcast crew of the Dallas Cowboys. They put them in the press box, and this happened.
Oh, my.
La entrega. Ahí está Dak Prescott. Juega de engaño entrando a las diagonales. El número 4 dice, aquí estamos y no nos vamos. Wow, vaya jugada, vaya engaño. Y qué manera de abrirse el mar rojo para Dak Prescott. 6 puntos para la causa de los vaqueros.
12 acarreos en toda la campaña. En el número 13, jugada
Dude,
personal.
you should
y en
see the
cuarta
looks on the
oportunidad,
people.
consigue
Like
los
all
6
the John
puntos.
McClanes and
7
Aaron
a 6
Wilsons
arriba
and
los
Brooks
Chargers.
Cabanas. Like, they're sitting in the press box. It's not a broadcast booth. Like, they're in the press box.
I see it.
You saw it?
Yeah.
I would lose my mind, but I would also be very entertained.
Well, I actually give them credit for not letting it impact their broadcast.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, because they were lowering the voice, so I actually give them all the credit. All
But
these
like-
other, like Shereen Williams and Clarence Hill, you just put some headphones in.
Dude, come on now.
Put some headphones in.
It's awesome because of that. It's awful. You can't do that.
Well,
You can't put
I'll
them
say
in
this:
the press
at the
box.
Texans press box, some of the lingers they have there that aren't even working, and you're just
Yeah.
like wandering around. I'd rather have 8 of those broadcasts
Imagine,
going on.
There's Christy Rican, then there's Jonathan Alexander, then there's John
They're
McClain.
working. They're working.
Then
They're
there's Enrique Vasquez going nuts on the Spanish language broadcast.
Shout out to Enrique.
Was that his real name?
Yeah, Enrique Vasquez.
I'm just making sure.
Why?
So you were just making up a name or something like that.
No, I know. He's a good friend. He's a good friend. He does a really good job. I actually broadcast.
He's a loophole, too.
A little bit. He is a loophole.
So he's doing his thing.
Yeah.
Shout out to him. Way to not let that impact the broadcast.
Dude.
I got the internet going nuts.
Speaking of the Dallas Cowboys, Terrell Owens was hit by a car.
Saw that.
Monday night. Some would say, sometimes that happens. You're driving, you're walking.
On your phone.
Accidents happen, Well, apparently this happened because he got into an argument with someone during a pickup basketball game earlier in the evening. Law enforcement told TMZ Owens had been hooping in the California area when he apparently got in an argument with someone else on the court. Following the game, the man who'd been beefing with T.O. got into a car and drove the vehicle right into T.O.'s knee. Cops say Owens did not require medical attention. Law enforcement says officers took a report of assault with a deadly weapon. Though no arrests have been made, an investigation remains ongoing.
First of all, I believe
T.O., bro.
First of all, I believe all that happened. Secondly, was this the same person that was driving you and Figgy around the parking lot on Sunday?
Dude.
I heard you had a wild golf cart ride there.
My back's jacked, bro. We're just going and judging tailgates, and Figgy's personal driver was a little bit reckless, man.
Yeah. Figgy's personal driver.
My back hadn't been the same since, man.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the club.
Well, this one, jerk. Almost broke someone's knees. I think we almost had a lawsuit on our hand.
Yeah.
Can't believe you brought that up. Now she's going to get in trouble because of you.
No, she's not.
What do you
Kidding
mean?
Around.
Kidding around?
Yeah.
Yeah. The Houston Texans be listening.
Yeah.
So now they're going to fire the
Trust me on that.
young lady.
I know that.
So now she's going to get canned because of you.
No, she's not.
I hope you feel good about yourself.
I feel great about myself because I'm just kidding around.
Kidding around? You brought it up.
Yeah, I brought it up. Kidding around.
I got the internet going nuts.
What is going on with Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith?
Oh, I meant to bring this up the other day.
So apparently, we've already talked about they weren't even married when, or they weren't even like living together, and they weren't even really on good terms when Chris Rock did what he did.
Yeah.
Or Chris
like
Rock
5
said what he
years.
said, and then Will Smith smacked Chris Rock. Now Jada Pinkett's going around doing interviews basically saying that Will Smith, she felt scared of him at the time, and she couldn't believe what was going on and all this. Where was this at before? Like, are people going to really buy this book? And how the hell is she getting the word out there so strong?
Yeah.
Who wants to read about Jada Pinkett Smith?
I think anything she says is going to get covered at this point. She's that one. She's that
She's talking about Tupac proposed to her and all this type of stuff. Getting a little bit crazy.
A lot crazy. Getting a lot crazy.
Coming up, what are we watching right now? Is there a deeper meaning to what's going on with the Astros, and is there a deeper meaning to what's about to happen with the Texans? We'll discuss next.
All right.
securities involve the risk of loss.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so the Astros are down 0-2. I'm not ready to panic yet. I mean, I don't feel great, but I think would it be the craziest thing if the Astros came back and made it a series? Nah. Would it be crazy if the Rangers finished the job? Nah. But I'm not completely like it's over, yada, yada, at least in the short term. Long term, I'm scared of the Rangers, though. I think they've got a very, very solid core. I think their core is much easier to add to based on what they need, and it's young, and I think it's only going to get better. I think the Astros, a lot of the guys that are in this core, their best baseball is behind them. And I say that about Jose Altuve. I say that about Alex Bregman. I think their best baseball is behind them. I don't feel that way about the core that the Rangers have.
Yeah, but as far as like this series in itself, I am not confident, but I sure as heck wouldn't be surprised. Just because, I mean, have you been paying attention the last 7 years? I mean, you know, this is that this team could do it. I just feel like it's a big ask. The Rangers. And we brought this up yesterday, and I think it's still relevant today. They scored 2 runs, and everybody's like, well, the Astros are going to score more than 0 in game 1. I'm like, well, you think they're just going to score 2? Hell, you might be able to say that about 5. You know, they scored 5 yesterday, 4 in the first inning. They might feel like they're still leaving some stuff on the table. So they're really, really good. They're really, really swinging the bats well. They're in a groove. They need to worry about their bullpen a little bit. You know, because I think the Astros, I mean, first of all, they've used the same 3 guys now in 2 straight games. So that's going to, you know, the Astros getting some very good familiarity there. I think the Rangers are clearly better, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if the Astros make this run.
I mean, if you're looking at something to be encouraged by, we saw Nathan Eovaldi yesterday, and obviously Nathan Eovaldi was great yesterday. He did his thing. But the one time that the Astros just completely roughed up Eovaldi was on September 5th of this year, where he went 1 1/3. He allowed 4 runs on 5 hits, and it was because he never had a rehab start.
Mm-hmm.
So they immediately put him out there, and he kind of suffered. We're going to see Scherzer tomorrow. He's been out for a while. I guess you can say he's been throwing to live batters or whatever, but there's no rehab start. So maybe the rust of Scherzer, like the rust of Eovaldi, maybe that plays into the Astros' favor, and the Astros are able to rough them up. Because that was when the Astros won 14-1, and they just were all over Eovaldi. I don't fear Scherzer at this point with what he is, what he's been, and the fact that he hasn't pitched in a while. So maybe that's the one thing that the Astros do have going for him. With that said, though, I do think there's a gray area in Christian Javier, who pitched well last time, but 5 walks. You do that against this lineup, you're toast.
He got in and out of trouble like crazy, but much credit because of what he did. How do you feel right now about this? I meant to bring this up earlier. I thought for sure one of the reasons I thought the Astros were going to play so well and maybe just run through the Rangers here, I mentioned a bunch of the stuff about, you know, Altuve, Bregman, and Tucker, et cetera. One of the things I thought is, okay, they understand that they don't have a winning home record.
Yeah.
And I thought for sure like the Astros would flip that. Like they would just ignite at home and start to win with the playoff Astros fans there. The Rangers are kind of in the same boat going back to Arlington because the Astros have destroyed them in Arlington. So I think one of the reasons I think the Rangers are in control, I think they're going to respond to that. But I thought the same thing with the Astros here. So maybe the Astros just go in there and continue to see the ball and continue to wreck up there.
You want to know the last time Javier pitched against the Rangers in Arlington?
Was it one of those days I just mentioned?
It was July 3rd.
Okay.
And this was where the Astros came back and ended up winning 12-11. But
that's not a good sign.
Christian Javier, last time he was in Arlington, 4 1/3, 9 hits, 8 runs. 2 home runs allowed.
All 8 earned?
Yes.
8 earned runs in 4 innings.
8 earned runs in 4 1/3 and 9 hits.
Yeah, they might want to improve on that. Might want to tweak a couple things on that one.
Yeah, that was one where the first inning got real rough. It was actually impressive that he got through 4 1/3 in that game. But yeah, last time he was there, they kind of had it figured out a little bit.
I think so.
4 1/3, 8 earned runs.
I think the screen the batter's eye was pretty clear that day. Yeah.
How crazy do you feel if you're a Mets fan right now? Scherzer and Verlander are both in the ALC.
Well, like they said in the broadcast, they did want to see them both in the playoffs. Well, sure enough, they're both in the playoffs.
Is your stress level as high watching this version of the Stros as previous? Or are you just kind of like, let's see what happens?
My stress level is high.
Because there's been times where you almost feel like you're going to have a heart attack watching this squad.
I think it's because you're lacking as much confidence.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. That's the way I feel it. Plus, man, sometimes when I'm watching with my wife, she starts standing up and all this other stuff, and I'm like, man, just take a chill pill.
Dusty said Tucker looked better yesterday.
Okay. He also said Fromber had a little bad luck. Just a couple of seeing eye singles that traveled 109 miles an hour. That's the thing. Like he goes, the one went off the glove. Yeah, it was going 109. I remember the one he's talking about. It was going 109 miles an hour. And it just bounced off his glove. Okay. Good thing it didn't bounce off his face. I mean, I would be having surgery. I mean, golly. But, I mean, what's he going to say? You know, he's trying to get his guys back. So.
Nick Caserio met with the media today. Texans got the bye week going. Old Nick, 1-year anniversary of his buddy Jack Easterby being gone. And I don't know if they're still buddies or not. Their friendship can't be the same,
They still talk,
sure.
don't they? They still text, talk?
I don't know. Do they?
I would guess so. They're pretty tight. I mean, Jack brought his ass down here.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know if they chat. You think?
Oh, it would take a lot. Like, if you're real buddies, like true friends, if you lost your job and I kept mine, not you, I'm just saying, in a general, I'm not trying to wish bad things. I would still stay in touch. I'll bet you anything, old Jack and Nick still stay in touch.
The one year, hey.
1 year ago today.
Man.
Yeah.
It's been a year.
Yeah.
Miss you.
Mm-hmm.
Miss you, brother.
Yeah, tough luck there. But he just stabbed so many guys in the back. I mean, you can. And then he started getting greedy. And he started kind of,
moving the goalposts,
stabbing B.O.B. in the back. Then maybe even Nick Caserio got sideways with him. Who knows?
I don't think they ever got sideways.
Who knows?
I think he got. I mean,
I'm talking about on decisions and things they should do and all that.
Probably got a little demoted, but
yeah,
who knows?
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Ron Hughley in the building. D&M Auto Leasing sponsors Crosstalk. Clint Stoerner here as well. Are you ready to throw in the towel for the Astros, or you think it's still?
No, I'm not ready to throw in the towel.
Did you see Javier last time he was in Arlington? That was kind of depressing. I just remembered that one. 4 1/3, 8 earned runs.
Yeah.
Not great.
Got to tweak a couple things.
Well, he wasn't great coming. I mean, he wasn't great coming into the Twins series. So,
and then Evaldi, I guess. I mean, they roughed him up when he didn't have the rehab start. He seems to have kind of figured it out a little bit. So maybe you get Scherzer a little rusty, and you're able to jump on him.
You're not sure what you see out of him or how long it's been for him. So.
Plus, their bullpen stinks, so you have that going for you. So it wouldn't shock me if they made this a little bit interesting. It wouldn't shock me if they got swept either, to be honest with you.
That's the thing.
I'm out of the AOS business.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the bullpen, the Rangers' bullpen has appeared shaky, even in the 2 games.
Sure.
And they just, for some reason, something, Altuve happened in the first game, and then they just got around.
And Altuve happened in the second game.
Yeah, Altuve, but it just got around, and then, some bad at bats. I mean, their closer came in, then they had to start getting 2 guys up because their closer couldn't throw a pitch, and then Chaz.
How old is he? 12.
Had that at bat. I don't know. Age 12, and he throws 99.
Yeah.
So I mean, but yeah. So It's not. No, I've not thrown in the towel on the Astros. I mean, certainly not as confident. I had the Astros in 6.
Yeah,
I had 7. So
I don't know. You guys mentioned it yesterday. If they lose the game, which they ended up doing, they got to win 4 out of 5. So that's
a tough call.
That is a daunting task.
the other thing is they have to. So it's
really not even a full inning, to be honest with you. They trailed an out. The Orioles scored, and then they came back and took the lead before they recorded an out. So they've only trailed for an out in the postseason, which is insane.
Wild. Yeah, Clint, you brought up the other day. I brought it up today on the show. Man, I don't like to be body language guy, but I do. Fromber is you can see it, man. Like you can just see. Like as soon as he gave up the first hit, I was like, he's done.
Yeah, there's the body language, I've been there. I was that guy when I played. I mean, when I got opportunities, man, I was just a mess. I was a basket case mentally. I mean, I'm out there kicking people and getting and pushing matches with the D line and all that kind of crap for what? Like, I'm just over getting to play, and I mean, it just is. You can see it from a mile away, and you think about that game last night. If he doesn't make the error, hell, if he bobbles, it turns and throws the guy out at first.
Just that
they don't score 5.
Yeah,
I mean, if he catches it on the first hop and throws the guy out at third, who knows how many runs they would have kept from crossing the plate at that point in time. Yeah. And so, I mean, look, I'm worried because they're down 0-2 going on the road and they got 3 in an opponent's territory, period. That's the part that scares the hell out of me. When I look at the Astros, I just said last night, you erase that one little bonehead error by the pitcher, it's a whole different ball game.
Mm-hmm.
And game 1, obviously, if they beat our lineup and shut our lineup out, then I just got to tip my cap. So I think we still got a good shot, but damn, I'm going on the road down 0-2 makes me nervous as hell with the firepower that the Rangers have.
I'd take that good off.
What do you mean?
I think I got a shot.
Yeah,
I'd take that good off. I think you got a shot.
Well, I think it's okay. Down 0-2, it's I mean, but I mean, I think you got a team that's been great on the road. You got a team that has there's 2 or 3 guys that they depend on greatly that just have been awful. If those guys come around, then I think you got a really good shot actually. But if they don't,
we got your 3 guys with the most experience that need to get their butts in gear. That's for dang sure.
That's the part. And we'll talk about it. Like just situationally look like the team that's been in 7 straight ALCSs. Like situationally look like the team that's been here before. And they haven't.
They have not. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
All right, The Drive is live. That's right, baby. Tyler's in a bad mood. He went with the Trill shirt today. So
bad mood, bad gut, Tyler.
He's in a bad mood.
I'm not in a bad mood.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are, Tyler. All right, Tyler, in what was it? Batter 3. We lost the hat at Little Woodrow yesterday.
Oh, I forgot about that.
He lost the hat and walked away. The hat was laying on the ground and walked walked away.
Or did he flip?
I didn't even see. I just saw the aftermath.
Oh, I spiked it.
Oh, you
spiked it straight into the ground.
And he walked away. Hat was on the ground. I didn't know where Tyler was.
When I spotted Tyler, he was running both of his, 8 of his fingers, not his thumbs, but 8 of his fingers through his wig, and his wig was hat hair all over the place in the middle of the bar last night.
Tyler, I looked over. Tyler was just not watching Framber. He had enough. He had moved to the I'm not going to watch stage and just listen to the outcome of what happens. That's where he went. I looked at him. He was looking down in that beer he had that he didn't finish, looking down in that beer and just not watching. I was just.
I had seen enough of that trash.
My man is in it. All right, I want to start here. Because I asked Tyler this before the show. Tyler and Clint, and you can text in 713-572-4610 to be a part of this. What was it? I'll start with you, Clint. What was your confidence level that the Astros could win this series before the series started?
Hell, it was a 10 out of 10.
You're at a 10.
Oh, yeah.
Like a 10, no concern.
A 10.
A 10. Where you at now?
Ugh. I'm at a 5.
Yo, at a 5.
I'm at a 5. Look, like I said, I don't. I mean, going on the road doesn't scare me. They've been better on the road. They going down. I mean, just the simple math of being down 0-2 in a best of 7, having to win 4 or 5, them needing to win only win 2 is clearly it's an uphill battle. It's a steep ass climb. But if anybody can do it, it's the Astros. And what they put on the diamond so far at home has been absolute trash. I mean, it don't matter how outside of Yordan Alvarez, and really Yordan Alvarez in one game. I mean, it's been bad.
Yeah, it's not good.
It's been bad.
Shout out to the bullpen.
Okay, that's fine. The bullpen. I'm sure there's a handful of people in the field that have been decent as well. I mean, it's been trash. As a team, it ain't it.
He's
it's
not hearing that bullpen.
Well, I mean, it's just like no, I understand. Verlander was great in Game 1. I mean, there's good things that have happened.
But overall, it's just trash.
Overall, they put 2 games worth of lackluster baseball, which is nowhere near what we all expect when we're talking about the Astros in the playoffs.
We just lost.
It's just been.
That's the part. That's the part, right? Like we've seen it. We've seen it. Like the Dodgers went home partly because, and their 2 best players just didn't hit. I think they went like 1 for 20-something between Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman. Like we watched the Braves, just their top guns couldn't go. It's not just the top guns thing. It is just situationally. It is doing yourself in with Altuve and the base running blunder. And we'll get to it, but I mean, bases loaded, nobody out, and the first 2 guys to the plate don't make contact. Like these are just and went up there, Clint, and went up there trying to hit a grand slam.
Yeah.
That's what their swings look like. Their swings did not have any thought process of, all right, hey, let's keep chipping away, let's move on. I got to get a run in, I got to make contact. Like, and just the little things, like you said, Framber. Like, if you have the error to come back, right? That's not nothing about just, oh, man, you blew up. You can throw the ball to first base or get the ball and throw it to third. Like, those are things that you just beat yourself up that you can just make. That doesn't have anything to do with Kyle Tucker, who is as cold as ice, or Altuve in the same vein as well. Those are things that you just do in yourself. And you expect, boy, I'm telling you, we've watched the Astros. You've watched it for longer than I have. Tyler has. As soon as Pena got on with that error to load the bases up, the Astros damn near always make you pay.
Yeah.
Always make you pay. And they didn't even need a hit to make you pay this time, and they couldn't put the bat on the ball. So that's the part about it that is frustrating, but is the saving grace is if they can just start just not making the mistakes.
Yeah. That's the thing. You don't have to. I guess my point is you've been really bad, and with one swing of the bat could have won both of those ball games. I mean, it's not like the Rangers have been great. They singled Framber to death. They beat his ass off the mound with a bunch of singles, and then they scored 2 on Verlander, and hell, one of them was a home run by the 9-hole hitter. I mean, they haven't gotten off of a jump either. You could very easily have played some awful baseball and be 2-0 right now. I just think the Astros, like I said before, I do not believe that 4 of 7 games we're going to get what we've seen for 2 now. I do not believe that 2 of the next 5 ball games, or however many it goes, I do not believe we're going to get 2 more ball games of the Astros messing the bed. And I'm talking about Framber. I'm talking about Christian Javier. I'm talking about Jose Urquidy, whoever it may be, Altuve. I just believe that these guys are going to come around and give us a damn chance to win this thing.
So you had a 5.
I'm at a 5 right now. 0-2 going on the road. I don't give a damn if it is Arlington. Going on the road with that team, that kind of firepower, yeah, I'm a tad bit concerned.
Tyler, you were at a 10. I'm assuming you called for a sweep to kick this thing off.
I did.
Laughed anybody off.
Mm-hmm.
I think you laughed John McClain off the air as he the sweep. What do you?
Hey, make sure you put that in Friday's final or whatever the hell it's called.
I just don't know.
Put that in the best of the week, you dirty dog.
We do it every Friday.
That was from last week, so.
Oh, you want?
It didn't make Friday, did it?
No, I don't do a lot of Friday same day.
I was told I can't use Friday from the week before.
Oh yeah, you can.
Nope.
Oh hell yeah.
Ron already said I can't.
Oh hell yeah, you can. He'll make an exception.
I'm sure he followed that one, didn't he? So you were at a 10 before with the sweep. Where are you at now?
Now. Down 0-2, heading up 45. I'm at an 8. I'm still all right.
An 8?
These are the champions we're talking about, man.
I started at a 9.
The champions that are road warriors we're talking about, man.
I started at a 9 of confidence. But my man is still at an 8.
Maybe it's rounded up to an 8. I might be at like a 7.8.
Nah, hell no. Stick it in it, but don't come down now. You said 8.
All right, 8.
You said, all right, man. You said 8.
No, I'm good with it, man.
I'm not surprised for it. Yeah, I just, oh boy, this is, you just put yourself. They got to obviously win this one. This next one, they got to win this next one. But they just put themselves in this situation. They've had opportunities. They've had opportunities in this game. Their bullpen has pitched well enough and kept them in games. They've had the opportunities. It's the guys that you need to show up. That's also I want to get to, because like you have to be annoyed. I don't know whatever phrase you want to use, annoyed, mad, disappointed. It's got to be somebody. Who is it? Who is it that has you the most mad, disappointed, annoyed in these first two games? Especially coming off of yesterday's game. Who is it? 713-572-4610. Because there's a few candidates, Clint. Yeah. There's Framber, Altuve, Tucker, Chaz, Diaz. I will say this right now. I know this is going to be a mistake for me to say this right now. I will not hear the Dusty slander today.
You know what I mean?
Now listen, and he's not on this damn list at all. All right, he is not on this list whatsoever. All right, he did everything he was supposed. There is no better time to bring in Diaz in the game. And listen, man, he's 0 for 10 in the playoffs right now. Half of his outs are strikeouts. Okay, now maybe some of you believe if he'd had 4 at-bats in the game that he would have spun it around, even though some of these pitchers are unable to be solved by the likes of Yordan Alvarez and Kyle Tucker, and you believe that Diaz with 3 or 4 at-bats would solve it. I don't want to hear it, because he did everything that he should have done in this game. The boys didn't come to play. So 713-572-4610. Who is it that you're most disappointed, annoyed, mad with right now as they go to Arlington for Game 3 tomorrow?
Man, I want to say Framber, but it's hard for me to go with a guy that only impacts 1, maybe 2 games in a series.
Or somebody you're not at all surprised by what happened. You're not surprised at all that happened yesterday. You talked about it leading into the game.
Yeah.
The whole way.
I mean, it's Altuve for me, man. I'm on record. Look, I love Altuve to death. So all Astros fans, Altuve fans, don't beat me up over this. But y'all, I mean, it just absolutely makes my skin crawl when he comes out of his shoes, no matter the situation. I mean, it's so bad the commentators are talking about it. Oh, you know he's going to swing at the first pitch. You know he's going to try to hit this ball out of the park. I mean, the commentators are talking about it. So it's already one of those where Altuve pisses me off more so than he does your average Astros fan anyway throughout the year. And in clutch situations, it's just been it hadn't been good of late, and that runs my blood the hottest probably.
Yeah, I'm seeing some saying Yainer Diaz and Altuve. Tucker, Tucker is hitting 091 right now in the postseason.
Have you seen him yet?
Yeah, for me, it's got to be Altuve. It's got to be Framber, Altuve, or Tucker. I mean, when you get to those secondary guys, it's like, yeah, those guys are big, but it's, I mean.
Yeah, I'm not, listen, yes. Yainer, and much like what you're talking about with Framber, and people are putting in Yainer, I've seen that a couple of times. Yeah, Diaz did not have a good at-bat.
Yeah.
But I'm not surprised that Diaz wasn't going to have a good at-bat. Like, I mean, he doesn't walk up there with a game plan.
Yeah.
His mindset is not thinking, I wonder what Nathan Eovaldi is trying to do to me. It is, as the commentator said, he's up there to hit and to swing, right? And this was a big moment for him. And the longer that at-bat went, the more concerned it was.
But that's, I mean, to me, I know it's hard to watch, and I was frustrated.
We were standing there next to each other. You were calling the pitch.
I mean, it's like Diaz. When Diaz is at the plate, he's not up there to get Dusty's not putting him up there to get a quality at bat. Dusty's not putting him up there to be good and disciplined and work the pitcher and work the count. Dusty's putting him up there hoping the pitcher makes a mistake and he hits it out of the ballpark, right? I mean, because the alternative is, at this point in time, Maldonado to go up there and quite frankly, do less but look a little bit better because he does have a tad bit of discipline, right? I mean, I accepted that a long time ago. It's like when Diaz walks to the plate, the only thing you hold on to is make a mistake, groove him one time, and let him barrel this thing up, and it's over.
Fastball first.
He did. Remember, he missed one.
He missed one, but I was hoping throw a first pitch fastball because he's coming out swinging.
Yeah.
And he threw, and you said outside and low.
Outside and low. Ain't
and
no
he
doubt.
took it. And he took it.
The first pitch and the last pitch, they're going to be outside and low. And I'm going to tell you, I'm to the point with him and Pena. I'm not going to complain too much about Pena, but both of those guys, like if I were their hitting coach, I would say, hey, look, I am 100% okay with you walking back to this dugout after watching a called third strike that's over the outside quarter of the plate. Anything low and away, watch it. If he paints the black on home plate on the outside corner and at the knees, then you can come back over to me and I'll take that bullet right there. But you guys don't even offer it anything low and outside. I mean, with those two, that's where I'm ready. I'm ready to happen for those two moving forward. But with Diaz, man, you're gonna get a wild ass at bat. That's just what it is.
But what I don't, because I'm with you. I don't know where Tyler's is. It is Jose Altuve. And to the person who texted in that said Clint is an idiot for saying Altuve Tucker has been the biggest disappointment by far, I want to jump in and be that idiot as well, because I'm going to tell you it's Altuve. All right, hey, man, if you're going to go out here and just piss all over the stadium when it comes to your base running, your ass better make it up with the bases loaded and one out. I can understand a young guy in Yainer Diaz who ain't been here before to come up and have an at-bat that's undisciplined and swing at pitches out of the strike zone. I'll be damned if you don't come up there with a game plan. Right? That was a selfish at-bat, to be honest with you. And none of this takes away the greatness of Jose Altuve. None of this takes away the fact that he is the best player in franchise history. But I'll be damned. You got to make contact. Got to have it from you. All right, Yainer's going to be wild and sweet. You go and take – if you swinging out the strike zone, you better touch it. You better touch it.
Well,
and he didn't even touch the ball. Struck, didn't even touch it, and chased balls that were out of the strike zone. Yainer Diaz, a rookie. Understand it. The best player in the history of the sport, and for me, a first ballot Hall of Famer, got to come better than that. Got to. And he didn't. And chased the ball out of the strike zone. He is one of the best bad ball hitters to have ever stepped into a box. But if you're going to do that, you better make contact. I'm sitting there next to you. He going to make up for yesterday. He going to make up for that base running blunder yesterday. No, he didn't. So it's just like, yeah, man, I for me, Clint, you know how I go. We've been doing this show for 3.5 years. I always look to the best. To the best in there. I'm not looking at Pena and Diaz, who are, as you said, secondary players. Yeah, this thing to me is Altuve with a bullet, then Tucker. I mean, Bregman, you can come get some of this as well. You hit a home run yesterday, but you can come get some of this as well. Abreu in these two games can come get some of this as well. It's about these top guys first before a guy like Diaz.
There's just been multiple times. I'm looking through the play-by-play on a couple of these. There's been multiple times where Altuve's come up, maybe not with second and third, or maybe not with bases juiced, but definitely first and second time, a chance to move the runner, and it's been a piss poor effort. I mean, and look, Kyle Tucker's had his too. Look, I ain't mad at the texter other than you calling me a dumbass or whatever you said. I mean, at the end of the day, you wouldn't be wrong with Kyle Tucker. I personally just, in my mind, I can remember 3 times in 2 ball games off the top of my head where I'm holding my breath and Altuve's at the plate and I feel really good about it, and it is pop out to second base. It is, I mean, just the poor quality at bat.
I know his mindset is usually, all right, I'm coming out and I'm swinging at the first good pitch I see. There's got to be more than that with the bases loaded and one out, down 5-2. It has to change. It has to change. You know it. You've watched it. Clint, you've watched baseball. You played it. Tyler, you've watched baseball. You played it, maybe not at a high level. I didn't. I stopped short in the 8th grade, the Raytown Panthers. But you've watched this. You know guys will then change their approach and the way they swing the bat when they're just trying to get it in play. When they're just trying – right, he tried to pull that pitch he struck out on. Clint, and I know you were frustrated. I was standing next to you. If If he just says, all right, I'm trying to put the bat on the ball and just goes with the pitch and hits it that way instead of trying to hit a grand slam, he makes contact. But he went up there just, I'm going to do what I do. And it has worked a lot for him. But, boy, when he don't come through on it, you got to get his. Just like he gets all the praise that he so justly deserves for doing what he did to Aroldis Chapman and doing what he's done so many times, he has got to put the ball in play. Got to put the ball in play on that. And I'm sorry, Diaz swung that way all year and hit 280. You know what else is a difference from how he swung that way all year? Is now teams are really game planning for him. Teams are really in series, and pitchers are going to try to take advantage of his holes and his swings and his issues, right? This is a series, right? Just like in the NBA where you see things change up in a 7-game series, this is a series. The Rangers know exactly what they're going to do to him, as the Twins did. If you remember, Sonny Gray couldn't get a soul out except him. He struck him out 3 times. He couldn't get anybody out except him. And they're using his aggressiveness against him, right? And hopefully, I think they may need him again later on in this series, but hopefully, he adjusts and finds a way to adjust because he is a very, very talented player. But right now,
I mean, look, you're talking like him and Pena are the 2 guys at the plate with this Astros team. I'm not saying anybody's better. Those are the 2 guys with holes in their swing.
And Chaz
right?
has
to me, Chaz is just. I mean, he's just not been good. It's not to me with Chaz. It's not any one pitch. It's just he's just not been good. With those guys, it's the same damn pitch. And with Pena and Diaz, they know it's coming.
I know Chaz hurt you.
Oh, I'm beyond. Like at this point, look, when I see that there's room for Dubon to play center field because the guy's not swinging the bat as well as he was when he was hotter than a firecracker. Hey, I've seen a long stretch of just kind of at bats from Chaz, even when it's good. I mean, I know he's hitting 316 and
famine.
I get all that, but yeah, it's just now it wouldn't be crazy for me to see Dubon play. It wouldn't be crazy when he was hotter than a firecracker and had a damn 1,000 OPS. Yeah, it's a little bit nuts for in my opinion to mess with the kid's head instead of just letting him play. At this point, we've seen a good stretch of really just some that could be replaceable, especially when you got guys like the Astros do on the bench.
All right, Clinton said he has a suggestion for what the Astros
do. I got a damn good one.
Oh, wow.
I can't believe y'all didn't think of it.
Look at this tease. Oh, I don't even know what it is. Tyler, do you know? I got no clue. Tyler just put his hands up. He doesn't know either. All right, that's coming up next right here on The Drive.
Payne and Pendergast.
The defense is playing way above its pay grade. They're a little bit boom or bust.
Rizzuto. Priority pickups, sits and starts, and more inside info. They do the work for you. New episodes every Tuesday and Thursday. Just follow the Upper Hand Fantasy Podcast on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. The Astros, they drop game 2 of the series. They tried like hell to get back in that thing. They lose 5-4.
We just lost.
After spotting them 4 runs in the first inning. And the bullpen shut it down. The bullpen was able to come in 6 1/3 innings of no-run baseball. I believe they allowed 1 hit. J.P. France allowed a triple, and they were able to get out of it, and everything else they shut down and tried like hell to give the Astros offense a chance to stay in the game. But missed opportunities in this game was a big one. But Clint said you started out at about a 10, now you're at a 5. Tyler started at a 10, and now he's at an 8 in terms of confidence that they will win the series. I started about a 9. I'm sitting there at about a 5. Sitting there about a 5 with you. Look, at a 5 right here with you. But you have a suggestion for the Astros, Clint.
I do.
Okay, I can't wait to hear it. I don't know it.
I got a suggestion.
I heard it.
And it's Mickey.
Like Mickey,
like that Mickey?
No,
I ain't talking about.
Are you talking about?
I ain't talking about
Brantley's
Mickey off that
dad?
TV show. What's that TV show?
Mickey Mouse?
No, and about Mickey Mouse. What's old boy's dad in The Fixer? He's the Fixer. What's the name of that show? Where the dude that's the voice of Hard Knocks is in. It's his name.
Lee.
It's his name.
Ray Donovan.
Ray Donovan. The daddy's name.
Come on,
well
baby.
done.
I'm telling you, man, if we played $100,000 pyramid, I would kill in this thing.
I ain't talking about Ray's daddy and Ray Donovan, Mickey. I ain't talking about Mickey with the big ears, Mickey Mouse.
That's also
I'm talking
Angelina Jolie's real father.
I ain't talking about Angelina Jolie's father either.
Or Jolie's.
Yeah.
Who'd I say, Jolene? It's a good song.
It is a good song.
Good song.
Jolene. Shout out, Dolly.
Mickey Brantley.
Who they don't have on the field, but he's helping out.
Daddy Brantley.
I think we should all take up a
go replace him as a hitting coach.
No. I don't want to replace anybody. I mean, I don't want to do. I don't take any wild. I don't want to do anything crazy here. But Mickey Brantley, I'll pay for the session. Mickey, I don't know what you charge. I might have to ask Astros Nation to reimburse me.
I was about to say, I'm sure you want to go in there. Mickey seems like a guy that comes in high dollar.
Well, I need 2 of them.
Coach.
I need 2 of them. And Mickey, here's the deal. In fact, I expect a discounted rate because what I'm gonna do is no more coaching your son from the damn stands. If that ain't the most Bush League crap I've ever seen, Michael, get your pops on the damn field, man.
He's about 6 rows up.
I mean, for crying out loud, Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud were on the damn field last night. I mean, yesterday, can we not get Mickey Brantley, who's helping one of our best hitters, who we desperately need it right now, with every swing, with his weight transfer, sliding that front hip.
I think Adam Spolane was on the field last night.
Yeah, what the hell's going on? Baseball Spo's on the field. Get Mickey Brantley's ass on that field, and more importantly, get Mickey Brantley a one-on-one hitting session today, damn it, with Kyle Tucker and Jose Altuve.
So he should travel to Arlington. They're already there.
Or they can leave them 2 behind. They can private jet up later tonight. Whatever they need to do. Whatever Mickey needs to do.
He worked wonders with Michael Brantley.
Hey, look, they're showing it on TV. All he did was, hey, don't slide that hip. Open that shoulder. And I'll be damned if Michael Brantley didn't go up there and be one of very few clutch hits that we had. Again, not named Yordan Alvarez. And I mean, I just need some Mickey. Altuve and Tucker.
Do you think Altuve's going to listen to Mickey? I think Tucker might. Altuve, I think, is going to walk up there and continue.
Boy, if Altuve wouldn't listen to Mickey Brantley at this point in time, then I have really missed on judging Altuve. Altuve appears to be a coachable guy. I think he's played in a league where it's just come out of your shoes and swing. That's the thing to do.
That's what he did when he hit 190 all the way up to the World Series last year.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he did to hit 300 this year.
He just kept doing it.
I mean, I know people are like, what in the hell is this? But I'm just telling you, he needs a little touch of Mickey just to get him out of this funk.
Just a touch.
And while you're there, go ahead and spend you an extra hour in that same cage and get get Tucker over there. Get Tucker. You can just wait over in the wings, and when Altuve's done, get you a good 30 minutes in there, and we'll cover the tab.
Might be able to trick Mickey like that stripper did me, who just get him for 2 sessions, right? She just hit me with 2 songs.
Get Tucker to step in there without asking.
In real quick and try to sneak in.
Hey.
Try to sneak in a 2-for-1.
Hey, man, I don't know what the hell that little hip slide he was talking about with his son Michael, but damn,
The elbow. He was telling that shoulder. Keep that shoulder in.
All I know is that old boy is coaching that swing, one of the best in baseball, and then he just comes out of a year-long hiatus and is swinging it as well as he's ever swung it. Get Mickey's ass in that clubhouse, man.
Yeah, get Mickey in there, get him a jersey or just a polo or something.
I don't give a damn what you give him. Just give him a pass. How about that? Just give him a field pass. How about that?
Field pass.
You can make him get off the field an hour before first pitch. I just need him in that I need him in the bowels of that stadium down there.
I'd like for him maybe to be down there to have conversations after these at-bats. Let's sit down and watch him.
Yeah, I'm not paying. I can't afford that though, Ron. I got diapers to buy, Chief. All I can afford is 1 hour session.
Listen, I don't know if the Mickey thing, I do want to talk about his son a little bit because I do think we're in a point here. You're down 0-2, and listen, there aren't a lot of significant things that Dusty can do in the lineup, right? Because you're not taking Tucker out, and you're not taking Altuve out, and you're not and Abreu, who has struggled at least in these 2 games, you're not taking him out, right? So those guys they're gonna have to turn it around, or you're gonna lose, right? So there's not significant things, but the way that Brantley is swinging the bat, because yesterday you just had 2 guys really. You had Brantley and you had Jordan, who were consistently having good at-bats, right? Even their outs, right? Consistently having good at-bats. Is there anybody in a space, and I put this up on Twitter, that's thinking maybe Dusty should entertain moving Brantley further up in the lineup right now? Or is that too much of a panic move right now? He has traditionally been the 2-hole hitter. Is there serious thought with what's happening right now? The lineup I put out was Altuve, Brantley, Jordan, Bregman, Tucker, and Abreu would be the top 6. You think that's too much of a knee-jerk thing with Brantley right now?
No, I don't think it's too much of a knee-jerk thing. I wouldn't do it,
okay.
but I do. I mean, it wouldn't. What you just laid out, I wouldn't be mad at that one bit. If that damn lineup came out and he was in a 2-hole. And Bregman was moved down in between. What would you have between?
He loves it. His right, left deal. He can roll in. Yeah, I had him.
I would not be one bit disappointed in that. Boy, you could go. I mean, I just fully believe in what Brantley's, how he's swinging the bat. Like it's a very convincing. It ain't like he's been out. He just got in, got lucky, saw a couple of balls well, and barreled them up. No, I mean he's swinging the bat really, really well. So I mean Bregman, I like Bregman in the 2 holes, so I would leave it as is, but I wouldn't be one bit mad at what you just said.
It's just not. And listen, it's the struggles around. Like they've got to get, like the game just changes if somebody can get on in front of Alvarez.
Yeah.
Not to mention if somebody could do something behind him, as we saw Brantley, 2 hitters behind, was able to get one of the runs back with his hit.
Interesting. Y'all are talking about Dusty's lineup right now for the Astros. Being reported right now, I guess Dusty's talking with the local media. Dusty just told reporters that he is considering moving Kyle Tucker down in the order to take some of the pressure off of him.
See, this seems like the perfect move to hit his right, left, and have Tucker batting 5th.
Look, what we've watched the last 2 games, shake, rattle, and roll, Dusty. I don't give 2 rips. I mean, move him wherever. Now, I don't buy his excuse of why he would move him down. I mean, I don't think you alleviate pressure for Tucker if you move him down from the 3, 4, 5 hole. I don't buy that. But at the end of the day, Dusty, shake that thing up, man.
He's clearly pressing. Right? I mean, to me,
he's frustrated. I mean, he's frustrated.
He said it yesterday. Yeah,
he's going to be just as. Guess what? Ofer in the 3 hole is just as frustrating. I mean, in the 5 or 6 hole is just as frustrating as it is in the 3 hole. And so, I don't. Again, shake that sucker up, man.
Yeah. Because they put him in front of Alvarez yesterday. Thought he may see some better pitches. Hell, he was swinging so damn early. Like he swung at a couple of first pitches that were just down, and it was just like, man, he is pressing.
And that first at bat, man,
and he hit it hard.
He swung it well, hit it right at a guy. That even makes more. It's almost a source of the frustration more so than not seeing it well. Is when you hit it right at somebody. So, Dusty, look, here's the deal. The one thing that I do not believe anybody can complain about fairly is Dusty and the decisions that he makes as it pertains to knowing his squad. Like I get a bunch of the frustrations, but when it comes to, hey, I got a guy that's a little bit frustrated, or I got a guy, although it hadn't necessarily worked all the time, him talking about, hey man, I got to have Maldonado in there to try to straighten out Javier. I know that backfired him on a couple of different times, trying to straighten out Fromber. That backfired on Dusty a couple of times because it clearly didn't. But I don't question those kind of things with Dusty. I mean, there ain't no doubt about it. He is in a player state of mind and knows his dudes. And so if he thinks moving Tuck down a little bit, I don't need a reason. If you think moving Tuck around, shaking that lineup a little bit after what we watched, you ain't getting no complaints from me, bro.
And if he's moving down, you would assume that means Brantley's probably coming up. And I think
that
that's
lefty
probably
goes down, that lefty would come up.
Yes, right, that you would think. All right, coming up, it is a Tuesday. That means we're joined by our guy Seth Payne. He will join us as the Texans head to the bye week 3-3. We'll get his thoughts on their latest victory over the Saints coming up next.
Listen, you little whore. I know what you're after. You're after Seth Payne's NFL career and his valley of money.
It wasn't always pretty, but the Texans took down the Saints 20.
I'm still at the stage right now where I think they're way better than they were last year. I still get nervous at times because I don't think that they've faced the genuine challenge that they would from really good quarterbacks. Lamar Jackson was in his first game with a new offensive coordinator. I think that offense was a little bit disjointed when the Texans faced them. And now, granted, they were a new defense too, but it was one, there was not even 1 week into the season when that took place. Trevor Lawrence, I think, was the same. That offense seems to have taken a leap forward since then. So I guess they're not a bad defense. I'd like to see them tested more. And Joe Burrow certainly will probably be a test to see if they're an actually good defense. I think as of right now, they're at the very least an average defense, which is a huge, huge improvement.
Seth, correct me if I'm wrong, but to me, when I watch his defense, I can't help but just say this is the power of being coached really, really, really well.
Yeah. If you look at the names and you look at the performances from some of the guys here last year versus now, I think that it's a matter of guys just doing what they're coached to do and going out and, really look, last year's team had a lot of missed tackles on defense. This year's team is leading the league in missed tackles on defense. Like, neither of those are good, but I think the big difference is that this year, when guys are missing tackles, there's just that many more guys rallying to the ball. So you're getting that swarm mentality. And I do think also, I'm not making excuses for the complete and total number of missed tackles, but it's like a different variety of missed tackles at times this year. It's guys that are taking a shot in the backfield. There's guys that are flying from deep up to the line of scrimmage, and they're taking their shot. So there's an aggressive missed tackle, and then the other variety of missed tackle is a physically inadequate missed tackle. I think that this year you're seeing more aggressive missed tackles, which are okay as long as you got a backstop of 3 or 4 maniacs coming behind you to tackle. So that's what's been really cool to see.
Well, we had Blake Cashman on the postgame show the other night, and he just flat out said, "Look, we ain't worried about missed tackles. I mean, we are worried about swarming to the ball, and we're worried about arriving violently and delivering a blow and all that kind of jive." And so he said, as I watch, and I'll use Blake Cashman as an example again, and this is just one example of many. You can say the same thing about Henry To'oTo'o. You can say the same thing about the safeties. Damn sure Jimmy Ward at this point in time. But like yesterday, everybody remembers, or Sunday, everybody remembers when Blake Cashman carried what's the Michael the what
Michael
13
Thomas.
Michael Thomas when he carried him up the seam and disrupted a pass in the back of the end zone, and Jalen Petrie was kind of over the top like that. That was what appeared to me to be a quarters coverage, and Blake Cashman peeks the outside receiver and realizes that he's not coming underneath, so he's free to carry that route up the middle of the field. I mean, that is that's coaching and taking coaching and being prepared at the 10th level. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, and I think if you look at some of the things that D'Amico likes to do and that he did really well in San Francisco, and you're starting to see signs of it now, it's exactly what you described. It's like players being empowered to use their brains, but sometimes you got to be careful on just how much you empower some players, because they'll use brains that they don't actually have. But I think that if you look at that 49ers defense, Jimmy Ward was a part of it being a really, really smart defense. And because of that, you can have guys who line up at the line of scrimmage and then get back into their coverage. Like Blake Cashman does that really well. I think the safeties for the Texans do that really well. You can show blitz and have everybody up at the line of scrimmage, but then guys got to be really, really good and disciplined about getting the hell back into their zones so quarterbacks don't take advantage of that. And I think that's one thing that they've done well. I think they're doing a better and better job too disguising the blitz. You saw when they're doing the opposite, when guys are aligned up where they normally would align, but then they're blitzing from deep. The Texans did that really effectively in the second half last week. So those are the, 2 years ago when D'Amico took over, was it 3 years ago? 3 years ago when he took over in San Francisco, the first several weeks of the season, I went back and I was looking, and the defense wasn't playing all that great, and there are all kinds of people calling for D'Amico to abandon the wide 9 defense and all these other things, and they, by midseason it snapped into form and were a much better defense. I think this is an even bigger challenge because it's a brand new team and scheme, but like they're showing evidence of that. The just some of the higher level stuff, and so, which is really just more about disguise and everything. I think you're starting to see that integrated more seamlessly.
Seth Payne, who is here with us, the last 2 weeks, the Falcons and the Saints have kind of caused this Texans offense to struggle. As we know, the previous 2 games, they put up 30 points against the Jags and the Steelers. Do you sense that teams are adjusting and that this may be more of a sign of what we'll see offensively from the Texans?
It's tough because without a good rushing attack, it's hard to figure just, how much of it is, if the team can't run the ball dependably and, really run it when you really need to run it. They did a lot better last week, but the big test is, can you run the ball when you need to run it? Then I think there's a lot of teams that are going to start to be able to really focus on taking away what CJ wants or what looks good. This offense, and this is why Bobby Slowick is so adamant about continuing to try to develop the run. This offense just simply works best when the run game and the pass game can complement each other. So that's what I worry about more than anything. I don't worry about the adjustments to CJ because, in Atlanta you saw the Falcons drop 8 guys into coverage, and it threw CJ a little bit. It's eerily silent when everybody's in coverage, nobody's open, and you got to figure out what to do with the ball. I thought right off the bat last week on the very first drive, he adjusted to that and learned, okay, sometimes I'm going to have to extend the play. So that's the latest challenge when there's blood in the water that CJ has started to respond to. And there will be more along the way, but I'm more concerned about getting the rushing game going than I am CJ's actually ability to adjust to things.
Yeah, I agree. Seth, I think we've seen 2 versions, not 2 versions, but 2 different CJ's, and like this week, I think we saw much more aggressive. Like if we heard him talk a little bit after the game he said, there were a couple of times I probably should have taken the check down or I think he said hit the underneath route, but nonetheless, he probably erred on the side of being more aggressive this week, which I prefer. And then at the Atlanta game, I think he probably erred on the side of getting through his reads too quickly and being too conservative. For me, with him, it's probably more about – and look, when I say CJ, I also mean Bobby Slowick as well. I think it's them finding that happy medium. Like 13 of 27 is not – I mean, sub 50% ain't it clearly. But I don't need you to be at 80. Like, I mean, it's for me, it's – if you can get in them low 60s and still be aggressive and still take shots when teams give you that chance, that's the CJ I'm looking for. So it's more about finding that sweet spot than it is whether a guy can or can't do something.
Hey, Clint, on his interception, what happens with quarterbacks? Because you see veteran quarterbacks do it too. I mean, you'll see Tom Brady throw to an underneath linebacker that he just kind of blanks on. What happens there? Do you just kind of get tunnel vision and just like legitimately not see the linebacker because you're focused on or because you anticipated something else?
Yeah, I mean, look, he's hit that little fold route, I guess you want to call it, to Nico. He's hit kind of where they high-low that outside backer in that zone like that. He's hit that the over-the-top guy or the guy that's at 10 yards that he was trying to hit right there, Dalton Schultz. He's done that probably 5 times, 6 times this year already. And so I think he probably was a little turned on and thought, I'm fixing to get it again. And that linebacker did a really good job of kind of flattening off and flashing like he was going to vacate and then turn back and float it inside because he knew he'd seen it on film, CJ make that throw, and so he probably knew what was coming. Or the second thing, which is probably more likely to me, is that one of those offensive linemen, I watched the film earlier, it looks like there's a chance that one of those offensive linemen were just directly in the line of that linebacker.
Oh, yeah.
And so, I mean, he's already, the ball literally is I mean, it's up above his ear, and he's snapping his wrist by the time he sees that linebacker come out from behind that offensive lineman.
Man, is that the biggest thing when you see people evaluate the All-22? Is that the most frustrating thing as a quarterback when like people just don't realize how different it looks at field level?
Yes.
Like, is it?
Yeah.
There's so many times where you see like, oh yeah, he's wide open. Like, yeah, but there's people in the way.
Yeah, man. Look, it's no different than you guys as a defensive lineman when you come off the ball and they play action one direction. You're chasing the hell out of it from up in the press box. It's like, hey, fool, the quarterback's got it. It's a bootleg. Why in the hell is Seth Payne still chasing and tackling the running back? Well, it's a little more difficult when you're down there fighting and looking through 300-pounders and three lines of offense. And so, yeah, that is a bit frustrating. It is the difference in, obviously being in the pocket and trying to see through all of those guys and seeing it from our vantage point is clearly just a different different animal.
Yeah.
All right, Seth, we appreciate you talking to you. We'll talk to you. They got a bye week, and then they've got a run of games where they should be competitive and win. A couple of them with the Panthers starting off. We'll talk to you.
I want Will Anderson to break Bryce Young over his knee 3 times in that game.
I'd like to see him touch him. That'd be
or
nice.
touch him. Yeah, that'd be good too.
Finish one of these pass rushes. All right, Seth. We'll talk to you next week. Coming up on The Drive, the Astros. They are down 0-2. We'll let you hear what the manager had to say and get you ready for Game 3 as well. And then some big football news within the division as well. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Sports Radio 610. Not just the best sports talk in town, but the best looking guys in the game. And now we can prove it. I'm too sexy for my shirt. Don't believe us? Check out our brand new Twitch and YouTube live stream. Every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
From the Bell Furniture and Beat Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by Tachus on 69 the East Tex Freeway, southbound.
always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big Three at 3. Number 1.
Fly ball center field. Tavares comes on. The call, the catch, the win in game 2. A nail-biter that goes Texas way. 5-4, and they lead this best of 7. 2 games to none.
All right, that's courtesy of Fox Sports. Joe Davis, John Smoltz on the call there. And that was Altuve made the last out. That moved him to 0 for 5. He's 0 for the series in the first 2 games as they were unable to complete the comeback. Framber Valdez goes 2 2/3, the worst that it could get almost. 4-0 to start. He had an error that had something to it as well, but they chipped away. I think the biggest moment in the 5th inning that was a gut punch for the Astros was the bases loaded with no outs. Diaz struck out, Altuve struck out, and then Bregman grounded out. Here is Dusty Baker, the manager, talking about how he saw the loss in Game 2.
We had action with bases loaded, nobody out, and we couldn't push any runs across, and we had a couple of opportunities, and we had some. We needed 2 out hit. Our bullpen did an outstanding job. We just couldn't push across that tying and winning run.
I'm curious from you, Clint, because I watched a lot of it with you. Tyler, you too. Tyler, you had to step away, but I watched a lot of it with you, Clint. After that 5th inning, did you have the feeling like they're gonna come back and pull this off?
Always got that feeling with the Astros.
You felt it.
Always got that feeling with the Astros, man, and it's probably unhealthy because as your pocketbook has benefited from before. Even if it's a 6, 7, 8 run lead, I feel like if it's early enough in the ball game, the Astros have a shot. I felt like they had a shot even after Framber gave up 5 2 2/3.
Yeah, I did too. I thought this sitting over. As soon as we go off the air, I think Bregman hits a home run to get them closer last night. That 5th inning, though, that one was one where I was like, well, I don't know, maybe it ain't their night. Yeah. Maybe it ain't, because it is just, you watch the Astros longer than I have. You out there listening, a part of the Drive family, you have watched the Astros. You make mistakes, they make you pay, especially in the playoffs like this. And they made the mistake. They got the break when Jeremy Pena hits a chopper and it goes under the third baseman's glove, and they're able to get that thing set up, bases loaded. And I mean, you just, a double play brings you closer. It's just to get out of that, to come out of that without a run. And I think the big part, one of several big parts, is, boy, the quicker they can get to the Rangers' weakness, the more guys that Bruce Bochy has to use out of the bullpen. He's only had to use 3 guys in the first 2 games, and those are the guys they want to use, and they've been shaky, to be honest. I think they could have knocked Nathan Eovaldi out of that game potentially in that inning and get to the area where I think they have the big advantage there. And, boy, that 5th inning, I left Little Woodrow's Clinton. I was like, oh, boy, I don't know about that one. That was the inning that really hurt a lot.
Oh, hell yeah, it did. Again, I mean, you're just so many, and it's not even like, the thing that frustrates me the most with that game was that it wasn't even about hits. Bases juice, no outs. If you just lift a ball to the outfield, it don't even have to be a hit, man. I mean, just lift a ball to the out. Yeah, I mean, anything. Grounder than anything. It doesn't even have to be a hit. The Framber Valdez, disaster. Look, I get it. They snuck a couple through the infield. Make the damn play on the comebacker, and it's. I mean, make one of the 2 plays, and it's a whole different ball game. So it's not even the hit, don't hit. It's just the one thing you can't do is go up there and go strike out, ground out. That's the one thing you can't do in that situation.
One thing you can't do. Yeah, reverse it. Hell, there's a run there. Yeah, so. And you lose by 1 run.
Yep.
You think about that's the part that is the big thing. And I think for me with the Astros is We've said this a few times this year. We've said it coming down the stretch. We look at it in this game. It's the veteran players that you look at, right? Like it's Framber who's been there, right? Like and just rifled that thing past Abreu and just set that inning up. It's Altuve in game one having the poor base running error that basically took the game out of Jordan's hands. Yep. It's him coming up to the plate with the bases loaded, and just as you said, he's swinging out of his shoes, not adjusting, not trying to just put the ball in play, but trying to hit a grand slam. It's just so many errors that occurred in the game from just your guys, and you just want to see the Astros start to play like the team that's had all of this success over time, and you hope that happens in Game 3. Christian Javier gets the ball, by the way, against Max Scherzer. I think a bit of news out of today from Dusty, who was speaking to the media. Dusty said, according to sources, he had a talk with Kyle Tucker today and may move him down in the order temporarily. And Kyle Tucker, after yesterday's game, Clint said on his at-bats, they're terrible. I feel fine. Just my swing is not there. I haven't done anything with any of the pitches. It's just been tough. Yep. That's Kyle Tucker, and apparently today, Dusty mentioned. And when Dusty, as you know, when he mentions something like that with a player, I'm guessing that's going to be a move that he is going to do.
Yeah, look. This is hard to say, but with the exception of Altuve, man, anybody in that top six, I roll the dice, shuffle them up, shake it up, and make a move. After these first two games. Look, with the exception of Yordan Alvarez and Michael Brantley, it's not been pretty. I know Bregman had put a good swing on one as well. Almost put a good swing on one in game one, but I don't think Bregman gives a rip. Batting second, batting fourth, batting fifth. I don't think he gives a rip. So if Dusty wants to shake this thing up, I wouldn't touch Altuve. But other than that, man, I would have no problem with Dusty shaking this thing up and moving Michael Brantley up.
That's
Tucker
what it sounds
back.
like, right?
Yeah. That's what it sounds like. Lefty for lefty. Dusty's got the opportunity staring him in the face that it makes baseball sense to make that move if you wanted to. So I'm good with anything, man. This they got to get this thing rolling. And if a little shaking up that lineup gives anybody, Kyle Tucker or the whole bunch, if it gives them a little extra reason, come on with it.
They've got to get people working in front of and behind Alvarez, because if Alvarez could get anybody on.
Yeah.
That dude yesterday was insane.
Yeah.
He gets to the plate 4 times. He gets on 3 times and scores every time he's on.
This is no time. I know during the regular season, I'm like, no, play the guy, let the guy hit, don't move out of the lineup, don't move. Through 162, that's the time to get guys better or get guys out of slumps or whatever. This right now, I am A-okay. Anybody that's slumping, anybody that's struggling over the Twins series and now the Rangers series, I'm A-okay with that. I don't think it's knee jerk. I think it's the smart thing to do to shake that lineup up.
Yeah, it is interesting. I don't know what that thing's going to look like tomorrow. I think there is some.
Well, you got to get your lines right, man. Get your because you're gonna do those lineups tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I need them. Shoot, there could be action in center field. Mm-hmm. There could be an action within the lineup. I think clearly, I think Kyle Tucker and Brantley are going to be adjusted in the lineup. I would guess that Brantley goes to the 2 spot, and Tucker is in. I hope 5th. Right. I hope. To me, it would be great if Tucker is somewhere between Bregman and Abreu, and then Alvarez is in front of Bregman. But we'll see what happens. So I think the lineup will change. That'll be interesting to see as they need a big start from Christian Javier. But more important, as you said, they got to have those guys that have been bell cows for them all year to start to show up here.
We got work to do.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
2nd and goal. Pressure off the edge. Pollard picks it up. This one for the touchdown, Brandon Cooks. Prescott backpedaling, got it to number 3.
That's Tyler Milner choosing the Brandon Cooks highlight.
Hey, Cowboys Nation.
As hey, man, they got off the mat. They got their asses just destroyed and were destroyed all week long, and they had to wait till Monday to play, but they win a big game kind of on the road, although there was probably more Cowboys fans there than Chargers fans.
There it was. Glory hole.
Even though the Chargers had a real fanatic in the building. She was the toast of TV. But they go in there and get a big W as they are now 4-2 with everybody losing in the NFC, the Niners and the Eagles. It doesn't feel as bad as they did 2 weeks ago, but this was a big win for the Cowboys.
Yeah, look, it was a big win on a weekend where San Francisco loses and Philly loses. If you're going to keep pace in the NFC, if that still is a thing after getting embarrassed by the 49ers, you need to get a W any way, shape, or form this week. Mike McCarthy beating Kellen Moore and the Cowboys defense holding down the guy that Jerry ran out of town and Kellen Moore, the offensive play caller, obviously is a good look. Boy, you go out there and let Justin Herbert and Kellen Moore roll up 40 points on you and 500 yards. That'd be a tough look for the Dallas Cowboys and Jerry Jones and the decision that they made to allow Mike McCarthy to call plays and running Kellen off. But, they get out there and they handle business. Look, I think this goes back to a conversation for me, Ron. I know you and I have had this conversation about Justin Herbert many times.
You were going.
Well, I didn't watch all the games, so that's why I tweeted it and asked, like, hey, how many? I know I saw two. Big boy game-changing type throws where dudes were
Keenan
wide
Allen
open.
ran a route
oh my God, that sluggo!
And made the corner do a cartwheel out of bounds.
And he missed
feel bad
him.
for that young man.
But that's what we talk about Justin Herbert, man. He's going to throw up big numbers, man. There's no doubt. He's unbelievably gifted. There's no question about it. He's going to make 3-4 throws in a game where you're like, wow, that is impressive. But in them tight ball games like that against the top teams in this league, you're given a handful of opportunities to make game-changing throws, even under duress and even when you're getting hit and all that jive. The great ones make those throws, and year in, year out, they're great, and they put up good stats, and their teams are relevant when it comes Super Bowl time. And Justin just has yet to be that guy.
Yeah, you think it's a situation where Justin is going to get Brandon Staley fired, or Brandon Staley is in part one of the reasons why we're not seeing development move more for Justin Herbert?
Oh, I wouldn't be shocked at all if there's not a defensive-minded head coach kind of neglecting maybe or not knowing or not surrounding him with the right people, not focusing on the right things, not making sure he's in the right mental space. That's very possible. I mean, it wouldn't be a shock. It's not like we've never seen that before. We saw the greatest defensive-minded head coach of all time hire a defensive coordinator as a play caller last year up in New England. Look what's happening up there.
They're under 500, and it's that side of the ball.
Oh, yeah.
Like when you look at the weapons they have and the talent they have with him, like they should 20. They hold the Cowboys to 20 at home. They should be able to do that.
They're a lot better than 1-5 talent-wise.
2-3, yeah.
2-3, whatever the hell it is. They're
under 5.
No, are they? They're under 5. No.
You talking about the
Patriots?
Chargers? I'm talking about the Chargers.
I was talking about the Patriots. I'm sorry.
Patriots, yeah, the Patriots are 1-5. I'm talking about the Chargers with Herbert.
Got you.
20 points to the Cowboys at home.
Yes,
that
agreed.
offense and what they have should be able to.
Agreed, wholeheartedly.
Their defense should be able to win games holding the Cowboys to 20.
Agree wholeheartedly. I mean, there is no doubt about it. But that's to me, that's the storyline. Is there's so many layers in that ball game to Kellen Moore, Mike McCarthy right there, and then you look over at Justin Herbert, and is he one of these top dudes in the league? Sure, talent-wise, sure, statistically, but boy, when you talk about elevating your team and being the reason that your team wins ball games instead of just runs up the box score, I pause with Justin Herbert, and last night was a good example.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, some Houston Rockets news. Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN dropped the nugget that the Houston Rockets are trading guard, and this has been talked about for a bit, Kevin Porter Jr. and 2 future second-round picks to the Oklahoma City Thunder. The Thunder are immediately waiving Porter Jr., so he is not going to be a member of their team now. He is just going to be on the streets and probably untouchable for some time with his situation. The Thunder are sending the Rockets, an old Rocket, Victor Oladipo, and Jeremiah Robinson-Earl in the transaction. Jeremiah Robinson-Earl is a young player, was at Villanova, 6'7", 6'6", kind of a tweener that has the ability to step outside. I'll see about Victor. Victor got injured late. Seems like a guy that may move on from the Rockets. We'll see, but they do move on from Kevin Porter Jr. We knew that was going to happen, and now they can move forward and not have that situation to deal with anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. Just get that old boy off the books. And look, I'm not smart enough to understand all the dynamics of all the
trade and the numbers.
Yeah, all that jive
contracts
of what
having to match.
Yeah, of what all that means. I ain't got it, man. I'm just glad the Rockets have moved on from that cat.
Yeah, yep, and we'll see if we hear from him again in the league with his situation. All right, coming up, Clint, the running game situation. Is this a situation where we just need to call a spade and look at what Singletary does versus Pierce, or is there more to it? We'll discuss that coming up.
610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, what's up, Houston? All right, man. Hey, today's going to be a good day now. Getting this all out our system, and then we come back here tomorrow ready to go. Game day, as the Astros will need game 3. But it's looking good on the other side, though. NRG, baby, 3-3 going into the bye.
500.
Who the fuck?
Laying down for nobody.
They are halfway to the win total that I projected them to have this year.
What'd you predict?
6. I thought they.
Oh, did you?
6
Did he say 6 or did he say 4?
I think he did say 6.
I had 6.
I bet on 6.5, so that sounds right. I'm pretty sure.
Wasn't it? Well, you bet on 6.5. Wasn't the line 4.5?
No, I think I got the line at 5.5 or 6.5.
You must have got it after they had a
I
win.
was about to say I didn't know it was that high.
Doesn't matter either way. I'm gonna win. That's what I do.
How you done the last 2 days of the Astros?
Not great.
What'd you do last year in the win total?
Last year I didn't hit on that. No. But the year before that I did.
Hey, this is not an opportunity to pile on Tyler, Ron.
It's not, except for when Tyler steps out and said,
I keep a record. My futures bets, I'm in the green. I do what I do. I win money.
I do what I do. And we've just come up with three samples quickly.
Hey, what was your Astros bet yesterday?
I bet the money line.
The Astros money line?
Yeah, it was favorable.
Ah, damn it.
You didn't have no unders and overs?
No, I didn't like any of the run totals.
That's why the hat went.
And I also bet on Evaldi under strikeouts, which he surpassed. So it wasn't a winning day yesterday, unfortunately.
Sorry, Bob.
That's all right, man.
I'd be better if I got my bottle.
I think tell you. You know what? I can't make the bottle appear right now, but you know what? You know what? I do. I owe you 100 outside of that, don't I?
You do?
Give him that.
Hey, is that a crispy Benji?
Hey, Ron, watch this real close. This is how this works. Hey, Tyler, crispy honey right here, baby. You see everybody out there on YouTube? I'm paying my bet. At least half of it. He owes me. I owe him.
I got 96 left.
Nah, I don't want them singles that you didn't want to pay last night. Hey,
I got 96 left.
Right here, T. YouTube. It's Tyler's right here. I'm gonna set it right here.
Love it.
In the break, T can come in here and get there.
I'll give it to him.
That will be spent this evening, so I greatly appreciate it.
Now, you see how that happens, Ron?
Yeah, man.
I mean, I know you're paying Show's bet. You're not paying Ron's bet, but it was.
Man. I promise.
It was a Hughley. He was in the family.
I need to put something in. I forget about it until you bring it up every single time. Every single time.
Oh, do you?
I do. I feel horrible about it.
You're very forgetful.
Well, I'm going to tell you, Tyler, I ain't forgot about it 1 minute.
For some reason, that doesn't make it better.
And a bottle. I just every time I leave, I'm always in a rush, so I hadn't had time to stop at one of them high-end bourbon stores.
Yeah, I've completely forgot about it. I'm going to make sure I don't do that.
Next time I make a casual stroll on a Tuesday morning,
I tell you,
I'll stop and get your liquor too.
When I tell you right now, like so much, I don't even remember what I even owe.
The Kansas, because Arkansas beat Kansas.
No, I know. I know. Oh. I'm trying to. I don't even remember what I owe.
Well, it was over 200.
I think it was 200.
It was over 200 because you agreed to pay a little bit of interest because it took you so long.
But then it's 2 bets, wasn't it?
It was. It was.
Hogs are winners. That's what I'm saying. I can't even remember what the other one was. And then took 100 off of it when you said they'd
get back. The tie and run would get to the plate, and then the Astros commenced to give up 13 runs, I think.
The key here is I got to remember to go into that studio and grab that thing.
Yeah, well, if not, it'll end up in Ron's wallet. He'll try to pay you with it tomorrow. So you better.
I wouldn't do that. I would at least break it and then give you all 20, so you never.
Well, I'd know something's up if he pulled any cash
out. I want a solid 100, by the way.
It looks crispy.
Oh, I can't get you in the 20s.
I mean, I'd prefer it be. I think I owe a little interest. And can you believe what we saw? You see where Stephen A. Smith made our I don't know if he made him, but Marcus Spears paid Stephen A. Smith the bet he lost, and he paid him $1,000, and I don't know how many were 50s, but there were 50s involved in that.
Oh wow!
Like it's like Marcus had a couple of 50s in his pocket, so he just went and got 900s and then put them 2 50s in there or something.
It's a good problem to have.
If I'm going to pay somebody a G on national TV, I might have a band on it. It's going to be all hundreds, and I might have a band.
That or like rolled quarters, because that could be funny.
No, that ain't funny. Like it's not funny.
It is if you're the one giving them.
It's not funny at all.
What's in a roll of quarters? $20 or 10?
I'm not sure. It's been a long time.
I think it's 10. I'm a big coin guy.
Are you?
I'm a big keep the coin guy.
My parents used to roll out this big old glass thing, and she'd say, "Here, roll these up." I'd get to work.
I'm a big keep the coin guy. We got it. My wife laughed at me. She is not a keep the coin, keep the change gal. She is a F them coins.
And just throws them out.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if she didn't do some of that in her past life. But since she's met me, we've become coin keepers.
I used to have a hat that I
change collectors.
Yeah, I throw all that in there and then take it to the store.
Ron, I knew I turned her one day. I knew I had her turned one day. I came home and one of those electric coin stackers were in the.
My grandma had one of those.
I got her when I told her.
I mean, I used to have a good, solid purple Crown Royal bag.
Oh,
full of them.
Yep.
Learned it from my dad.
I kept something else in our Crown Royal bag.
Yeah, I've had the Crown Royal bag as well, Ron. I've had the the 5-gallon water jug that goes on top of the machine. You get that, try to fill that thing up. Yeah,
Lord Tyler, man.
What, man?
Let's come off of this. I know you're a big fan of that. Are you a big fan of? Are you a big fan of the Texans' run game? Do we need to call this a spade? Because listen, for whatever reason, they've run the ball, and they did in this last game in particular. The Steelers game is the only game they've had more rushing yards. They ran the ball better Sunday behind Devin Singletary. Motor had 12 carries for 58 yards, 4.8 a touch. And then Dameon Pierce had 13 carries, 34 yards, 2.6 a touch. Is it just a spade of, hey, right now Devin Singletary they just run the ball better with him, or is he better, or what is it?
Well, they're definitely two different running backs. There's no doubt about that. I think it's this week with both of them getting run. There is a clear difference. I do believe that. I stand firm. I do not believe that Dameon Pierce is the reason why this team struggles to run the football. They've got bigger problems than Dameon Pierce's running style. But there's no doubt about it that Dameon Pierce may miss a cutback here or there. Dameon Pierce may or may not, not help his offensive line a bit because he is so aggressive, so downhill, such a power runner. But that is what it is. That's what you get with Dameon Pierce, is you get a downhill power runner. You don't get a guy that's being patient and a guy that's setting up blocks. You get a downhill runner. And there were probably 3 carries in this game that he toted the rock and got yards after contact that Devin Singletary just flat out wouldn't have gotten. Now there are 3, maybe 4 carries that Devin Singletary had. I know a couple of them stand out to everybody because they were bigger chunk plays. The toss sweep around the outside one time that he turned up the sideline, Dameon Pierce hadn't made that play. But there's a couple of them, and I'm going to highlight them. I'm going to post them on social media and see if Twitter, if X will allow me to do it. But they're not necessarily big runs by Singletary, but they are precisely what he brings to the table that Dameon Pierce doesn't. And it is a very offensive line, O-line friendly style. He's very patient. He'll start right downhill and get a defensive lineman to jump inside, knowing that he's going to bump outside into the B or C gap. You know what I mean? Like he helps offense. He helped Titus Howard 2 different times where Titus was just, in terms of getting his guy blocked where the running back's lane is, Titus had no chance. But because Motor started a little bit inside, that D lineman tried to jump inside, so Titus just ragdolled him and boom, and then Singletary jumps back out in the lane and gets after it. There's no doubt that they're 2 completely different styles. Instead of pitting one versus the other or talking about who's better than the next or Dameon Pierce is the blame for the lack of what we should be is absolutely stoked that you've got. I mean, you literally have like a thunder lightning combination. You know what I mean? You legitimately have a guy that is if you just give him a crease where the crease is supposed to be. And if you put him schematically, you can't wholeheartedly go schematically one way with Dameon Pierce and then full out zone, inside or outside zone with Devin Singletary. You can't give it away like that. But schematically, if you put him in a better position, you're going to get hard yards. You're going to get that downhill running style from Dameon Pierce. You can benefit big time from it, and then you can hit the home run with Devin Singletary if you just keep splitting these carries.
Yeah, I think some of it is the wiggle and everything that you just described. Well, sometimes I do be like, and you call it whatever. they seem to block it a little bit better with Devin Singletary at times. Yeah. I just like they don't maybe get their ass kicked as quickly or things.
Well, he is, Ron. He is no doubt.
Which I'm not saying he don't have anything to do with.
Right.
But,
no. He is just so much more patient with that zone scheme in particular, because the downhill G scheme stuff where they're pulling guards and pulling tight ends and
they did a lot
and leading them up in the hole. They're both really, really good at that. To be honest with you, they both do that well. I would prefer Dameon Pierce in those because he's more downhill. But if you look at those zone schemes, which they want to run, and really they want that to be their identity, is that zone stuff. The patience, like Dameon Pierce has to get better with patience. Like we talked about this when he first kind of jumped on the scene last year. It was like Dameon Pierce is running. I mean, he's running so wild and so hard that the ball's exposed, and he's going to end up turning the ball over. And they've kind of harnessed that a little bit, but there is just zero patience back there with setting things up. And I think he is gonna have to give a little bit there and develop and mature a little bit there. But as a Texans fan, bro, I am the 1-2 punch is real in two different styles. You better be ready if you're a defense.
So it's a 1-2 punch and not a spell.
That's what I see. That's what I see. I don't see.
That's what we saw Sunday.
There's probably there's four carries for Dameon Pierce that were goal line carries, or like 22 personnel where everybody's bunched up in the box and you're running downhill and there just ain't nothing there that kill his average per carry in this game. I'm not speaking for every game, just this game. So it's not. My point is it's not as crooked as 4.8 yards per for Devin and 2.6 for Dameon. I mean, Dameon there's probably 4 carries in there where it's true short yardage type stuff that brought his down significantly.
All right, the first 2 games of this series were not exactly at all how the Astros wanted it, and it was rough, to be honest. But there was one piece that was not, and we have got to get into the big fella. We have got to talk about Yordan Alvarez because he's going to try to drag this team to the World Series if he can. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we
The water jug, that's right. On the old water machine, the 5-gallon Ozarka. I believe it was Ozarka, wasn't it, back in the day? Hey, true story. Joe Ferguson, I believe 19-year NFL vet.
Bad-legged.
O.J. Simpson back in the day up in Buffalo was his years, right? Spent some time down in Tampa. He was my quarterback coach in Arkansas. 19 years in the league. Hell, the retirement alone was a huge chunk. No telling what he was making coaching college-level quarterbacks. But nonetheless, he, all joking aside, every time we went over there for dinner or anything, he had one of them big 5-gallon Ozarka jugs. And it was I've never seen one almost chock full, man. It was almost chock full. And he always said, I'm going to fill that thing up and I'm going to buy one of them new big screens. He's an old-school fella, Fisher, Hunter, kind of. He's not really into new technology, anything like that, right? I'm going to buy me one of them new big screens. This is right after plasma TVs came out, right? And I thought he was joking. I thought he was just going to give it to the kids or, something, do Christmas with it or something. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. We go. He calls us to go to dinner one night. We go over to his house. His wife, Sandy, fabulous woman. She's cooking us dinner. And I look up on that TV, Ron. That sucker was flush with cash, and he saved up money in that damn Ozarka. Ozarka jug was empty, and he had a brand new TV.
He bought a TV with it.
His wife said he wasn't joking. He made us wait until he filled that thing up to buy us all a new TV for the living room.
And they
for the living room too.
And they could have bought one.
Oh, he could have bought. Hell, he could have bought the whole damn TV store down the street.
And he just wanted to wait. No, pride.
Hey, Ferg's gonna die with every penny he made, man.
There you go. How about that? Good for him.
The old jug. Speaking of, look what Tyler didn't come get.
Yeah, he'll get it.
Tyler's the only guy got $100, about 10 steps waiting on him, just saying, hey, man, come get it. Hey, man, come get it. Nah, I'm good.
I trust that it will be there whenever I make my way into that room.
Well,
looking at you, Ron.
Hey, I don't want it, man. I mean, I wouldn't mind it. I mean, I'll take $100. I got kids.
Well, if you had it, it'd be mine.
I got kids, too.
That's true.
Yeah. One with a birthday coming up.
Yep. I'll move past it. All right, we got to talk about the big fella, man. Listen, I've heard some people when they brought up like Barry Bonds with Yordan Alvarez and things of this nature and say pump the brakes, and I'm inclined to agree with that. But we got to talk about what this dude is doing, man. Like yesterday, and really in these playoffs, but yesterday in particular, fellas, Yordan, he had a Barry Bonds-esque evening. Now, the crazy part about Barry Bonds, he did this damn near on a nightly basis.
He's big as hell.
In that one special season where he hit 73 home runs. But, Clint, yesterday, I was saying it to this earlier, Tyler, I think he probably had 3 total real hittable pitches yesterday. Like, in his 4 at-bats, probably 3 pitches where Eovaldi was really like, all right, I'm going to challenge you, or I made a mistake. Like, not trying to get him to dive after or swing out of the strike. Like, real hittable pitches. That's what Barry Bonds would see two a night and would find a way to deposit with 2 opportunities, hit a home run. That man yesterday probably had 3 hittable pitches to really do something with. And he goes, homer, walk, and scored every time he got on base. He struck out on an amazing pitch that he wasn't looking for from Eovaldi, and the only time they got him out. I mean, he got about 3 pitches to really swing at, and he hit 2 of them out of the ballpark. Like, what this dude is doing is absolutely insane, and if anybody could just get on base, he may have drugged this team to a 1-1 tie, but this is, like, I'm not saying he's Barry Bonds. Yesterday was Barry Bonds-esque. To just, I mean, that's cool, man. You give me 3 pitches to hit, I'll hit 2 of them out. It's just like, what the hell?
Look, it is, I don't have any problem with you in terms of the playoffs just dropping a Barry Bonds when you're talking about Yordan Alvarez. How many bombs he's got in the playoffs?
8? Is that where we're at?
No, it's not 8. It's 6, isn't it?
Is it 6?
I think it's 6. I think he hit 4 versus the Twins, and then he hit 2. He hit 2 this week. I think that's hell. I mean, look, we're already
jumping up to 8.
6 and 8. I mean, good gosh. But yeah, there's no.
Oh, he's got 8 extra base hits. That's what I saw. He's got the 2 doubles.
Gotcha. Yeah, man, it's been unbelievable. Like you said, I mean, you got to get some ducks on the pond for a big fella.
Yeah. You got to give him a shot. Yesterday was a rough, tough game, but every time he came up, Like, and it just got to be prepared. Bruce Bochy just not going to allow him to do that. But hell, man, you think, all right, man, nobody's on base. This dude just is taking the ball out anyway. It is insane. But guys around him have to pick it up. I do want to give an apology to Tyler Milner.
Did you take my 100 in there?
No, not yet. I do apologize yesterday for what I did to you yesterday. Me and Tyler, we rode from the station to Little Woodrow's, and Clint, my air went out.
Your air went out?
My air went out Sunday. Tough time. Went out in the middle of traffic leaving NRG yesterday.
Oh, damn.
That's the top 3 things that a man cannot let happen in Texas. In South Texas, that's for damn sure.
Well, sometimes it's hard to control. I'll be honest with you. I probably could have controlled it. Probably could have taken it in. It was giving me signs. But it went out. And
that's probably why Tyler didn't feel good last night.
No, it might have been your food. But it wasn't a bad day. It wasn't 90 in Texas. It was a bit 60, 68, 70.
Yeah, man. You could roll the windows down.
We had the windows down, but it was a little warm. I felt bad. I couldn't hear him talk. We were trying to communicate with each other. Couldn't hear him talk.
Yeah.
So I feel bad. I got a service call. It's going in the morning. I'm a little nervous though about the cost of I don't know what this cost is. I tried to talk to my man in the service department. He just hit me with it could be a number of things and refused to give me a ballpark number. I'm a little concerned about the fixing of the air conditioning and the heater. The heat's not working either. Found that out this morning.
Here's the deal, man.
For sure, it's a blower.
I mean, you're a drive time host with a wife that is a career woman. You got it too good to be driving around with no heat, no air.
You just
got it too good.
It just happened.
You should have never risked it. I don't know that 94 Toyota you driving around in get you upgrade your ride. You don't have to worry about all that.
It didn't just happen. It's been over 48 hours.
It was Sunday, and I tried to get in.
So you let him get in the car and ride with you yesterday?
I forgot. Like the money.
You want to ride with me? I got no AC.
I didn't volunteer.
Texas,
I tried to save him an Uber ride,
and I paid for parking.
And he did. He paid for parking. I saved him the Uber ride.
Well, that's nice of him. He saved you the $20 ride, but then you paid $40 for parking. That was nice.
Hold on.
The ride would have had AC.
I tried. He's Tyler won't take money.
Right.
Tried to. No, he won't take money. Even slid it in his pocket. But no, I felt bad, man.
I know that's a lie because you don't have anything but ones on you. So
I did yesterday. Then I bought the what do we get the tamales.
Oh yeah, you only had enough for one set though. We couldn't buy two things of tamales.
The tamale guy at Little Woodrow's is legendary. Tamale. He just walks around saying tamale.
Somebody I'm getting a new car. Somebody texted and said their AC costs $3,000. $3,000? Oh hell no. I was really hoping to be around the maybe 600 range. I was hoping.
Well, I think you should have traded it in a few months ago, and then you wouldn't have to worry about this.
I had to see about this. 3,000? That is definitely not. Is that really the range? How come he wouldn't tell me?
That sounds high to me.
That sounds really high.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Well, I would imagine it depends on what's wrong with it, right?
Oh, that's what he said. It could be a number of things. I said, won't you ballpark?
I'm not sure, but I'm no mechanic at all. I don't. In fact, I'm embarrassed in what I do and don't know about vehicles. But I think it could be as simple as a fuse.
See now, or
you could just be completely out and need to replace the whole thing. Then you get up in that $3,000 range, I think.
Somebody said it was $3,000 on my work van. Oh, okay. All right, so you're not going to make me nervous. Now people are thinking that I drive a 94 Toyota. I don't drive a 94.
It's an 87.
You went down. No.
I've been telling you for years, man. I mean, you have got Lincoln Continental suicide doors written all over you.
I've got
the new one.
I've got no car payment on it. I've worked really hard to get to that point.
Yeah.
That feels.
You ain't got no car payment, but you got some maintenance payments coming up.
You ain't got no car payment, but you got a hot ass ride.
Just got hot.
or about to be a cold ass ride.
Hey, thank God it wasn't the last game, that Steelers game. That was a hot.
Oh, that was steamy.
Oh, that was a hot.
You were sweating through that.
I apologize,
hard.
man. I'm sorry, man.
It's all right, dude. It really wasn't that bad of a ride.
what it was. I felt bad the whole way. Damn, we can't even hear each other talk. These windows is down.
Oh, y'all had the windows down? It was a windows down kind of day, man. Yeah. It was a windows down kind of day. Amos Lee got a great song, Windows Down.
Yeah, somebody said at worst 1,000. Okay,
there you go.
That's what I was thinking at most.
On it. Hey, let me get my 100 for you before you re-up that AC.
Yeah, I might push that back.
Oh, man. All right. Hey, look, there's a former footballer. He's in the news quite a bit. There's two of them, actually. I'm going to tell you who both of them are. But one of them, he got in a little argument. He got in a little argument after playing a little ball, and it resulted in something bad. I got a question for y'all. What's the dumbest argument y'all have ever had? Sports related. What is the dumbest argument that you've ever had that you may or may not have put yourself in harm's way over? Huh? We'll talk about that. I'll tell you who that was, by the way, and we'll talk about that next.
Multi-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, what's the dumbest sports argument that you've ever had? Me and Tyler's fixing to argue over this $100 bill that's hanging on my microphone here that he doesn't want to, or what is this thing called? A mic? That's right. That he doesn't want to come in here and get, by the way. I didn't think that 100 was going to balance. I kind of like it. I might start putting it, since we're on YouTube and Twitch now, I might start putting that on there.
Keep that 100
Keep it on there, man. That's
big money.
Spitting that straight cash on me.
You know what? You keep your 100 on there. I'll keep mine on there.
Well, Tyler's going to come get this one, and I'm going to look for you to replay. He's got a single.
Where we are,
he got
baby.
old single out there.
This is where we are in our journey.
They got old dingy single. How many cracks you think that thing's been in?
Baby.
How many cracks you think that thing's been in?
Smell like onyx, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Got a little rip in it. That's me.
Right.
That's me right there, baby.
All right. What's the dumbest sports argument that you've ever been in, and did it lead to an altercation? Here's where this stems from.
Let me pick this up before I lose it.
Terrell Owens was struck by a car after an argument during a pickup basketball game. According to the police report, Owens was struck by a car following the altercation. 49-year-old Terrell Owens didn't realize he was knocking on 50. Legitimately still thinks he could play in the league.
He thinks he could go.
Yeah, 49-year-old Owens did not need medical attention following the incident. The other man involved in the argument reportedly drove his car into Terrell Owens' knee. I mean, that's you got to have that's got to be a pretty heated basketball.
What the hell were they talking?
Look, I have no idea. No arrests were made for the record Tuesday morning. But here's the deal. I've been around Terrell Owens in a couple of different situations.
I've not.
Well, there's not a I've never been all of the different situations I've been around athletes. Whether it's an event like a charity event or it's when I was playing Emmitt Smith, Troy Aikman, Randall Cunningham, all those guys. I've never been around a person in general that loves himself as much as Terrell Owens does. Terrell, I mean, he's one of them.
He loves him some me. I love me some me too.
Well, no, this is a different level. This is. We were playing in a basketball charity event, and I don't even know how I got invited because it was Roy Jones Jr. I mean, there was probably 10 like national names.
I mean, he's got this 100 up here, and he is dropping these names.
No, bro, like it
Roy
was
Jones. We got.
I mean, it was wild how many. I mean, big name guys were there. But anyway, Terrell Owens walks in pregame, and it's a charity game at one of the players that was throwing it. It was his high school game. It was his high school that they were raising money in his town for something. And I mean, dude walks in, headphones on, sunglasses on, security guard, into the locker room, sits in the corner, changes, never speaks to anybody in the locker room. Goes out. I mean, it was just the damnedest thing I'd ever seen, man. I mean, I've just never.
You didn't think about going up and saying, hey,
no, not. And I typically feel pretty comfortable with those kind of things, especially because we know some of the same guys with Romo and all those other guys. It would typically be very, very easy to do that. But it's there's of course there's a touch of arrogance level there, but there's also like a introvert, you know what I mean? Like, so it's not all like, I mean, part of it is because he appears to be pretty introverted, but just a different bird. I could see where he would get under a cat's skin enough if
he's talking.
If he really focuses in on him, and I could see where he could get under somebody's skin. Tyler, you ever been in a sports argument that may or may not have resulted in a near fight or a near accident?
Yeah, the ones that come.
I knew Tyler had multiple. I knew this.
Yeah, there is multiple. The ones that come to mind are typically fantasy football related. I feel like the dumbest ones that almost came to blow.
Oh, you fantasy football? Y'all getting a fight?
No, not like. I mean, me and my boys weren't about to throw down fisticuffs with each other, but. It gets pretty heated.
I think I'd imagine y'all can guess what mine is.
Man.
I mean, all of mine have to do with the fumble.
Yeah, that's tough.
And it has come to blows multiple times.
Oh, you've thrown hands.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Not by choice.
How did it get to?
I'll give you
an
I think I've told the story one time, but I'll tell the story again. I'm sitting in a bar with these two gals, and the
where are we?
We're in Little Rock, Arkansas. Nice little Irish bar that I knew the owner, and we did a bunch of events over there. Great spot. And there's one of the waitresses I was sitting at a regular table, and the people that were at the bar, their backs were right to me, like close as you and I are to my table. Well, the bartender recognized me and started saying something about Arkansas football, blah blah blah, be a quarterback, Clint, yada yada. Well, the guy that was sitting between me and the bartender was drunk, but starts mouthing off, like with his back to me. And then the waitress comes over and says something, and he hears her say it, so he starts mouthing off louder. And I cool, calm, and collected.
What was he saying?
Oh, just like, Clint Stoerner ain't nothing. He lost the national championship. He didn't do nothing. Why the hell y'all like this? But he's saying it loud enough where I can hear it. But he's not looking at me. He's looking at the bartender. And, just mouthing off how I sucked, and I don't, who cares about him? He ain't nobody. Why you want a picture with him?
Was it getting to you a little bit?
Yeah, it was getting to me. But I was cool, calm, and collected. I mean, this went on for 30 minutes, at least.
That's a long time.
At least.
Oh,
right?
That's a television show.
And so I'm chilling. I'm cool, calm, and collected. Well, I see old boy get up, and that's when it really boiled, right? He's getting up to leave. And so I'm like, just out of curiosity, I'm going to ask this dude, like, what that was. You're a grown-ass man.
You wasn't going to let him walk out.
No, I could. At that point, I couldn't. And at this point, I think I'm the only one that even remembered it happened. Like, nobody else didn't pay much mind. So he got up, and I followed him out. And I said, hey, man. I said, what the hell was all that about, man? I said, that wasn't, man, that wasn't necessary.
So you was ready to fight. When you followed him out.
I knew it was
you
probably
followed him out, you were ready to go.
Well, yeah, I knew it was probably going to lead to it. I didn't walk out there innocently thinking like this guy's going to turn around and apologize and buy me a beer. Like I knew he was going. Well, he turns around and locks eyes on me and swings.
Oh, he swings. No,
swung at me.
All right.
And so we just blow for blow. Next thing I know, his girlfriend's on my back. I got him in the corner of one of them little like a boutique store.
His girlfriend jumped on your back?
Oh, she's welling on my head, on the back of my head.
Oh, she's swinging.
Oh, she's welling on the back of my head. And I am throttling this fella. And he's a big dude. He's a big fella. But he was inebriated, so he didn't have a chance. And raining outside. I had to walk back in that bar and get my credit card and everything with half my shirt ripped off. Could you imagine? Half my shirt ripped off. I walked back in there and was like, can I get my tab? Can I get my tab, sir?
Where was the chicks that you were with?
They didn't really. I never made a scene. I just saying I'll be right back, and I walked out. I never made a scene of any of what was going on. I just wanted to, hey, what's the deal, man?
Clint's that cat just sitting in the cut.
There ain't no doubt. Hey, and old girl wouldn't leave me alone. And you know how like nowadays those the apartment complexes have those big wrought iron fences outside of them. Luckily there was a security guard at this downtown condominium building. There was a gate right there, and a little bitty security guard was standing behind it, watched the whole thing. And this girl wouldn't leave me alone. Like she's swinging on me. And he's like, hey, Clint, come back here. So I snuck in there and they closed the gate on me, so she'd leave me alone. I couldn't get in trouble for the man.
Where was he at? Where was he?
Oh, he was folded up in the corner.
He was folded up.
Yeah, he was done. He was cooked. But so that I've had, and there's a couple more like that where it was.
How many fights have you been into because of the
4?
4 fights for the fumble.
4. But I feel like I was somewhat innocent in all of them. Right? There was a guy who wouldn't leave me alone in the bar.
Were you in college?
No. This is grown man. This is grown man stuff. Unfortunately.
How long ago was the latest?
Probably that one, and that was 6 years ago.
Oh man.
I mean, I was knocking on 40 the last one. I think. But it was like there was.
You gotta let that one go.
I know it pisses you off. I didn't plan on it going. I honestly didn't plan on it going.
You walked him out.
No, but I honestly didn't plan on it going the way it did. I didn't know that he would swing. I didn't know that was what it was going to be. I mean, I didn't. But look, how about this? So I walk in one. It's story time, right? So we're in this bar. We're all hanging out. This is a little bit younger.
This is great. Let's hear them all. All 4 of the times that Clint got into a fight.
We're just hanging out. We're just me. It's a bachelor party actually.
This guard stepped on his foot.
And we're in this place, and this one dude. I had one of my old offensive linemen with me. Right?
Oh, no, yeah.
And this
That's
one
a good body to have.
Right. So this one dude keeps coming up to me, and he's being nice, but he just happened to bring the fumble up when my offensive lineman heard it. And so he did it about 3 times, right? So we go outside. I've calmed everybody down. Let's go. Let's get out of here.
Oh, they're fired up.
But we're out in the parking lot, and we're just chilling or whatever. Well, here comes this little dude, and he's a little bitty dude. I said, hey. It's all good, man. I said, Big Bo, chill out, man. Hey, it's all good. And he says something about the fumble again. He's not being a jerk, and he just doesn't realize what's going on. Well, when he says it, my offensive lineman takes him and like just slings him across the parking lot, and he looked like like them old what's the Coyote? The Coyote cartoon. Roadrunner. You know when he stops and he's on all fours and he stops and he skids across the dirt road or whatever. That's what this little guy looked like. Well, he got up and he runs back in the bar. And so I look at my guys and I'm like, y'all know what's going to happen. He's going to go in there and get all his boys and they're going to come out here in the parking lot. So I was like, hey, let's get in the cars and get out of here. So I'm climbing in a car. I got one leg in the car and I look up.
Here they come.
They're all running at us.
How many of it?
It was about 6 of them. And we had about 6 of us, but 2 guys still catch hell this day because they never got out of the backseat of a car. And so we just commenced to cleaning up the parking lot right there. That's number 2 right there, boys. So all of mine turned into that was not the intentions of this segment. I wasn't going to let Terrell Owens take me down
this
the
was fun.
Yeah,
wow.
that was one of those was right before I signed on with the SEC network, and my thought was I'm fixing to get my
I've never understood that dude. And I know there's a bunch of you out there and a bunch of you texting in, just real sucker ass dudes. The dude that's
you want to meet a couple? Let's go back to Arkansas with you.
But just the dudes that's like, you know what? Like for me, it's just like I don't even know you, right? Like there's no thought of me like, hey, man, I don't know this dude. That to think in your mind, you have to think like before I even knew you, I'm thinking that had to be a really difficult moment in somebody's life, right? To come through and be like, hey, remember you, the fumble?
Oh,
remember, like that dude. That dude is a real
turd.
Ho is what I was thinking. I just don't understand that dude. And it's just like the guy that, and you know they're out there.
Oh yeah, let's go to a game.
Come out there and talk and just talk trash.
Scary
Just talk trash. Just talk but what are you doing?
Right.
I just don't understand that dude that don't know him at all. Oh, I'm gonna get him. I don't know how you get that drunk to just be like, hey.
I pulled Linda off a dude one night in a bar. Somebody asked me to take a picture of with
just real hoe people.
And old boy says, "Don't drop the camera," from behind me.
Yeah.
And I look up. I'm trying to take a picture. And I look up, and old Pitbull Linda's going by me, fixing to attack this kid.
I'm gonna come over there and whoop that ass.
If I ain't getting kicked out of the bar, you damn sure ain't getting kicked out of the bar.
It's just wild. Like somebody have a bad sports moment, and you see him. Oh yeah, that's Clint Stoerner. I know what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, if I was drunk and I saw...
You're just like a bad person. It's probably the guys that beat their wives. And I hope that happening. But I'm just saying, that bad of people.
If I saw Ellinger in a bar...
That's the level of person who hits his wife.
As much as I hate Texas, and I laugh every time I hear the Longhorn Nation, we're back. If I saw Ellinger in a bar, I wouldn't be like, hey, Longhorn Nation, we're back.
Yeah, you're real back, huh? You're back.
We're back.
You wouldn't see Colton give him a hard time about not being able to stay healthy? Wasn't that him that got knocked out of the national?
What are some other really bad moments in sports?
The one I get compared to is the one that went through old boy's legs. The ball that went at first baseman. The ball went between his legs.
Yeah. Oh, I bet he got it a lot. Walk up to him. Hey, Bill Buckner. Hey, catch this grounder.
Catch this grounder, bub.
Bartman.
Yes, you can imagine how
people sending that dude death threats. You are a loser.
You just imagine how a person, how that's messed with somebody's head and mind and everything.
Yeah.
And you see him out, and you're like, nah, I ain't gonna buy this man a beer. Nah, man, I'm gonna come up and make him relive it.
Yeah, I don't get it. See Matt Schaub in a bar. Oh, throw another pick six.
Yeah, it'd be nice if it was just a pick six time or two.
Yeah, I mean, it's
instead of 18.
Yeah, it's wow. Yeah.
I'd love for you guys to go back to a game and get you good and buzzed up and let you have one of them old clowns.
No, I don't fight fair.
No, I don't want you to fight. I would just love for those remarks right there to be had. Like, what kind of human are you? Do you beat your wife?
I do. I would say, man, like seriously, what are you doing? That would be my thing. When the person start, like, I like to spin stupid. Like, seriously, what are you doing?
Hold on, so.
Like, because that's what I do. Because like,
I'll hold Mama Hog back and I'll let you talk to him.
Let me talk, because I'm mentally. I'll be like, what are you doing? Like, man, like.
Hey, show.
Like, you know what, man? I want to reach out and hug you, because I know what you're saying. You're not really upset with Clint. You're just really upset with your life. Like, your life must suck.
That's pitiful.
Like, you came out tonight. You're 47 years old, and you're talking trash to somebody who is living life. Look at his wife. You don't have a chance. You've never had anyone that looks like that, and that must be difficult.
Like, I got no use for you.
Like, you haven't been touched in years. Hey? So here, man, let me buy you a Coors Light. Hey, somebody. Hey, guys, give him a hand. Somebody. He'd really want to fight me.
Yeah, you'd have him good and worked up. You'd have all his frat brothers over there ready,
man. Give me some help. All right. The Astros, they had a real tough one yesterday, a real tough one, and really now they see themselves down 0-2. We're gonna get on this and discuss this on the other side. There are several candidates. Who is it that you are most mad, frustrated, annoyed, disappointed in right now for the Astros as they go into Game 3? We'll discuss that.
Pendergast with Faraz Siddiqui and Zach Rizzuto. Priority pickups, sits and starts, and more inside info. They do the work for you. New episodes every Tuesday and Thursday. Just follow the Upper Hand Fantasy Podcast on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, text line bringing up some good ones. Athletes that have had moments, and then the Richard heads who go out and get themselves so drunk that, yeah, I'm going to talk trash to those guys. Someone texted in, Mark Sanchez, see him out, just do the butt fumble thing with him. I bet Mark has probably gotten his blood pressure.
Oh, no. The crazy, like, it's one thing to and I would imagine Mark probably falls in this same category. He's probably, like, cooler-headed than I am. But it's not like somebody making the comment that gets me. Like, any comment I can tell would get you. What gets me is when they're doing it to be funny in front of everybody else. You know what I mean? Like, that's the part. Like, just the comment, whatever, man. I wouldn't do it. I agree with you. I wouldn't do it. But I'm just like, whatever, man. If it bothered me, I wouldn't come out.
I just don't know how you get like.
You have to have the lowest self-confidence in the world.
Well, it's just like when somebody's trying to create an audience and they're trying to be funny in front of everybody else and they're being real loud and they think it's, they're doing it over and over again.
Yeah,
that's the part where I'm like, all right, now you're going to have to be embarrassed.
Like anybody, like seriously, someone. Nick Anderson, if you remember Nick Anderson in the what was that, the 95 NBA Finals against the Rockets where he missed those free throws like that. If you understanding how much you guys and professional athletes put into this and how much they sacrifice, and that moment to have happen, you would imagine that is something that messes that was so detrimental to him, as you can imagine, right? With how much you put into it, and for somebody like you ain't that drunk to go up to Nick Anderson, hey, boy, make another free throw. Hey, you missed those three.
Right.
Rockets.
From across the bar.
Right. I've been drunk a few times. I've never wanted to act like an ass like that.
And you don't know him.
Right.
I don't get drunk, whatever. That's
a lame ass excuse.
Nick Anderson's a good one.
If you get drunk and you act that way, you probably just shouldn't drink.
No, that's not. No, that ain't even an excuse. That means you are a richer head to begin with, and it just brought it out.
Facts.
Right. I have been plastered. Never have I, thought to walk up to.
You just start dancing a lot.
I might dance.
Might shake a leg.
Yeah.
I like that about you.
Yeah, I ain't.
He shakes a leg and gets a little hoarse. It sounds a little hoarse.
Yeah.
When he gets really good and
okay, get real drunk. I see Taylor Swift. Hey, how about Bieber? How'd that work?
That's your go-to line.
How about Bieber? How'd that work? Mm-hmm.
What happened with John Mayer?
Write another song, Tramp. Like what? Like. All right, Astros are down.
Hey, Jim Nantz, you're on the red carpet. You want to get in controversy?
Well, but Jim's different. It's personal. Yeah, Jim, don't worry. I've done my research just in case I need to go in a sparring verbal match with Jim Nantz. I've got some
ammunition.
I got some nuggets. All right. Who is a person? I don't know. You're mad, frustrated, annoyed, disappointed. Tyler, I'll let you jump with it because you almost lost a hat at Little Woodrow's. Who is it? And there's some candidates out there.
That was a white hat, too. It got dirty.
It was. There's some candidates out there, and I'm seeing some people text in. I've seen Kyle Tucker multiple times on this. Who is it that you are most disappointed, annoyed with?
Man, it's really a tie for me. It's a toss-up between Kyle Tucker and Jose Altuve. I mean,
really?
Yeah, Kyle Tucker just MIA. I told y'all before the show I'm going to put Kyle Tucker's face on damn milk carton soon if he doesn't show up. And then Jose Altuve, you're talking about the greatest Astro in the history of this organization. And just to see him strike out alone, that one at bat yesterday with the bases loaded, my man, you got to put it in play if you are the best Astro of all time. It's Altuve and Tucker for me.
Yeah, see, for me, Tucker, I'm just disappointed. Altuve, I'm mad at. I'm mad at because I feel like Tucker is struggling right now. He's trying. He's probably pressing,
Yeah.
Altuve, I think, is not only struggling, and I'm not mad at you with that. Like, hey, man, you come up big sometimes, you don't, although this is 2 playoff series in a row where there have been struggles there. But the base running blunder and then his at-bat yesterday where all the goal at some point in the at-bat, at least at 1 strike, damn sure at 2 strikes is, let me make contact and put the ball in play. And you strike out in that pivotal moment after having the blunder in the last game. So Altuve has me more annoyed.
I'm with you. Altuve, here's the deal, though, and I know this rubs a lot of people wrong. Altuve stays on the edge for me. He stays on my nerves, if you will. I love him to death. I do believe he's the best Astro to ever put the uniform on. Glad he's on my team. But he is a guy that every game I watch, the come out of your shoes stuff instead of especially in critical moments, instead of swinging for contact or hitting the ball where it's pitched kind of thing, that part of baseball, and given the fact that he's one of my favorite players, that drives me nuts that he does that. You mentioned the base running error, although it wasn't egregious like some of his have been, it's still a bonehead play by one of your superstars in the big moment of the season. I'll go put it on top of like, obviously with bases loaded, you don't even make contact. That's obviously a problem, and very, very disappointing. But in these games, these last 2 games, when others have struggled, I look to Altuve even when he's leading an inning off.
Yep.
Or even when there's an out and he comes up and there's nobody on. Like, we need somebody on. We need a spark. I look to Altuve to be that dude. I look to Altuve to be that dude more so than Tucker, more so than Bregman, more so than Abreu, more so than really anybody, maybe with the exception of Jordan, who I really look to change the scoreboard, right, every single day, damn near every single time he's at the plate. But I don't know. Maybe my expectations are a little bit too high for Altuve. Maybe my frustration level overall with just kind of how he approaches at-bats is a little bit probably higher than it should be. But this is by far and away, it's Altuve for me.
Yeah, someone texted in Chaz and his at-bats. Those were some,
I don't disagree.
Those are some
they are
frustrating
bad.
at-bats.
I don't disagree. They're not in the same.
No, it's not Altuve. Because, listen, Chaz and Diaz, and I've seen that name come through, like, it is disappointing to me, especially even more with Chaz. Like, Chaz walked up there, and you wonder if he
paid attention
to the previous 2 at-bats.
Right.
Like, you would almost wonder that Chaz was asleep, and they woke him up and said, come up and hit.
Yep.
Because Chaz came out to a pitcher who did not throw a strike. The 1 strike that was called was actually off the plate. Did not throw a strike. Came in, started you off with a ball. And then you said, baby, I'm swinging. Here we go. I'm swinging. I'm swinging. No matter where it's pitched. All right, I'll give you 1. Okay, that one. All right, a second one. Same pitch, same place. I'm telling you, I got home, and my son, Trey, said, Dad, Chaz swung 3 straight times at the same pitch. The same pitch. They weren't even close. So, but to the point, like Chaz, I do expect more from Chaz. I do expect some more from him, and I think there's a chance Chaz may not be in the lineup tomorrow because of some of those at bats. But Chaz compared to Altuve and hell, Framber is in that and before Chaz. I mean, good God Almighty, man! You got to pull something together.
I agree with you, Ron. I mean, Chaz is. There was a time when Chaz, to me, should have been untouchable. I mean, he was 1,000 OPS. I mean, hitting high 2s, even 300 at times. Like to me, he was untouchable. There was a time when he was untouchable. I've seen a big enough stretch here recently with Chaz where I would still play him in center field, but I'm just like I'm not going to be up in arms if Dubon plays center field. Like Dubon is getting, he has been more clutch.
I was wishing for him to be up there a few times. For some other at bats.
Yeah, he's been more clutch of late, and he damn sure gets a better quality at bat and is a more difficult out than 2 or 3 of the guys that we've talked about. And Chaz is one of them. So I mean. I've seen a run of at-bats and play that while he's still hitting over 300. He's getting hits here and there. It's not anything to fret over, but I wouldn't be disappointed if somebody else didn't get a little bit of run.
Yeah, they've got to pick it up. They've got to pick it up. All right, the running back situation for the Texans is becoming interesting, especially after this last game. But Clint's been watching the film and has seen something that Texans fans need to know about the two running backs. We'll discuss that coming up.
Dameon Pierce being a version of an every down back, like that's over now, and that they are moving past that?
No, I think, to me, I'm listening to what the coaches are saying. Bobby Slowick 2 weeks ago was after the Atlanta game. Bobby Slowick said, this is a new scheme for these guys. And so I'm interested to see how Bobby Slowick, and really D'Amico Ryans, but really Bobby Slowick, like, how does Bobby overcome the new scheme approach and maybe Dameon Pierce struggling in certain schemes, right? Because I've always been a firm believer in the moment right now. I know what you might want to be long term. Look, D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick long term want to be a smash mouth football team, inside outside zone. They want to hang their hat on that. That's what they want to do. But in the here and now, like the here and now, are you better with some of the pin and pull stuff? Right now they are. There is no question about it. Right now, the O-line and these backs are significantly better when it's a more aggressive down. And the O-line is significantly better.
I was going to say, because the outside zone is what they want to run. And we were sitting up there watching at the press box. Like, it's not Damien's strong suit, but it also isn't the offensive line strong suit, it appears.
I don't know that you've got the athletes up front to do it. I don't. Jarrett Patterson appears to struggle mightily in getting around and getting in front of, or even just cutting off, somebody that he is not blocking back on ultimately. And I'll be honest with you, Titus Howard is awful at helping him. And then you look at the tight ends; they've been awful at helping the offensive linemen when they're getting up to the second level. So it's. To me, right now, this team is much, much better and more well-suited. They're going to run the football better if they go more of that block, pinning everybody, pulling your tight end and your tackle and leading up in the hole. Or your guard, whoever's uncovered, whoever it is they designed to pull that week. They are much better in that brand of football. Yeah. But it's not what
they want to do.
It's not what I don't think it's what Bobby wants to do. In an ideal world, so
Bobby.
I'm not ducking your question, Ron. My point is I don't know what Bobby's. Are they going to keep forcing this zone scheme? Are they going to keep forcing the outside zone? And if so, are they going to give Devin Singletary more of those runs, or are they going to do what both of them appear and the offensive line appear to do better than the next, and that is run some more of that downhill stuff? We'll see.
I don't think you're ducking the question. I think they're making a decision.
Yeah.
Right?
With Devin, you talking about?
Yeah. At least we got a split thing. This is not going to be a Christian McCaffrey is the lead back. This isn't going to be a Derrick Henry is the lead back, get the most of the carries, or even a Travis Etienne get most of the carries. It looks like they've made the call and made the decision, and you would think going into the bye week that would even strengthen that this isn't. And I'll be honest with you, but listen, as I said, a spade is a spade, right? They clearly were more productive. My eyes don't tell me all the time, like, hey, Devin Singletary is far better than Dameon Pierce. It's not with my eyes. Some of it I do watch it, I'll be like, damn, boy, I wonder what Dameon Pierce would have got if he'd have got that lane open.
The one where Devin Singletary, I think it was a toss, where he turned the corner on their sideline and got 19 or something like that. Dameon ain't making that play. And then there's a couple of them that are set up. Like he's just a different style runner. He's not going to be that patient to get all the way outside and dance around the sideline. Just not going. That's not who he is.
Yeah,
he's never been that guy.
But it seems like that part is done, which is weird because he's coming in and it was to me clear he was the team's best offensive weapon. And now I will not be surprised at all going into Carolina after the bye if Singletary has more touches. More carries running the ball. It feels like to me they are moving to who has the hot hand and who's being more productive that day.
Well, look, there's
hell, when you look at it, I can't fight it.
Look, when you talk about the shake and the explosion, Dameon doesn't even try to be that guy, right? Dameon doesn't even try. Like if that's what they're looking for is the shake and the explosion, then Devin Singletary is going to be the winner of that deal right there. I just don't think they're going to shy completely away from that physical brand that they want.
Maybe they view him like they use Debo and maybe other other backs the way they're using Singletary. So
Interesting approach. It looks like things have changed in the backfield right now for the Houston Texans as they go into the bye week. All right, Dusty had something to say today as he spoke to the media. You don't want to miss that. And we'll continue to give you all the news and notes of what you need to expect to be ready for going into Game 3 tomorrow. We'll discuss all of that coming up next on the
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Dirty Dilf and Psycho T have the latest for you. And the latest.
Why do you laugh every time he says Dirty Dilf?
I can't look at him.
It hadn't lost its humor for me yet. That is
the Dirty Dilfinator. Right
the Dirty Dilf for 5 o'clock fire.
He just called himself the Dirty Dilfinator.
That Dirty Dilf.
Hey, now you're looking like Pena.
My man. What's my man's name? High Top Harry. Harry on ESPN. He does that little deal where he makes Mike Greenberg do it.
Douglas.
That dude's bad.
Douglas, you talking about?
Harry Douglas.
That Dirty Dilf.
High Top Harry Douglas. That dude bad. Yeah, he does that. No. But no, Astros, here we go. All right, it's 5 o'clock now. We're starting to look towards Game 3, which is, damn it, a must win. Straight up. I mean, obviously, I guess they do get another game, but unless you're going to go 2004 Boston Red Sox, it is a must-win ball game. And Dusty Baker spoke to the media today, and this is what he had to say.
You guys play these different scenarios, and most of them are negative results. I deal with positive results, and then if the negatives show up, then I'll worry about it when I get there. Again, I am not thinking about being down 3-0. That's the last thing on my mind.
That's probably what he was thinking until the negative showed up in that first inning in Game 2 with Framber.
Yeah, he was thinking about being 1-1.
He was.
And then all of a sudden, wheels came off of Framber pretty early.
Hey, when do you think he started thinking about them negatives?
Well, you said,
look, it had to be in the first.
When that camera panned over there and he was behind that old cyclone fence on that dugout, boy, he was. Hey, you could tell he was heated, boy.
Hey, he moves, doesn't he? He moves and gives the pitcher a hit. He moved multiple times out front, where then you see his whole body. Where that means he's coming out to make that skinny leg walk on out there as Unc Dusty rolled out there. But no, they should.
Whose legs are skinnier, Dusty's or Tyler's?
Ooh, good question.
It's got to be Tyler.
Tyler, I want you to wear baseball pants tomorrow so we can really get a good look at Dusty.
Dusty was in.
What time the Astros go tomorrow?
Dusty was a National League All-Star.
PM game?
It's a PM game.
Yeah, so you wear your baseball pants tomorrow, and we'll see you in here, and then we'll
Do you own a pair of baseball pants?
I do.
Why?
I was in a softball league a few years ago.
And you bought baseball pants?
Yeah, man, I ain't sliding with shorts on.
I'm in this softball league.
I think my sliding days are over.
That dirt on the infield will scrape you up if you don't got the pants and socks on right.
Yeah, I had a chance to slide Sunday. Did not.
Why not?
No, I did not. Well, first off, it was a lady playing catcher.
You sliding home plate.
And I didn't want to take her out.
I fully expect you to Pete Rose that thing.
Oh, no.
I mean airborne.
Take her right out?
No. Pete Rose, belly.
The belly flop. Well,
the head first slide.
Pete will also just take out a catcher.
Well, I wasn't talking about Dirty Pete.
They kicked our ass, by the way. Beat the hell out of us. I pitched. I called a few hours before the game to pitch.
How'd that go for you? Not as easy as it looks, is it?
I wasn't bad. I was crowding people.
Where it goes bad is if you got a bunch of people that are going to stand up there and just watch it. If people come out there and swing and have fun, because it's hard to throw strikes.
I thought about you. I got it in there. I was crowding them.
Right.
I had two.
Right back at you.
The guy felt so bad.
Oh, I bet he
Courtney
did.
was at second. She thought I got nailed on the second one. Hit the glove. I was pissed I didn't catch it. My man said, damn, man, I'm trying to go to work tomorrow. Some dude in the dugout said, he ain't got to be there until 2.
Hold on, so.
And somebody said that at the plate. I almost hit a guy. He said, damn, hold on, because I'm crowding him, trying to make a pull. But anyway, no, I did not slide.
We should have a softball team. Sports Radio 610 should have a softball team. We should do a golf tournament. We should have all that stuff. We should be doing that.
I think there's somebody you should take it up with. Man, let's get back here into, the Game 3 here.
I got you. My bad. The Astros have a team in a game, don't they?
I took it off a little bit. Yeah, man. Hey, I didn't take it off the tracks and then get it. Hey, let's talk about this Game 3 as I went about my softball. We lost 11-0. All right, Christian Javier, he gets the ball versus Max Scherzer. And so if you would look at it, you would think Max has the advantage. He's a Hall of Fame pitcher. But when is the last time Max Scherzer pitched? I mean, it's been longer than J.P. France. Now, J.P. France actually pitched really well yesterday in his 2+ innings. But the way that Christian pitched last, we'll see what Max Scherzer has in the tank. It'll be a lot different than bullpen sessions or fake games that I'm sure he's had.
Yeah.
But it will start. It will start there on the mound for the Astros. And Christian Javier, you need Tim it'd be big if he could replicate what he did against the Twins in Game 3.
I mean, he can pitch.
But, boy, I think it is so important. He walked out to the mound in Game 3 against the Twins up 4-0. It would be huge if the Astros offensively could get something going on Max Scherzer. They just need something to feel good about. They haven't led in this series. They have been dominated thus far. If they could change this mojo and early and allow him to step on the mound with a lead or something positive, that would be a huge point.
Yeah, look, whether we're talking about making Christian Javier comfortable or we're talking about applying just a little bit of pressure to the Rangers and seeing how they respond. Right now, the Astros have allowed the Rangers to be awfully comfortable, with the exception of the Bregman, deep fly ball that would have tied it up if he'd have pulled it a tad bit more, and maybe late in that ball game yesterday. The Astros
when Jordan brought it to 1, maybe that made him feel.
Yeah, at that point in time there may have been a tad bit of pressure, but I'm anxious to see what the Rangers look like if the Astros apply any kind of, like you said, early pressure. How they respond. I mean, it may not be a big deal, but I damn sure like to see the Astros do it. And if it so happens to be that it settles Christian Javier in, gives him a little cushion, then so be it. That would be nice as well.
Yeah, they've got to get and you know who it starts with, and that is going to start with Altuve, who was going to lead off, and he is one of the guys struggling. Him and Kyle Tucker are the two main ones struggling in the game. Against the Twins, it was weird. He seemed to have a different approach when he led the game off. He just went right up the middle with the ball and let it off with a hit, and then that is when the Astros proceeded to get me and Brandon Scott extremely drunk in here on that Game 3.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
As 4 runs kicked the thing off before he was able to get on the mound. Dusty Baker kind of shed some light on some news, and I think there will be a change here, Clint and Tyler. Dusty Baker said he had a talk with Kyle Tucker today and may move him down in the order temporarily. Well, Clint, I believe there's going to be a change in the order with Kyle Tucker, and I don't think if he went and had a talk with him, it's not just going to be, I changed my mind. No, If he went that far to have a talk with him. Last time he did that, I remember he had a talk with Abreu. When he moved Abreu, he's going to have a talk with him. This, to me, seems like there is going to be movement, and I would think it means Brantley climbs up in the order.
Shake him up, shake him up, shake him up.
You're all right with that. You're all right with shaking him up, even though he's had a certain rhythm, especially at the top with these guys. You're all right with the shaking it up.
I am A-okay. Everything with the exception of moving Altuve and the exception of taking my man Jordan Alvarez out of the top 4. Anything else, I think, is on the table, man. I really do. I think this something needs to happen to wake this crew up. And again, there's just a couple of things that I wouldn't play with, but with the exception of those 2 right there, hey man, shake them up, man. I ain't got no problem with it, Dusty.
Yeah, and Kyle Tucker, who said himself after the game about his at bats, they're terrible. I feel fine. Just my swing is not there. I haven't done anything with any of the pitches. It's been tough. And look, they got to get him going, and they tried it. They tried to hit him in front of Alvarez yesterday, and that's the biggest thing is it appears that he's pressing. It appears that he's not. And Kyle is somebody who has a plan, who generally knows what they're trying to do. He's just trying stuff. He came out there and swung at and just said, I'm swinging at a first pitch, predetermined. I know I am. I'm coming up. I'm walking up here. I'm swinging at a first pitch. And Uvalde threw a pitch that was diving down, a splitter diving down towards the dirt that he popped up. And you're just like, Kyle, God, man, you didn't even take a look. It's right off the Bregman homer.
Yeah.
It's the Bregman homer, and then Kyle comes up, and he said, I'm swinging, baby. And Uvalde threw a pitch that's just not a pitch that you should swing at. No strikes, nothing. Well, and it could not have been in the hit zone. So we'll see what it is. I feel like Brantley will go up. I feel like there could be other movement as well there. So Dusty Baker saying could be movement with Kyle Tucker coming up in Game 3 tomorrow.
5 o'clock fire.
And then, Clint, a contrast as we look at the National League Championship Series that got started last night. The Phillies, who the Astros beat in the World Series last year, they lead 1-0. They beat Arizona 5-3. And in this game, Clint, you just kind of saw the reverse of what the Astros are hoping to get. Their big guns were center stage in this game. You think about the big guns for the Phillies. Bryce Harper, he hit a home run in the first and then hit another RBI single later. And then Kyle Schwarber, he hit a home run as well in the first. And those are two of their big guns right there. Nick Castellanos, who's been big for them in the postseason and the regular season, he went deep as well. And then Zach Wheeler, their ace, goes 6 innings, 2 earned, 8 Ks, and no walks. So they lead that series, but that just a show. Their big guns came to play, and that is something the Astros are definitely going to need to mimic coming up the rest of the series. They got to change.
Boy, that damn Bryce Harper's hot, ain't he?
His birthday.
Oh, is it?
It was his birthday yesterday.
He's hotter than a firecracker, man.
Boy, what a birthday he had last night. I can't imagine what happened for him after.
I wouldn't know.
Check that. I could imagine, but I'm sure Bryce didn't just go home and, we hit a home run. We won.
Got another game tomorrow.
Got another one tomorrow.
You don't think he was like Stroud and just went and saw a movie with his ma?
No.
You bet on this game tonight, T? Come on, man. Let's get hairy. You got $100 in mind, man. Let's go.
I'm going to use that 100 at the bar after this.
Really?
Yep.
I mean, every night?
Nah. One of my good buddies, he's in town. One of my best friends.
Take a night off, man.
Oh, God.
I'll take a night off tomorrow.
Did you just hear that?
What?
One of my good buddies are in town. We're going to use this 100 I just got at the bar. All right, folks, be ready to listen for Tyler's voice.
Oh, nasally Tyler
as
tomorrow?
we roll in. This has got a crown and diet.
Happy hump day.
Yeah, that's right.
Crown and diet. Hold the diet is what Tyler is rolling in tonight. So should be I can't wait to hear what
Diamondbacks Phillies tonight.
That's right.
Who you like?
Is it who's pitching? Is it Nola pitching?
Yep, versus Kelly. Merrill Kelly. Oh, Merrill.
I did put a bet on the Diamondbacks money line.
He's from Houston.
Actually, a Houston boy.
Yeah, Merrill is. I remember when he pitched against the Astros. He's Houston.
What do you think he goes by? It is not Merrill.
It can't be, right?
It is not Merrill.
What do you think it is?
He doesn't look like a rail.
No, he's not. We've got to figure out the middle name. It may be. He's rolling with it. It's got to be a family name, right? He's got to be the second or something. If that kid's dad or grandfather's name is not Merrill, his parents are real a-holes. Straight up. You dig into that.
MK maybe?
No, he's not MK. I think he goes by Merrill. The look in his eyes.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we've talked about C.J. Stroud, and he has by far been, I would say, the best draft pick in the draft when you take in the account of position he plays, and clearly been the best quarterback in the draft taken. And the other guy who has been playing really, really well is just he can't seem to stay healthy, is Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson. And according to his owner, Jim Irsay.
I don't know how to make sausage.
Yeah, you do. According to his owner, he is probably done for the season. They're looking at potentially having surgery there. And is this a deal if you're Shane Steichen, Clint, and you are the Indianapolis Colts, that you change the way that Anthony Richardson plays.
That's the fear.
He's gotten hurt multiple times from a concussion to shoulder and everything.
Ron, that's the fear. I mean, that to me, that's the fear, bigger picture of this generation of quarterback. I mean, there's no doubt about it. We are seeing more athletic quarterbacks, and their athletic ability is what's driving their draft status and ultimately the appeal of these guys in the league. And then they get here, and Dak Prescott's a perfect example. You get here, and look, I know Dak got hurt, but you fell in love with him at Mississippi State when he was running in between the tackles in a power quarterback +1 run scheme and throwing the ball, spinning the ball around the park. And then you get him there and you want him to be Romo, right? And it's Anthony Richardson. The Colts maybe even in deeper than anybody we've seen, Ron, because they hire Shane Steichen, and they pair him. This is much like the Cliff Kingsbury, Kyler Murray pairing as a hire of a head coach and a draft of a quarterback. If it works, it's going to be fireworks. If it doesn't, it could be a mess. You brought Shane Steichen in to run an offense very similar to what's going on in Philadelphia. Anthony Richardson appeared to be a guy that would fit that mold perfectly. Now all of a sudden,
he has when he's been healthy.
When he's healthy, but the problem is it hasn't been just one injury take him out. This guy's seen about 3 or 4 different injuries in
he's
a 5-game
concussion and the shoulder.
So when he comes back, do you all of a sudden have to wrap him in bubble tape and bubble wrap and not bubble tape? That would be a sticky situation. Bubble tape is gum, y'all.
Yeah, real sticky.
Bubble wrap and play differently, because that would be a nightmare. Or do you just take the risk and say we're going to do what we drafted the guy to do and see what happens? I think that's the predicament a lot of teams we're seeing. What are they going to do in Baltimore with Lamar Jackson? With his legs being such a huge part of what he did for the MVP season, and some of the wildest numbers we've seen offensively ever from a quarterback in terms of running the football. What are they going to do with these guys? The one thing about Philly, they've embraced it and they use him, and he's been able to stay healthy. And Jalen Hurts, some of these teams are going to be in a bad spot.
Yeah, he got hurt at the end of the season in a similar way that Anthony has, but they can't change him. I mean, if you change the way he plays, he's not what you drafted. He's not.
I agree wholeheartedly.
He's not what he drafted. You just got to say, well, these were freak things, and maybe for him to be a little bit more cautious. But
I'm gonna tell you,
I don't know what goes into sausage.
If when he comes back, all of a sudden they start playing cautious with him and trying to use him sparingly in his legs, the rest of the NFL is going to thank the good Lord.
Yeah, they do that. Do what Chicago started doing with Justin Fields and just not called design runs.
Yep.
You got a shot to really make it look big. All right. The Astros get ready for Game 3. We've heard Dusty talk about potentially maybe a change in the lineup with Kyle Tucker. If any, what other changes would you make? All right? Listen, as Clint said, man, if you want to panic, whatever. You feel like you got to do something different going on the road down 0-2, that's fine. What potential changes do you think Dusty should potentially make moving forward? We'll discuss that.
covered with the best Stros talk in town. All day, every day. Just download the Odyssey app. Follow Sports Radio 610 and get Astros talk delivered to you anytime, anywhere.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in, beautiful people, as The Drive is live.
Appreciate you welcoming me. What are you going to do with Tyler's?
Tyler's a beautiful, beautiful person, man.
Oh, okay.
Inside and out.
You don't believe that?
I believe
the
it.
Smirk on your face.
I don't have a smirk on my
smirk,
face.
Tyler?
Even the people on YouTube
I
and
bring
Twitch
a smile to people's faces when they think about me.
He paused and smirked after he said that.
I did not,
That
man.
cannot be good for you.
It's because he was reflecting on how true that is.
Is it the inside or the out?
I was reflecting.
Which part is that bothers you, inside or out?
All of it.
Oh.
Something about that man. Good man. Good man. Finally brought my pink lemonade yesterday.
Yeah.
Finally.
That's a solid move.
That's right. I did everything I could to drive him to not have to use an Uber. Maybe it was the most comfortable drive, but it was still a drive. Thank you.
Good thing I was there to pay for parking, you know.
Hey, I didn't tell you. The man that was there, I tried to go halvesies. The man that was there, you remember that guy who wanted to see your confirmation?
Yeah.
In the parking lot
the
there?
old timer.
Yeah, man, he's having a blast.
I want to see your confirmation of your parking. Was he that old?
He was ancient.
He was not ancient, man.
He was pretty damn old.
Hey, man's out there just trying to make a couple dollars.
And let me
needing to say my
you banging on him on the radio. That's his job.
No, you paid over the phone. He was taking cash. He wanted to see confirmation.
Let me see the confirmation.
Very fair.
You know what?
And let me just make this very clear. That is not the way he would sound as an older man. Let's just say
he would have had some Latin twang in there.
Yeah, he would have had a Latin twang to it, and I'm glad that you don't try to step in and do his Latin twang.
I got old white man voice. That's it.
Yeah, just hang in that right there. My man said to me when I walked by, straight face. He was cold as hell. Straight face. He said, "They towed your car earlier."
They towed your car when you went back? You talking about when you went to get it?
Yeah, I'm hey, if I wasn't like sixth where I could visually see it. Like I saw it walking up and he almost had me. Like I said, oh, damn, somebody pulled another camera.
What, he was trying to be funny?
He probably laughed to himself.
Straight face. And then he said, hey, they towed your car earlier about 30 minutes ago. I said, huh? And then he said, just kidding.
Yeah, I got you. Nice old guy, friendly
man,
old guy, and Tyler's dragging on the radio.
Yeah, my hand, man. I said, oh, damn, they told my.
I tricked you.
You know, I'm about to. I said, hold on, what? Where? I mean, and he had it. I mean, straight faced.
It's the funniest joke I've heard since the war.
About 30 minutes ago. Stop it, man, because it doesn't even sound.
I mean, at least put that Mexican twang in there.
Don't do that. No, don't do that. Just let that go.
Why? I mean, see, it's false advertising then.
Nah, man, just
you're
stop
ruining
doing
the story. It was not an ancient old white man that had lung issues.
No, yeah, and I'm not gonna throw a name. I'm not gonna throw a name to him or anything. It was just a Latin gentleman who almost had me for a second. All right. This is what Dusty had to say. As we said, his potential in looking at...
Is Latin correct?
Latin, Hispanic.
Was it a Latino gentleman?
Hispanic maybe is maybe a little bit more safer. Someone who speaks Spanish, Dusty Baker. He spoke about...
Muy importante.
That's a top 8 transition. He spoke about moving Tucker in the lineup. Here's Dusty.
Tuck's going to get going. You know, we had a good conversation today, and you know, for a temporary situation, I might move him down the order, try to take a little bit off of him, and so you know, we'll see.
I truly believe Dusty believes that.
Yeah,
I think Dusty really believes. Oh, Tucker's going to get going. Just a matter of time.
Maybe he was a little rusty.
Hit the ball on the screws. His first at bat, got unlucky. Like I think right now he may be the only one in Texas that believes Framber Valdez he'll come right back and get it rocking and rolling in his next start if he gets.
Well, he ain't got no choice at this point in time. The two guys you're talking about are his horses. Now he's got to lean into these guys.
But I think he truly believes it though. I don't think Bill Belichick believes that Mac Jones is going to get this thing turned around.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
And I think he should. Now, I don't know if he should believe Framber will, by the way we looked at that. But I believe he thinks it's going to get turned around. So, listen, there's going to be a change there. Any other areas you think going into Game 3? Because some would say if you start making sweeping changes or something like that, this is a panic move. You're just down 0-2. You just had some tough at-bats. Any other moves you think Dusty should consider?
Other than just moving Tucker?
Yeah.
I think all options are other than Altuve at leadoff and Jordan at 3 or 4. I mean, those are the two that are non-negotiables. Like those just have to happen. Other than that, I think anybody in the lineup, anybody on the roster is a possible switch up.
Well,
shake them up.
I think this is going to happen. I think they need to strongly consider moving Michael Brantley up from 6 to he normally was in the 2 spot, as we've always talked about. Someone just texted in and said, put Pena in the 2 hole, more effective there. Nah, I'm good. But I think they should put him probably consider moving him up in that thing. And then I think there's got to be potential consideration about Dubon in at center over Chaz with some of those at-bats. And Chaz, like you said it earlier, Chaz has 6 hits, in the postseason. It's like if he gets a hold of the ball, it may go somewhere. But obviously it will go somewhere. Yeah. But if he gets a hold of it, he may. But the at-bats are not good. The at-bats are like you cannot be surprised by what he went up there and did, especially in his last 2 at-bats, because he seems out of sorts. He seems like he's just swinging in his feast or famine.
Yep. I want to fire at you. I really do, but I can't. White boy Chaz has handcuffed me.
I believe he hurt you yesterday.
The last month has hurt me. I mean, like I said, he's hitting 316, 318 or whatever. He's got hits in the playoffs.
6 singles in the playoffs.
I mean, it's not that it's not productive. It's just, to me, it's when you get to this point, when you have an option of a guy that may right, Dubon's not going to bring the same pop to it. I mean, there's something about white boy Chaz that he can change a game with one swing. He's one of the guys lower in the lineup that can change the game with one swing and hits for a good average. And Dubon's not going to bring that to the table. But when you talk about getting a quality at bat, hitting the ball where it's pitched, being a tough out for a bullpen late in the ball game, hell, being a tough out for a starting pitcher, Dubon is better than Chaz in that department. And as much as I want to
and he swung the bat well in Game 1.
Yeah, look, I don't have. After what I've seen from Chaz lately, I don't have a lot of faith in him getting a really good quality at bat. And what I've seen from Dubon is not only has he been more clutch this year of late, but he gets I trust him to get a good quality at bat. So I would personally stick with white boy Chaz. But I'm not gonna fret over that move if Dusty does decide to make it.
Yeah, Dubon, you said, just is going to give you better at bats, right? The bases loaded situation with Diaz in there, boy, you just feel like he gives you a better at bat. With Chaz, after they walked 2 in a row and walked Abreu and Brantley, you think he gives you a better at bat. So I think those I think we may see Dubon in at center, and we may see Brantley all the way up to the 2 spot.
Well, the other part of that too, just like I got confidence that in a clutch moment that white boy Chaz could pinch hit. He could pinch run. I think he runs well enough to be that guy. So I mean, there's some things that late in the ball game, obviously, I hope there's no need for this, but late in the ball game, from a defensive standpoint, even though you got Brantley, you wouldn't need to insert him in left field, but if you did, you've got him. So you've got some options there, and he plays well off the bench.
Maldonado catching tomorrow, you think?
Yes, I think so. Yep. Yes, I would think so.
Yeah. All right. Coming up, Clint, he's not done. He said, you know what? He's got something that the Astros should do. This is his idea.
Serious business.
Serious business. This is his idea of what the Astros need to do, all right, to try to get things going in Game 3 against the Rangers. We'll discuss that coming up next.
HIMS.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into the drive. Man, Tyler, you got to go see this. We just talked about this as Clint is running to idiots. Out. What in the hell? I just watched this Chargers Cowboys fan fight out in the middle. How do you get there? I just don't.
Not alcohol, Chief.
I guess, man.
Question, but
no, I hear you. I just like you get that. I just like how do you, I guess like I'm trying to think in my head. How could I have gotten there? I guess somebody came out and just stole on one of my guys, and I guess we're gonna have to just fight.
Yeah, but in that one there was 3, 4, 5 dudes that come running in out of nowhere 2 minutes late, and the floor is so wet already they're sliding in on 2 feet.
Honest to God, it looked like they were in a fucking like.
Good God, dude.
Let me back up.
You sipping on Mad Dog in there or what?
I haven't stopped myself.
You've been at this for about 3.5-ish years or so.
And I went for the one that Ralphie had to put soap in his mouth for on a Christmas story.
I just saw my job flash before my eyes.
Sorry, we all hit this.
We got that dump button.
But no, I'm sorry. No, but I just like it looked like guys were out there. Oh, that guy's got a Cowboys jersey on. He's getting hit. I don't know him, but he's got the jersey on. Let me run down and join it. Oh, that guy just hit a guy in a Charger. Like they're on the field.
Yeah, no.
Like I can see. I'm not dead. Like, I'm sorry. If we was all out there and we all Houston Texans fans and I don't know you, Tyler, and I see you fighting, boss, I'm not because you're a fellow Texan fan, I'm not running up in there. Now, if you get jumped, I might like, hey, fellas, like, chill out. But I'm not coming. Hold on, that dude over there in that Saints jersey has Tyler hemmed up. Let me add to it. Nah, man. I mean, that I don't understand that. I don't understand that one. That's
that's a tough one to wrap your head around, man. Just coming out of nowhere. I mean, there's 20, 25 guys going at it. There can't be that many friends.
Friends, right? You ain't come 25 deep, as Brandon Scott on the on YouTube says. Damn, Ron. I'm sorry. I got.
Say, oh damn! So
is there YouTube rules?
It's a coffee.
Clearly,
no, I ain't no damn YouTube rules or RooTube rules.
RooTube. RooTube.
Fresh fish. By the way,
he's had nothing but water and coffee all day. If anybody's wondering.
If you're wondering, yeah, that's what you think. When I go on these breaks and these walks, you don't know what I'm drinking.
A good point. Fair.
But before we get to Clint's thing, somebody on the text line, shout out to you. Ron, do you have any relatives in the Cypress area? My niece is marrying her longtime boyfriend, Byron Hughley. Any chances you're related? Not a common last name. Well, I don't know you, Byron, but I have an extra H. Looks like Byron doesn't use that second H. Byron's H-U-G-L-A-Y. I'm H-U-G-H-L-A-Y. Damn, Byron.
Yeah, either you don't know your niece's significant other real well and you left an H out of there, or they're not related. Ron's got an H in there.
Got a second silent H in there.
Shout
out to them, man.
Throw that quiet songbuck out of there then.
I got to keep it. Congratulations to Byron and his bride.
Yeah, good luck, Byron.
Just want to say, I wonder here as I read this, how long has Byron been scuffling his feet? My niece is marrying her longtime boyfriend.
He been putting it off for a bit.
What's the gauge on how long Byron's been scuffing his feet on this thing?
Gotta be multiple years.
What's the fair number? Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, if he's long time can't be short time.
Well, I'm betting more than 7.
What's fair in y'all's mind? You think?
God, man, when did I start getting the pressure? Well, I was at 2.5 at a Christmas.
Oh, you started getting pressure at 2.5.
2.5. Boy, everybody's getting married. Everybody's getting rings. what was said to me once.
Oh, wow.
Jesus. Okay.
Tyler, you didn't wait very long, did you?
No, I did not.
Tyler waited 6 months. He knew.
6 months?
I proposed at 8 months. Yep.
How old were you?
23.
Ooh,
boy,
baby, man. I mean, I was 27, but I mean, hey, boy, 23. That's a different from 27.
Ooh-wee.
Yeah.
I was still a student.
No, I bet you at least 5 years. I bet this guy's at least been waiting 5 years. And somebody came to him and said, "Hey, man."
You know, I don't remember how long Lauren and I dated.
It wasn't. Hell,
It was longer than is on public record, but I don't.
Yeah. But you didn't wait that long. Not years.
Those years.
Not like it wasn't
not
like
5. No. Hell, I'm too old to be waiting that long.
I'm about to say, man.
I told her when I met her, man, hey, look here, I mean, I ain't got all day.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get married and have kids. Immediately.
Wow. So congratulations, Byron, finally.
Yeah, do work, Byron.
Yeah, you do work. And to your niece, for you, sir, sorry, because you know what's happening later on that evening.
See there, why?
Byron.
I mean,
he
why?
knows it. He's thinking it.
Why?
And the father, he knows it.
Space Mountain.
Yep. Big Byron.
I mean, you two are filthy.
Big
You know?
Byron in the house.
I mean, can we just talk
Big Byron in the house. Ha! Big Byron in the house. Ha! Big Byron in the house. Come on. Big Byron in the house.
See, I mean, you two are
See,
terrible.
know it, man. His niece, man. Sorry, man.
I'd
Shout out
expect
to
that
you.
from Tyler. He doesn't have a
Big
dog.
Byron in the house. Ha!
You guys are sickos.
She might have a headache.
I got a daughter. Can y'all chill out a little bit? I
Man.
got 2 of them, actually.
My man right here said, I've been with my girl 8 years. Have 2 daughters. Getting married next month. Oof.
Good for you, sir.
Good for you.
To each their own.
Took a wait, boy. There you go. Courtney wasn't going to wait 7. I'll tell you that. Tell you that right now. Coming up behind us, it is the Players Show. Or, I'm sorry, not the Players Show. Texans Huddle. As they are headed to the bye week. Indy Kalu, DP Sadu, they will hold it down coming up behind us as they'll take a closer look at the first 6 weeks of the season. So stay tuned. Speaking of somebody who has taken years on this marriage thing, Chris Santiago, he's holding it down as well in this bad boy. Finally, he let that stash go. That was a smart move for him. Yeah. I think when Travis Kelce started growing it, he said, I got to get out of this. I got to grow the full thing. All right, Clint, what is the suggestion you have for the Astros? You said this is something the Astros need to do as they're down 0-2 heading to Arlington.
Serious business.
I'm listening. Try not to curse.
Y'all see that video of that's kind of somewhat going viral, at least circulating, with Mickey Brantley up in the bleachers?
Well, we was watching it right there. There was the pregame, man. He was out there.
Well, I've seen it circulating on social media a little bit. Michael Brantley's dad, coaching him from the stands.
Hey, and this is real coaching. This ain't no playing around. Like, he's dead serious. And Michael Brantley is taking in every word. You're right. He could be closer, so he could actually hear. That guy's throwing up sign language.
Not yesterday when I saw that. I mean, I was disgusted that he was like, that's Mike's dad, man. Get his ass a field pass so he can at least go to BP. And yeah, he's coaching him. I mean, this is a guy that he's not only is he coaching him, he's been coaching him, and Mike's looking for the help. I mean, get the goddamn field pass for BP, for crying out loud. Okay, that's the start. But here's the deal. I got the answer for the Astros overall, and that is more Mickey. More Mickey. I need Altuve and I need Kyle Tucker in the the batting cages down there in the bowels of Minute Maid Park with Mickey for an hour. I need it. I think it's the answer.
And not just for Mike, huh?
Yeah, not just for Mike. You let him have free reign with Mike, whatever he wants to do with Mike. But you get down there with Tucker, who's obviously struggling. I don't know anybody in their right mind that whoever in the hell created Michael Brantley's swing and helps Michael Brantley on the regular, anybody not Yordan Alvarez that doesn't listen needs to grab some pine. Like, if you don't want to listen to Mickey Brantley,
Kyle Tucker ought to be open to listening to
you damn right.
Anybody.
And from the sounds of his comments about how terrible he's been, he is aware of it, and he needs a minute with Mickey. 30 minutes with Mickey, baby. I mean,
is that what you call it? 30 minutes?
30 minutes with Mickey. I think
minutes.
Altuve needs it.
Tyler.
Altuve needs him, and so does Tucker.
Yeah. Chaz, you can take 15.
I mean, Chaz, you can get you a couple cuts too if you'd like.
Diaz may not even need to stand up. Let's just talk about I do. Like that Diaz, some of Diaz's at bats and Chaz's.
Yeah.
Like you say, meet him at the numbers. I'd like to be the hitting coach and just them come in the dugout. What'd you see there?
Yeah.
What was your plan there?
Missed by 2 feet.
I feel like Mickey. He showed up. I feel like Mickey's a bit aggressive in his coaching.
Well, I don't know if Mickey's gonna help Chaz and Pena and Diaz. I mean, those guys. I don't think Mickey can do any. Like, I don't think he can get in these guys' heads and like help them mentally, overnight. Like, I think Altuve and Tuck are a good 30 minutes with Mickey away from lighting this thing up. Lighten up Arlington. I really believe
guys are just make a mistake, pitcher.
Oh yeah, I mean, those like here. I got some advice. You don't need Mickey. Diaz let's start with Diaz. He doesn't need Mickey. I'm gonna give you some advice. Like, here's the deal: if you walk back towards the dugout after one of your at bats, it better be because you just watched a ball on the black on the outside of the plate. If it's on the outside half of the plate, I don't want you swinging. Period. Yeah. I don't care, fastball, all speed. You do not swing unless it's gut shot or it's inside. Do not swing.
I was hoping he walked up to that plate with the bases loaded, nobody out, Diaz, and said, "I'm only going to swing at a fastball until I got 2 outs."
Chief, we both looked when he missed I don't remember what kind of pitch it was.
Fastball up,
but it was up right down the gut though. Right? I mean, it was center punched, and he missed that one. Swung under it actually. I thought, he ain't gonna get another one of them.
The longer the at bat went, the more you knew he was gonna get taken advantage of.
Well, okay, look, if Mickey's got any minutes left over, Diaz, you can get him. But right now, I need Altuve and Tucker to get him.
Nicky don't need to have any minutes for Jordan.
How'd you get Nicky in the mix?
Did I say Nicky?
He said Nicky. How'd you get her in the mix?
Mickey and
yes, Mickey, stay your ass away from Jordan.
Jordan, he's just like, hey man. Mickey probably went to Jordan. Hey man, you got a couple of minutes? I want to talk. I'm playing in this men's softball league. I'd like to get a couple of minutes.
Serious, Bagwell, Biggio. I mean, whoever, man. Dusty, get Mickey a damn a field pass for BP.
Could you imagine Jeff Bagwell in some of those at bats yesterday? Like him watching those at bats, the approaches. I bet Jeff right lost his mind. Texans All Access, Texans Huddle coming up next, so stay tuned for that. Thanks to Seth Payne, who joined us earlier today, as well as Clint, Tyler, great job. Also, all the listeners, you guys were fantastic as well. Let's see if the Astros, who are in Arlington, if they can get themselves in a good space to get ready to get a W tomorrow. I am Ron Hughley, and as always, Houston, we love you, baby. I forget about it until you bring it up every single time. Every single time.
Oh, do you?
I do. I feel horrible about it.
They're very forgetful.
Well, I'm going to tell you, Tyler, I ain't forgot about it 1 minute.
Seemed impossible to face.
Something big is happening on Sports Radio 610.